doesn't carve out a few holes and Dominic Richardson can't get downhill, it's going to be a long night no matter who's out there taking the snaps. Now, you got to have some balance, and Coach Robbins knows you have to stay ahead of the sticks.
We are definitely at our best when we are staying on schedule, getting into third and short, third and manageable, and even a lot of our success this year has been on getting to fourth and short, getting those conversions.
Yeah, and TU simply not good enough to overcome 3rd and 13. Now, other teams can. Memphis, Tulane, even Navy could convert those 3rd and very, very long, and of course ECU can do that as well. They have one of the best 3rd down conversion rates in the country. But penalties and negative plays are just drive killers, and it turns 12, 15 play drives into 3 or maybe even 0 points, and it just has to get better for the Hurricane. And yet, TU needs more chunk plays. But it's not something, Rick, you can just invent out of thin air.
No, it's got to be a guy breaking a tackle in space. You give him an opportunity, he gets there, he breaks a tackle, and then away he goes. It's got to be a guy who goes up and gets a 50-50 ball and just says, no, I'm not going to let you have this. You got to take it away. And thus far, those things haven't been there. Now, again, some of that has to do with who you've been playing. But some of that has to do with finally just being, you decide, I'm going to break this tackle. I'm going to be this guy. I'm not saying that we could do that, but that's why you go give those guys NIL money and recruit them.
Well, in the middle 8, as we've talked about, very important. That's the last 4 minutes of the first half, first 4 of the second half. 6 of Tulsa's 12 turnovers have come in the final 4 minutes of the first half, so that obviously has to change. Let's go to the defense now. It's had its good moments and its bad moments, and, they got put in some bad spots in the Memphis Avalanche, like, 2 interceptions and 2 TDs for Memphis in the last 3 minutes of the first half last game, turned a 14-7 game into 28-7, and ECU is a little more flashy than Memphis, who had just talented skill positions, all guys all over the place, along with, of course, a nasty offensive line. But ECU can at times be even more explosive, and they run with pace like TU likes to do. So the TU defense practicing against pace in a normal Tulsa practice, does that help defensive coordinator Josh Reardon's group get ready for ECU?
Yeah, it better. I hope so. I mean, we do tempo every single day against our offense. So, getting lined up is obviously a priority, but, we work on it every day.
Yeah, and that should help. But again, the skill position players for the Pirates, those guys are frankly better than the ones that they're facing in practice.
Yeah, and it's not that you don't, what you get out of that is you get recognition of the formations and things like that, but it's the reaction time. It's like a high school guy who comes into college and he gets that first start, and you realize or goes to his first practice and realizes, okay, everybody's really good here. These guys are going to move so much faster. Your reaction time, your reads have to be that much faster, which means you have to, again, have that many more reps so that it becomes natural. A thinking player is a slow player.
Right.
You got to be able to just step and go.
TU's had some spectacular defensive guys numbers-wise, individually. Cornerback Elijah Green leads the nation in interceptions with 5. Ray Coney leads the league in tackles and is amongst the league, the nation's leaders in tackles. On the defensive line, Jaden Burnett and Byron Turner, they've combined for 10.5 sacks from that one defensive end position. So getting some production, yes. However, not making key plays to get off the field for the entire defense has been troublesome.
I don't know about you, but on 2nd and 20, I get a bad feeling. I mean, honest to goodness.
And you shouldn't.
I know, no, and you're, but there are just times, and on 3rd and 3, I don't feel so bad.
Yeah.
But on 3rd and 13, it has been different, and they've, teams have extended plays, and I think sometimes that gets in your helmet a little bit as well. But unfortunately, that's just been the case. And again, just like we talked about on offense, until someone just goes and makes a play, hey, it's going to keep going.
One guy who's getting there but not quite as consistent as the Hurricane defensive staff would like is Devin Robinson. But remember, the linebacker from Union, he's only a sophomore. Yet Devin has shown some leadership abilities.
I'm a lot younger than most of the guys that I'm playing with on defense, so it's really, I guess you could say, hard to lead guys. But when you show by example and show that you're willing to put yourself on the line for other guys, I mean, they'll start to respect you some more. So really just earning everybody's respect, I think that's how you be a better leader.
Now, while the red zone's been kind of a sore spot on offense, it's also been a little bit problematic on defense. 21 of 25 red zone trips have scored against TU's defense. Again, in the red zone, that's 84%, and 18 of those, or 72%, have been touchdowns, and obviously that's got to get better. TU's also underwater turnover ratio-wise. They're -4. 8 turnovers created, and 5, by the way, are interceptions by Green, but 12 turnovers by the TU offense. You want to be on the plus side, obviously, in turnover ratio. And when TU does turn it over, it's up to the defense to stop the bleeding. Coach Reardon with his thoughts on the defense facing the quick change.
Yeah, I mean, good ones handle it well. I mean, it's one of our weekly goals is no touchdowns after sudden change. So It's an area that we talk about, that we take pride in. We don't feel sorry for ourselves, and the expectation is we're going to go out and make them put it on the foot and kick a field goal.
Yeah, and when they do that, that can kind of flip the momentum back the other way. Not only a 4-point play for your team, but complementary football that fires up the other side.
And especially when you're going to be in front of a crowd like this, if you can get those kinds of plays, if you can keep them at bay a little bit, maybe even put them down just a little bit. Think about what happened at Oklahoma State. It got quiet there, didn't it?
Yep.
It got quiet, and those people can be effective in a game. We've heard that, so I think that comes from a lot of different angles, personally.
19th meeting between Tulsa and ECU tonight should be a great one. There have been some great ones in the past, and we're looking forward to it here in Greenville, North Carolina. We'll be back with more after this time out. Our scouting report is coming up next. This is TU Football from Learfield.
Are your company's technologies keeping up? Are your networks as secure as they should be? Are your phone systems keeping up with communication demands? What if a single partner could manage all of your technology needs? For over 70 years, J.D. Young Technologies has partnered with Oklahoma businesses, providing and managing an array of solutions. With 12 specialized divisions, J.D. Young is your organization's one-stop solution provider, carrying everything so that you don't have to. Let J.D. Young Technologies fast-track your success. Learn more at jdyoung.com. That's jdyoung.com.
Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma is the region's sports medicine authority, serving as the team physicians for more universities, more high schools, and more club teams than all other providers combined. At Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma, we're focused on providing you with the personalized orthopedic care you deserve. For the area's best teams and for the athlete in all of us, Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma is the region's sports medicine authority. Visit us at aook.com.
Hey, Golden Hurricane fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Tulsa football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Let's go Golden Hurricane. SeatGeek.
It's always tough finding a place to eat where everyone's happy. Not a problem with Mazzio's. Whether you dine in, carry out, or use our hot, fresh delivery, no one offers choice better than Mazzio's. Like the best create-your-own and specialty pizzas, pastas, sandwiches, calzone rings, our fresh salad bar, wings, cheese dippers, cinnamon sticks, dessert pizzas, and more. Nobody delivers choice better than Mazzio's.
Aw, shucks. The game's on TV, but I can't listen to the call of my favorite team broadcasters.
Never fear, Sync My Game is here.
Sync My Game?
Yes, Sync My Game. If you have a DVR and streaming device, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield. It's never been easier to hear the impassioned voices of your favorite radio crew synced with the TV.
Wow, thank you, Mr.
Just remember, syncmygame.com.
You have a choice to make for your next vehicle. Will it be gasoline-powered, or are you curious about an electric vehicle? EVs are everywhere, but many people still have questions about their performance, reliability, cost, and maintenance. The biggest question, though, is how would an EV fit into your daily life? If you have questions about EVs, PSO is here to help you get answers. Just visit gettoknowev.com. That's gettoknowev.com. After all, knowledge is power.
RPO kept and running it up the middle. Hauser at the 10 to the 5, and he houses it. Off the RPO, he fakes the handoff to Harris, takes it 19 yards, and the Pirates have the opening touchdown.
That's the play-by-play of Jim Zoke, who is the voice of the Pirates of ECU, as we rejoin you here in Greenville, North Carolina. Tulsa taking on the ECU Pirates. Time for our scouting report, and Jim, thank you for joining us. And this has been a nice resurrection under your head coach. Harrell has been really, really good, hasn't he, since he took over as an interim last year?
Yeah, Blake's been terrific. He's the right tonic for Greenville, for ECU, and understands the program, having been in it as a defensive coordinator for a couple of years before becoming the head coach.
Let's talk about the offense now. Caton Hauser, he's a veteran guy. He's seen the bullets fly. How is he effective for East Carolina?
He's got that home run ball. I mean, that's what you just love, the fact that you can get instant offense with Caton Hauser. And on the season, has thrown for almost 1,700 yards, completing more than 2 out of 3, 67%. And with Anthony Smith in particular, that's the biggest of our big play guys. They've got a great chemistry together. former Wolfpack player. And these are all guys we had last year when we were down there. Him and Yannick Smith were both on the team last year, and they continue to be the top 2 receivers for ECU. Those are our 2 deep threats and home run hitters. So that trio can be dangerous, and they picked up right where they left off last year.
And then running back-wise, a little bit by committee. I know you have 3 or 4, right?
London Montgomery, yeah, he's the lead guy this year. And, of course, Rajay Harris was the one you guys would remember from last year. They get a couple touchdowns there. But Marlon Gunn, who also was on the team last year, as was London. And then kind of a newer revelation is redshirt freshman TJ Engelman, really coming off our last game a week ago, last Thursday night at Tulane. Came off the bench and carried it 10 times for 40 yards, had a couple of catches. And it wasn't just those stats, it was the way he did it. Kind of brings a little bit elusiveness with him, a little bit less of a linear runner. So he's exciting, number 20. Those will be the 3 main guys, along with Parker Jenkins, that'll, as you say, by committee to handle the running back job.
Jim, it really looks good on the defensive side when you look at the numbers, 15.5 points allowed a game, which is outstanding, only allowing about 330 yards per game. So what has made that defense so good?
You know what? There's probably not probably an NFL player on that group. They'll be playing on Sundays, but the 2 deep is just that. Like, you can rotate in 22 guys and not really have a drop-off from the starters to the backup guys. And we do have a first-year defensive coordinator with Blake Harrell being elevated to head coach, and Josh Aldridge, who deserves a lot of that credit, came aboard from Auburn as the linebackers coach there. Between his mind and Blake Harrell's mind, they're just really good at scheming up what works for the talent that they have and changing it up all the time. So, again, like, nobody is like your guys. You have some guys leading the nation in categories. We don't have that. But we do have a lot of just really solid football guys that are smart guys that run to the ball.
Yeah, no, Danka and Riddle lead you in tackles. However, that doesn't mean your defensive line isn't doing their job. They're pretty stout there too, right?
Yeah, and like a lot of teams will rotate heavily. So you'll see 4, and then you'll see 4 new ones come in. And they like keeping fresh legs, and they tend to start early in the game to make sure that they have as fresh of legs for the fourth quarter as possible. Thing we did kind of early in the season was move J.D. Lampley in from defensive end to defensive tackle, which allowed a little more twitch at an interior position, but also allowed him to play at the same time as the number 8, Josiah Robinson, who was backing him up at that defensive end position. So it gets a little bit more, at least pressure on the quarterback. As our coaches say, like, we don't have a ton of sacks. We have an okay number, but what we're better at is affecting the pocket and pressure rate. And those kind of things can affect plays.
Jim, thank you so much for taking the time. Appreciate it. And obviously, good luck to the Pirates the rest of the way. And it's always a pleasure to visit you guys in Greenville.
I appreciate that, Bruce. Thank you.
Let's go to our Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma sideline report now as we head down to the field. The official team physicians of University of Tulsa Athletics. Here's Jeremy Poplin. Pop.
Thank you, Bruce. We've chronicled, not only in the podcast, but on the broadcast here and throughout the entire week, the level of importance this game is. And we've also had that conversation about taking the next step under Trey Lamb in this new era of Tulsa football. So one of the guests that's actually on the charter, former University of Tulsa, tight end first, then moved to the offensive line, is Austin Chadwick, who's down here. And the reason why I wanted to talk with you, Austin, is because you've been a part of teams that have gone through the building process. So let's walk through your opinion so far of what you've seen from Trey Lamb and what it's like for these players being in this environment right now, trying to take that next step and get the program to a level that not only everyone is proud of, but it becomes a consistent winner.
Yeah, and I think guys that were here before the last couple of years, the culture's completely changed. And when we were there in 2001, 2002, we were down. We didn't win very much. Steve Crackthorpe came in 2003 and really resurrected that culture. It was harder then because you can turn over players nowadays. But one thing I have seen with Trey is that the culture has completely shifted from last year. Even though they're 2-4, guys are showing up to practice. Guys are showing up with a smile on their face. They want to get better. They want to play. They know and understand they have to build something. And this is one of those games that could be maybe like a Hawaii game back in 2003 with us, where we started to get some momentum and really started to understand. But more than anything, seeing Trey and watch him work with his coaching staff, they're going to get everything out of what they've got. And the more we can get them, the more that they can go recruit and get guys in. These guys are really good, and they know how to get every little bit they can out of these guys. They just got to get them to play a little bit better, get them in the right positions, and get guys some confidence.
Is there anything about this group that he's brought with him that kind of reminds you of that Crackthorpe staff when he first came in?
100%. Youth. A lot of youth in the staff. I mean, the energy is going to be brought every day. And sometimes you can get some fake energy, but sometimes you need some pick-me-up. It's a Wednesday practice, and, man, you've gotten beat down a couple of times, and you've faced Memphis, and you've faced Tulane and good teams that are really, really good, and you got to pick it up on a Wednesday practice. This youth coaching staff, there is no loss of energy. And so I love that. And watching the guys resonate with it, it keeps the team youthful. and it keeps them going. And if they can just get a little bit of momentum, big win here would be amazing. 10 days off and go run out the rest of the season.
You talked about that Hawaii win and the amount of momentum that it created for you guys. What was that feeling like once you got that one win and then you felt like we're taking that step forward collectively as a group?
Well, first of all, it was like, I can't believe we just did that. I mean, Timmy Chang was leading the country in passing. Jeremy Davis had 4 sacks in the game, and that was a game that just we realized, like, oh my gosh, this is right. But the difference between our team and this team, they know they can do it. Like, we didn't know, and we had to have wins like that to really help build us. They went into Stillwater and beat a Power 4 team. They know they can do this. They know that they can go on and have success, and I think they just need a couple of breaks. Man, it just sucks that our 3 conference games so far are 3 teams that are just beating the pants off of everybody, and even my son Lincoln, he's with me, and he was like, God damn, what's wrong with us? And I'm like, well, we're playing good football teams, buddy.
You mentioned your son. How special is it for you to have your son on this trip, his very first charter trip with the football team?
He's never come before. He never understood until now. He's realizing he eats like a king. He's like, this is great, Dad. And then I left my daughter Scarlett. She's at home with Julie. And so he's coming. It's a guy's trip. It's the first time for him to come with me. We got to play catch on the field, and he's all in. Like, he bleeds blue. And so that's something that I experienced with my dad at Oklahoma State, and he's experiencing with me, obviously, here. It's a lot of fun and very, very special.
Well, you've officially spoiled him for traveling now. It will never be the same for him now moving forward.
Oh, I know. But you guys, this is one of those trips you just never forget. And not very often can you go. And since it was fall break, I was like, let's bring him and let's get a big win. I feel good about tonight. I think the team's ready to go. Let's get Dominique Richardson going. He looks good. He looks healthy. Let's get him about 30 touches and go run the football and win a football game.
You're the best, Chadwick. I appreciate you.
Do what?
I said you're the best. I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you very much. Bruce, Rick, love you guys.
Bruce, Rick, back upstairs to you.
All right. Hey, I think Austin needs a little more enthusiasm, don't you? I mean, let's a lot of fire under that guy.
But so much of what he said is so right about the youth of this staff and the kind and what they bring out there, and and then spoken like a guy who ended up on the offensive line. Let's run the football.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And it was really great to see him, and he's right. We're spoiled. I mean, there's no question we're spoiled. Get on the charter flight, you eat like a king, and the whole deal. So I mean, it's really something when you're able to do that, and especially if you're a kid and you get to do it for the first time. We get a little bit jaded by it because we're so used to it, but we're spoiled.
I'm never jaded by it. I can tell you, and your kids have been able to go on this trip, these kinds of trips. My kids have been able to go on these kinds of trips, and it does change their philosophy and kind of their thought process about what Dad does on the week when Dad is gone. But it is so much fun to have them along when it's possible.
In a moment, back with more. Starting lineups are next. This is TU Football from Learfield.
This is TU Big Country 99.5.
Whether you're tailgating or having friends over to watch your favorite team, all the excitement can be exhausting. Let the experts at Mattress Firm help you relax after a day of cheering on your team. They can help you find the right mattress to help you get a better night's sleep. Be the MVP of your household with a new mattress from Mattress Firm. Visit one of their 10 Green Country locations or go to mattressfirm.com.
Hey, are you ready to hit the road with that new or pre-owned vehicle? Well, at Western Sun Federal Credit Union, we're making car buying easy with low rates. A Western Sun Federal Credit Union vehicle loan offers affordable payments, flexible terms, no hidden fees. Apply today at WSFCU.com or at one of our 6 area Tulsa locations. APR and annual percentage rates are subject to change without notice. Contact Western Sun for additional terms and conditions that may apply.
We're at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, University of Tulsa taking on ECU. And coming up next is our Red Crown Credit Union starting lineups. Red Crown Credit Union offering great products and services like savings accounts, checking accounts, and loans. Learn more at redcrowncu.com. Red Crown Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. So the Golden Hurricane taking on ECU. And in a moment, we'll have our national anthem. And right now, let's go ahead and give you a little bit of the starting lineup for Tulsa. Baylor Hayes starts at quarterback. Dominic Richardson is the running back. And the receivers are Zion Steptoe, Zion Booker, and Grayson Tempest. We'll get to the offensive line in just a minute. But let's, first of all, pause for our national anthem here in Greenville, North Carolina, as Tulsa gets ready for ECU. Sorry about that. That's the alma mater. So let's keep going with our starting lineup for the Hurricane, as Jaquan Adams and Cam East are the tackles for Tulsa. And Cam East was injured in the last game, but he is back strong here hopefully today. Although he may not play the entire game, he may be subbed out a little bit with Brody Duffel. The guards are Hunter Erb and Sean Hill, and Simon Wilson is the starting center. He makes his 18th all-time start as a center, and of course his 7th for the Golden Hurricane. Defensively for TU, Ty Cooper and Byron Turner are the ends. Nakai Johnson and Ty Newhouse are the tackles, but of course we see Hudson Ball and Tim Hardiman and Joe Yelly and Jaden Burnett, who leads Tulsa in sacks. All of those guys rotate in on that defensive line. And then the linebackers are Devin Robinson, Ray Coney, of course, leading the league in tackles, and William Alexander as the other linebacker. And then in the back end, Elijah Green, the nation's leading interceptor, is at one cornerback, and J.D. Drew at the other. Zach Williams and Lento Smith are the safeties, and that's your starting lineup for the Golden Hurricane. And we'll have East Carolina in a moment as the Pirates getting ready for the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. And now we pause for our national anthem, put on by the ECU band, which is out in the center of the field. ECU Marching Band with the national anthem here tonight in Greenville, North Carolina. Here's a look at the ECU starters. Caton Hauser is their starting quarterback, 3rd in the league in yards per game as far as his passing is concerned, with nearly 1,700 yards on the day, or on the season, I should say. And Hauser is a veteran, a junior from Anaheim, California. London Montgomery, transfer from Penn State, is the starting running back, but they'll also go with Marlon Gunn, Parker Jenkins, and TJ Engelman. It is running back by committee for ECU. The receiving core is a good one, and it's Yannick Smith, Anthony Smith, no relation, and Brock Spalding. Those 3 guys are the receivers, and they're very good, and Coach Lamb has talked about them being amongst the best in the American Conference. DeCirito Riles is the tight end, and then the offensive line, and it's a good one. The offensive line is Cooper Travnosky and Jamarian McCrimmon at the tackles, Emmanuel Poku, along with Kyle Young at the guards, and Darius Bell is the center for ECU. And now on the defensive side for the Pirates, and this is a good defense that is number 1 in points allowed in the league, meaning number 1 best, 15.5 per game allowed. And they have basically a 3-man front, but also a 4th guy that's a stand-up end. And the down linemen are Josiah Robinson and Zion Wilson. J.D. Lampley is the nose tackle, and then Raheem Craig is kind of that hybrid linebacker and a guy that also comes up at the line of scrimmage to make it a 4-man front. The linebackers are Samuel Danka, 2nd leading tackler, along with Damian Wilson. And then in the back end, the nickel is Jonathan Jean. And then at the safety positions, the leading tackler is Jamarly Riddle. And Tegan Wilk, a transfer from Houston. Third leading tackler is the other safety. And then the cornerbacks, Rashid Reason is a guy that was their starter, and he is hurt. He will not play tonight. So it'll be Tymere Brown at one corner, and then either Jordy Lowry or Chance Graves at the other cornerback position. So we're getting closer to kickoff. It's University of Tulsa taking on ECU. ECU 3-3, 1-1 in the league. TU is 2-4, 0-3 in the American. We'll be back and have our run up to the game, including an interview with the head coach, Trey Lamb. That's all next as we get you ready for Thursday night football here in Greenville, North Carolina. This is TU football from Learfield.
At Brahms, we have it all. Fresh and delicious cheeseburgers made with 100% pure beef patties, along with our signature crinkle cut fries. Plus, real hand-dipped ice cream, thick milkshakes, old-fashioned banana splits, and sundaes, all made with our farm-fresh milk. Whether Brahms is your stop for a burger and ice cream or your weekly trip for groceries from the fresh market, your neighborhood Brahms has you covered.
You have a choice to make for your next vehicle. Will it be gasoline-powered, or are you curious about an electric vehicle? EVs are everywhere, but many people still have questions about their performance, reliability, cost, and maintenance. The biggest question, though, is how would an EV fit into your daily life? If you have questions about EVs, PSO is here to help you get answers. Just visit GetToKnowEV.com. That's GetToKnowEV.com. After all, knowledge is power.
Here we go. It's game time.
Throws left side toward the end zone, and it's caught back of the end zone. Touchdown.
It's time for Golden Hurricane football. This is the Advanced Orthopedic of Oklahoma kickoff. Official physicians of Tulsa Athletics. Also brought to you by Pepsi. Football deserves Pepsi.
Here's the snap. Fake handoff. Back to pass. Going to sling it again. Throws back in the end zone. He catches it, and it is a touchdown, Tulsa.
Kickoff is just moments away. Now, here's the voice of the Golden Hurricane, Bruce Howard.
57 degrees here in Greenville, North Carolina. It's Tulsa taking on ECU, and Tulsa about ready to come out of the tunnel. Our interview with head coach Trey Lamb brought to you by Pepsi. Football deserves Pepsi, so grab an ice-cold Pepsi Zero Sugar and cheer the Golden Hurricane on to victory. They, of course, are a proud sponsor of the University of Tulsa. And again, they're kind of holding Tulsa back right now as they play the ECU intro video. And right now, Trey Lamb is kind of, you can almost tell, Rick, that he's chomping at the bit to bring his team out right now,
yeah,
right?
He wants to run on the field no matter what's on that screen, I can guarantee you.
Yeah, and they are right now being held back. In fact, there's an official over there kind of holding them back, and I don't know why that is a thing, but it is at this point, and we're about ready for the coin toss as well as they play Purple Haze, Jimi Hendrix song, Purple Haze, of course, to bring out the purple-clad, if you will, ECU Pirates, although tonight they will be in a black uniform. So, but that is their color, of course, purple and black and gold. And, of course, the Golden Hurricane, and we'll talk about it when we get to our Triad Eye Institute uniform report. We will get to what Tulsa will be wearing tonight. And, again, this is a little bit, honestly, unusual that they're holding the Tulsa team, awaiting the ECU team to come out. I don't know if I've ever seen that, and I don't know if I've ever seen an official stand in front of the Tulsa team and not allow them to come out. Is that, am I wrong? Is that not a little strange?
Well, when it's a national TV game, there is somebody over there, television, telling you when to go. So
Right.
they were obviously holding for commercials or something like that on ESPN. And then now that is over with, and we've got the guys in black run out there, they'll let our guys come out.
So East Carolina has taken the field, and they go to the right side end zone, if you will, off to our right, and we'll get ready. And now finally Tulsa comes out of the tunnel, and here they come. And again, we have our report with the head coach Trey Lamb as he leads them out of the tunnel. And TU coming out. Let's check in with Jeremy Poplin. Pop, go ahead.
All right, Coach Lamb, you've had several days off over the bye week. You can kind of tell a little anxiousness from you and your team getting ready to come out of the tunnel. How excited are you to have this opportunity here tonight?
Yeah, ready to get that taste out of our mouth, man. We got an opportunity to play a great team in a great stadium and opportunity to make a statement in this conference.
How are you feeling right now in terms of just everything that you accomplished over that period of time to kind of simplify things and to have an opportunity to see it tonight?
Yeah, I just told them in the locker room, man, it's we should have the freshest legs tonight. We need to be the most excited team to play, the freshest team to play, and it should show up tonight.
What's one thing they do defensively that you've got to be able to keep an eye on here early on?
They got a lot of speed. They love to blitz, so we got to handle their pressures.
All right, Coach, good luck.
Yep, Rain Kane.
Bruce, back upstairs to you.
Thank you, Pop. Here's your Triad Eye Institute uniform report. Tulsa Athletics official LASIK and eye care provider. And let's go ahead and see if we can get the referee Mike going with the coin toss before we go to that. Go ahead. The referee is Stephen Anderson.
Tails. Tails is the call. I'm going to let it hit the ground. It is tails.
So Tulsa has won the toss, I believe, as it was tails. And
Tulsa has won the toss and will receive. Good luck, man.
So Tulsa wants the ball. A lot of times you defer. This time Tulsa wants the ball. And as we look at our uniform report, ECU is clad in their black pants and black jerseys and black helmet with the ECU pirate emblem on the side of the helmet. And for the Golden Hurricane, they have gold pants, the white jerseys with the dark blue numerals and lettering above the numerals, and then the gold helmet with the Tulsa script along the side. Let's get our keys to the game now, and Rick Corey, I'll have you lead it off. What are the keys?
First of all, I think it is red zone efficiency on offense. This is East Carolina team is near the bottom of the country in FBS when it comes to red zone defense. Tulsa, who has had a real struggle in the red zone, has got to get sevens when they get in there. And the other thing is this East Carolina offensive line is effective, but they protect them. They do some things we'll talk about during the game, including huge splits. Expose that offensive line. Your defensive line is good enough to do it. Make them play the way you want them to play.
All right, Jeremy Poplin, your keys.
Let's talk about this wide receiver group for ECU, just how good they are. The coaches have said this is probably the best group that we'll see the entire year, no matter what, even if we end up playing someone in a bowl game. This back end of this Tulsa defense is going to have their metal tested tonight. They've got to play well in these specific matchups. And number two for me is Baylor Hayes, you're getting the start for a reason. It's to extend plays with your legs when things break down. Sometimes to provide that juice, Bruce, you just got to do things on your own, and Baylor Hayes can provide that to this offense.
And my keys will be the middle 8, those important 8 minutes in the middle of the game, and special teams as well. Speaking of special teams, Maisie to kick it off, and he gets his right foot into it, and it's deep, about 2 yards deep in the end zone, and it's taken out by TU, and A.J. Allen gets it to the 20 in the right side numbers and is knocked down right there. And that is where Tulsa will take over. First down and 10 for the Golden Hurricane. That was actually Kelvin Washington bringing it back for TU 2 yards deep in the end zone. He got about a 22-yard return, and they placed the ball at the they haven't placed it down yet, but at the 20-yard line, right hash mark, and we get things underway here tonight. With the Hurricane first down and 10 at their 20-yard line. First play from scrimmage. Baylor Hayes, the quarterback for Tulsa, 787 yards, 61% completion rate. And he sets him up out of the shotgun, first down and 10. Right behind him is Dominique Richardson. Here's the snap, and Richardson gets the first carry. He gets hit at the line of scrimmage and dropped. He did spin away from the first guy. Actually, that guy was deep and got deep into the backfield, and Dominic was lucky to spin away from him and get it forward back to the line of scrimmage. I think they may give him forward progress for a yard. It'll be 2nd and 9 for Tulsa from the 21.
And they brought everybody. That linebacker was the inside guy, the Sam guy. He was reading that tailback, and he came as soon as Dom took one step forward.
That was Samuel Danka who made the first hit. Now it's 2nd and 9 for Tulsa. Here's Hayes out of the shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, and the handoff again goes to Richardson, and he gets hit at the line of scrimmage and is burrowing forward and barely got back to the line of scrimmage. And again, that defense doing a good job of stuffing the Tulsa offensive line. Danka was there. Also in on that play was Damian Wilson. So 2 linebackers made that tackle. So they were run blitzing on both of those first 2 plays. It's 3rd and 9.
Yeah, and they didn't do anything special as far as twists or anything, but they brought everybody, the entire house. Now Tulsa makes some changes. Let's see if they come after them.
2 tight ends along with the Hurricanes. Micah Tees to the left, 1 receiver to the right on 3rd and 9. Here's the snap. A quick flip throw goes to the left side. It was partially tapped, I believe, intended for A.J. Allen out in the left flat, incomplete, and that's not the way you want to start a game. 3 and out rather quickly for the Golden Hurricane, and they'll have to punt it away with their fine punter, Angus Davies.
But you saw them come after him again right there. They didn't actually send anybody until kind of a late side blitz from the short side of the field, but they were reading everything, and they're going to obviously be very aggressive defensively.
Angus Davies will kick it away, averaging 44.9. It's a chest-high snap, and here's his kick, and that one very short, end over end. It hits at the 50 and takes a sideways spin. Little bit of a roll for Tulsa to the 49, but that's not what Tulsa needed either. Ends up being a 30-yard kick from the normally reliable Angus Davies. That one, I don't know, it didn't go off the side of his foot, but it's almost like he just mishit it, and it went up in the air and had that backspin on it, but had hardly any distance at all. So a huge special team situation, and ECU takes over at their 49-yard line. And I mentioned, of course, the hidden yardage, and my point was Angus Davies has had a better year punting-wise than the ECU guy. Obviously, hopefully that will change. And here's Hauser, first down and 10 from their 49 for ECU. No score here early. And a fake handoff. Hauser takes it himself and scrambles down, sliding down at about the Tulsa 47. He had a little bit of opportunity to get more, but he was very careful as he slides down for a 4-yard gain to the Tulsa 47-yard line. 2nd and 6. And they do run with pace. Hauser to the line of scrimmage. Here's the snap. Back to pass. Looking right. Now looking center. Now throws back to the right side. And the pass is caught by Riles, the tight end. Spins inside the numbers at the 40 and gets it to the 37-yard line. And that's a gain of 10 and a first down for ECU. And here they are back at the line of scrimmage. They don't sub. They move quickly. And here we go. First down and 10. Quick throw. Right side is knocked down. And they tried to go quickly to the right side to Yannick Smith. And right there with a great coverage was Elijah Green knocking it down. Boy, he's a good player, and he just goes after the ball. Had he had another half second, Rick, he might have taken that one.
You know, and he's just playing with such confidence right now as well.
2nd and 10 from the Tulsa 37-yard line. Here's the snap. Hauser back to pass. Throws left side. A man is wide open. Caught by Anthony Smith. Left boundary at the 25. And goes out of bounds right in front of J.D. Drew, who gave him a lot of room.
Way too much.
They're going to mark it at the 26. That's a gain of 11 and a first down for ECU. No score here early, and the Pirates on the march. Out of the shotgun, Hauser has the snap. Fake handoff, back to pass, throws high in the air, down the left boundary, too far and incomplete. Intended for Smith down the left boundary, and Anthony Smith couldn't get to it. And the coverage there was pretty good. Some of the fans wanted a penalty on that one, but Tulsa guarded him well.
They did. There was a little bit of a reach at the end, but it was of no consequence to the play. That's all there was to it. That's not going to be one you're going to get easily.
It'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 26-yard line. No score in the game here early. Out of the shotgun, Hauser. Hauser has the snap, and the handoff goes up the middle. Montgomery gets hit at the 20, and he's able to spin forward just outside the left hash mark to the 19. The tackle made by Zach Williams, and it's a gain of 7. Now 3rd down and 3 from the Tulsa 19-yard line. And again, ECU does not allow you to substitute because they don't substitute, and they move quickly. 2 receivers to the left on a stack, 2 receivers on the wide side of the field on the right, near side right. Out of the shotgun, toss sweep, goes to the left side. It's Montgomery, has the first down to the 15, and jarred out of bounds by Lewis. Far boundary at about the 14-yard line. I should say Drew. Drew actually jarred him out of bounds at the 14, a gain of 5 and a first down, and East Carolina just eating up chunks of yardage here and converted on that 3rd down.
A really nice job out front by Riles, the tight end. A nice block on the corner.
14-yard line, 1st down and 10. Hauser out of the shotgun, has the snap and fakes a handoff, throws right side on the slant. It is incomplete at the 2-yard line, and they intended that one for Spalding, and good coverage there by the Golden Hurricane as Smith was there and Green was in the area as well, as he always did. 2nd and 10 from the 14 of Tulsa. No score in the game. 1 receiver to the left, 2 receivers near side right. Here's the snap on 2nd and 10. The handoff goes to Montgomery, and this time Tulsa is able to stand him up as Ray Coney got in there and shouldered him down for maybe a gain of a yard, maybe no yards on that one. Hudson Ball was also creating the edge there for Tulsa. TU was able to get him in there. And now it's 3rd down and 9.5 from just inside the 14-yard line. 1 receiver to the left is Anthony Smith, 2 receivers to the right. That's the wide side of the field. Here's the snap. Hauser back to pass, and there's pressure on the edge, and the throw toward the end zone, incomplete. In the end zone, intended for Anthony Smith, and he almost made a brilliant one-hand catch, and now there's a flag down back at the 19-yard line. Or is that just no, that's just a piece of paper or somebody's towel, so there's no flag on the play. And some of the fans wanted interference on that. But Tulsa able to stiffen, and ECU will rely on Nick Mazie to try and kick a field goal here. He's 6 for 8 on the season, and he will kick it from the 21, a 31-yard attempt from left to right out of the hold of Ryan Levy, the punter. Long count, snap is back, ball is down, here's the kick, and flags fly. The kick looked like it was true, but flags flew before the play. Barber and Bart's flag on the play.
Start. Offense, number 62. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Jamarian McCrimmon moved, and so 5 yards, and they'll have to do it again. Instead of a 31-yarder, it'll be about a 36-yarder. And they're setting up actually at about the 27 left hash mark, so it'll be about a 37-yard field goal attempt by Mazie, who has missed a 26-yarder this year and missed a 53-yarder. This from 37 left hash mark. 10:56 to go, first quarter. Tulsa went 3 and out, and ECU has just stalled on their first drive. Snap back, ball down. Here's the kick on the way. Line drive shot, and it is good. So East Carolina got great field position, and they move it down the field, but Tulsa able to stiffen inside the red zone. And the Hurricane trailing now 3-0 with 10:52 remaining here in the first quarter of play. ECU 3, Tulsa nothing. This is TU football from Learfield.
I want to tell you about a local health insurance company that knows how to serve Oklahomans. With Community Care, your health care means more. Plus, you receive the customer service that makes you feel right at home. From individuals and families to Medicare beneficiaries and employers, Community Care offers affordable plans with the access to care and services you need. Because it's more than just health care. It's Community Care.
Community Care, your health plan with heart.
You have a choice to make for your next vehicle. Will it be gasoline powered, or are you curious about an electric vehicle? EVs are everywhere, but many people still have questions about their performance, reliability, cost, and maintenance. The biggest question, though, is how would an EV fit into your daily life? If you have questions about EVs, PSO is here to help you get answers. Just visit GetToKnowEV.com. That's GetToKnowEV.com. After all, knowledge is power.
Are your company's technologies keeping up? Are your networks as secure as they should be? Are your phone systems keeping up with communication demands? What if a single partner could manage all of your technology needs? For over 70 years, J.D. Young Technologies has partnered with Oklahoma businesses, providing and managing an array of solutions. With 12 specialized divisions, J.D. Young is your organization's one-stop solution provider, carrying everything so that you don't have to. Let J.D. Young Technologies fast-track your success. Learn more at jdyoung.com. That's jdyoung.com.
Well, with the fairly short field after a short punt, an 11-play, 33-yard drive. It took up 2:36, and ECU scores on a 37-yard field goal by Nick Mazie. And so Tulsa's down by a score of 3-0 with 10:52 to go here in the first quarter. Football, folks, deserves Pepsi. So grab an ice-cold Pepsi Zero Sugar and cheer the Hurricane on to victory. Pepsi, proud partner of the University of Tulsa. And fans, make sure they come on out on Monday night at Elgin Park for the next Hurricane Coaches Show with Trey Lamb. It's Monday at 7. Come listen to the coach and enjoy any small pizza and pitcher of beer for just $20 during the show. See you Monday night at Elgin Park, downtown Tulsa, right next to One Oak Field. Well, could have been worse, certainly, Rick. It was a short field, relatively short field for ECU. But 11 plays to traverse 33 yards is the sort of thing that Tulsa's defense is going to have to do tonight against an explosive ECU team.
Yeah, what did Coach Reardon say to us on Tuesday when we had our meeting with him? We can't let them have those chunk touchdowns. We've got to make them snap the ball. You make them snap the ball, and Hauser, unlike some of the other quarterbacks Tulsa's faced, can get a little nervous and give you one. They haven't had enough of that this year. But he's a guy who can't, maybe because he doesn't have that great running a game around him as some of the other teams have. So make him snap it. That's as effective as you can get it with a short field.
Back deep is Kelvin Washington and Jacob Emmers, as Mazie will kick it off again. And Mazie has already gotten to his second kickoff here. And actually, their kickoff guy actually is Everett Scott. Everett Scott, whose first kickoff went 2 yards deep in the end zone. A little less than half the time he does get a touchback, and he'll approach the ball now, and ECU will kick it off from left to right. Here's the boot. High end over end, fairly deep, but it'll be taken at the 1 yard line by Washington. Washington straight up the right side. He gets through one hole and then gets smacked and is knocked down at the 25. Good special teams play for ECU as Michael Beatty made the big hit on the special teams. 24-yard return, 1st and 10 at the 25.
Yeah, when he first got that, he had a bit of a hole right there. Yep. I thought he had a little bit more room, but it took a little bit of time to get there to make that happen.
And we may see a little bit more of Kelvin Washington as a running back in this game. They expect to give him a few snaps. 1st and 10 for Tulsa at their 25, trailing 3-0. They went 3 and out on the first possession. Out of the shotgun, Baylor Hayes has the snap, drops back to pass, throws right side, dropped by Braylon Presley. Right at the numbers, right side, about 6 yards down the field. Braylon Presley just plain dropped it.
He was trying to run before he had it in his hands. So he had a little bit of room right there, and he's concentrating on what we talked about, making that first guy miss, and just didn't keep his eyes on the ball.
2nd and 10 for Tulsa at their 25-yard line. ECU 3, Tulsa nothing, and the Hurricanes so far 4 offensive plays and 1 yard. Out of the shotgun, it's Hayes. Has the snap now and hands it off and up the middle, and a pretty good hole there for a moment for Dominic Richardson, and he's able to burrow to the 30-yard line just outside the hash mark and got about 5 on the play. It'll bring up 3rd down a little more manageable. 3rd and 5 for TU from the 30. Tulsa 0 for 1 on 3rd down conversions.
I will say, though, when they met him with some force, didn't they? I'm sure Pop heard that more than we did up here, but that was a smack. This group's bringing a little bit of wood.
No doubt about it. And this is a team, again, that's number 1 in the league and fewest points allowed defensively, averaging only 15.5. 3rd and 5. Here's the snap, and it's a little shuttle pass, and it's grabbed by Dominic Richardson. Richardson gets hit, and he's able to lean forward, but shy of the first down at the 33, maybe the 34, and it'll be 4th and 1.5, maybe 2 for the Golden Hurricane. They mark it back at the 33, and so Tulsa, 2nd straight 3 and out, and they will kick it away, and again, it'll be Angus Davies to boot it away, and back deep is Kyler Pearson, who, by the way, is from Union High School in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He's back at the 23-yard line of ECU, and back to kick it for Tulsa's Angus Davies standing at the 18. Chest high snap, rolling to the right. Now here's his kick, much better. Line drive shot, far side, hits at the 30, takes a TU roll to the 20, to the 15, rolling down to the 11-yard line before it is touched by a TU special teams player. It's a 56-yard punt, and obviously no return, so much better for Angus Davies. We'll take a break and be back with more as we have a timeout with 9:18 to go first quarter. Your score is ECU 3, Tulsa nothing. This is TU football from Learfield.
A pepperoni pizza for the table.
Thank you.
And may I suggest trying it with our Pepsi Zero Sugar? It has just the right amount of sweetness to complement all that cheesy, saucy goodness, while the carbonation and notes of citrus enhance the flavor profile. Simply divine.
Pepsi Zero Sugar? You've really outdone yourself this time. Pizza deserves Pepsi.
It's time for the annual Team Impact All-In 5K. Join Team Impact on October 19th and help support their mission to create a world where every child facing serious illness and disability feels supported by something bigger, and every collegiate team is transformed by a greater purpose. Remember, there's no wrong way to 5K. Run, walk, or roll a 5K in your neighborhood, at your local college campus, or join one of Team Impact's hub locations. Join the movement to get all kids in the game. Team Impact. All in, all together. Learn more at teamimpact.org/all-in5K.
Your Barbasol shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. The big game is on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value.
Tulsa football brought to you by Barber & Bart's Attorneys at Law. They serve the Tulsa community for over 35 years, and they are proud to sponsor the Barber & Bart's Flag on the Play. Let there be many on them and few on Tulsa. Football season's here. You want a tailgate? Reese's will do everything you need to make that tailgate work for you. Kick it off the right way. Go to Reese's, the official grocery store of the Tulsa Golden Hurricane.
He is Rick Corey. I'm Bruce Howard. Delighted to have you along here on this Thursday night from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium in Greenville, North Carolina. Jeremy Poplin on the sidelines. We'll check in with him in a moment. But a reminder, fans, if TU wins tonight, you use the promo code TUWINS at papajohns.com for 50% off all pizzas tomorrow and every day after a TU victory. Let's check in with Jeremy on the sidelines. Pop, what do you got?
I'm delighted as well, Bruce, to be here this evening. that Tulsa defense on that first drive, a little bit of victims of the poor field positioning. We talked with Coach Reardon, the defensive coordinator, about that from the Memphis game and how they were put in those positions to where this high-powered offense, they don't have to go very far to put points on the board. Starting there at the 49-yard line, I thought it was a good job by the Tulsa defense to be able to bow up. You got to take those victories where you can get them, keep them out of the end zone on the field position battle. Now's a much better preference for Tulsa here with ECU starting on their own 11-yard line. We'll see if that stat still holds about this explosive plays, whether they have them or whether they don't for the ECU offense against this TU defense.
ECU leads in the game 3-0, and they set up at their 11-yard line. One receiver far side left, three receivers near side right. Here's the snap, and Hauser throws right side, and it is caught and spinning forward, and there is a flag down and spinning forward for ECU is Mike Wright, and Wright spinning forward got hit and knocked down.
Personal foul, face mask, defense number 3. 15-yard penalty added to the end of the play. Automatic first down.
J.D. Drew was the man that looked like he'd made a pretty good play for a 5-yard gain, but he grabbed him by the face mask.
Yep, that's one of the reasons he got him down pretty quickly. But he did break on the ball really well. I mean, he got there in a hurry.
So it'll be first down and 10. The penalty takes the ball out to the 32-yard line. Here's the snap, and Hauser hands it off straight up the middle, and slamming forward and getting good yardage after contact is T.J. Engelman. He's a redshirt freshman who gets 7 yards on the play and hadn't played a whole lot until the last game and played really good against Tulane. 2nd and 3 from the 39. Quick flip throw to the left side. Ball is knocked high in the air and incomplete. Was intended for Jaquays Petaway, and Tulsa gummed that up. That looked like one of those inside screens, but TU did a great job of getting people over there, including Devin Robinson, who helped knock that in the air. That might have been a possible pick.
But you see Ray Coney at the end of it? He just blew somebody up. Ray comes flying in there, didn't know the ball had hit the ground yet, and just decided to take somebody's hide with him.
2 receivers far side left, 1 near side right. 3rd down and 3. Motion to the right side by the tight end Connor, and out of the shotgun is Caden Hauser. Hauser now looking to the sideline for ECU, and they have 7 seconds to get the play off. This is a very lengthy snap situation for them. Here's the snap on 3rd down. He looks to the right, now throws over the middle. It is caught at the 42-yard line and driven back, and it looked like he gave up the first down. As catching it was Petaway, and they mark it at the 41, and it's 4th down and 1, and they're going to go for it. 4th and 1 for ECU at their 41-yard line out of the shotgun. Hauser dangerous as a runner in this situation. He claps his hands trying to get an offside situation, but Tulsa didn't bite there. They have a 3-down lineman situation here on 4th and 1, and Hauser adjusts things, and now a whistle. And I'm not sure if I don't think they took too much time.
Ruling on the field is that the runner was short of the line to gain. That play is under further review.
Wow, that took a long time.
Well, he did catch the ball in first down territory, but he gave up that yard or two by moving inside a little bit. So I'm not so sure that that's going to...
Well, you can't change that if the player himself moves backwards, and that's what happened. If he gets moved, it's different, but he was moving and trending backwards.
All right, let's pause 10 seconds to allow stations to identify themselves. This is TU football from Learfield.
KXPL Henrietta.
That gets it right.
All the songs I love. Country's biggest legends are home here on Big Country 99.5.
3-0, East Carolina with the lead. They face 4th down and 1 from the 41 pending this review. The replay review is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Let's get the results.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. 4th down.
So there you go, 4th down and 1. Barbasol Shaving Cream, sponsor of our review. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. Looks like ECU will go ahead and kick. Discretion being the better part of valor, and back to kick it away for ECU is Ryan Levy as he stands at the ECU 25-yard line. And Tulsa has Zion Booker back at the 20. Here's the kick. Nose up spiral. Good kick. And Booker takes it back at the 16-yard line and calls for and receives the fair catch. 43-yard kick, no return. And there is a flag down. Looks like it's against ECU. So another Barber and Bars flag on the play. And we'll check if Tulsa just wants to take the 5 yards or make them kick it again. They're going to talk with Trey Lamb about it. Barber and Bars flag on the play. Attorneys at law serving the Tulsa community for over 35 years.
Illegal formation. Kicking team. More than 4 in the backfield. It's a 5-yard penalty. Replay, 4th down.
Ooh, they're going to make him kick it again, so it'll be 4th and 6. That was a good kick by Levy. And they mark the ball at the 41. They place it down. The official then bends over and picks it up again and takes it 5 yards back to the 36. That's an outstanding administration of that play.
Well, they had to make sure they got that right. This 5 yards could be the 5 yards. And you know what? Today's college football, it could be.
Ryan Levy standing back at the 21 now, and Booker is at the Tulsa 25. Gets his right foot into it. This is a wobbly spiral, much shorter, and a fair catch called for and fumbled. The ball is loose. It's on the turf. Who gets it?
Well, that's
no signal
shot
yet.
Off his pads.
So Tulsa makes him kick it again, and it appears Tulsa has recovered. Wow, boy, that was scary. And it was Booker who ended up getting on it at the 33-yard line. And again, you understand the reason why you want to have the guy kick it again because of what happened. He kicked a much shorter kick, which is going to give Tulsa great field position, but then he fumbled it. 32-yard kick, no return. And Tulsa will have it 1st down and 10 at their 32, trailing in the game by a score of 3-0. Hayes out of the shotgun. Slow start for the TU offense. Quick flip pass goes to the right side. High and over the head of Micah Tees. Incomplete at the 30-yard line. Incomplete pass. They thought for a moment, at least ECU did, that might be a lateral. And boy, Tulsa is kind of out of joint right now offensively, aren't they?
Well, a little bit. You know, Baylor threw that thing really, really fast, a little bit high. Probably a little bit of nerves right here. I mean, still got to get some of that juice out of you there.
2nd and 10 for Tulsa at their 33. Motion from right to left, and now a quick pass goes to the right side and to the left side, and that is dropped by Micah Tees. Boy, Tulsa is jittery here in the early going. Tulsa dropped the pass with Braylon Presley. That was a little bit of a low pass, but Tees should have handled it at his kneecap. And now it's 3rd down and 10. Goodness.
Well, and thus far you're looking at 9 yards of offense, so certainly would like to add to that right about here, but you don't want to press it here either.
3rd down conversions. Tulsa so far 0 for 2. They've gone 3 and out twice, trailing 3-0. Here's the snap on 3rd and 10. Back to pass. Hayes throws it on an inside screen. It's caught by Booker. Breaks the tackle at the 40. He gets it forward to the 42, close to the 1st down, but shy by about a yard. And that will make Trey Lamb think about maybe going for it here.
Timeout. Injury on the defense.
And a defensive player is injured. It looks like it is Jackson Barker, a backup linebacker who is injured out there at about the 43. But that inside screen was caught by Zion Booker, and Booker weaved his way through just outside the right hash mark and got it to the 42. And again, like I said, it's going to make Trey Lamb think about it, doesn't it?
I think he certainly will.
And we have
as aggressive as he wants to be, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, he's got to get something going offensively, and we'll see if he goes for it on 4th and 1. We have a timeout. 7:20 remaining first quarter. Your score is ECU 3, Tulsa nothing. This is TU football from Learfield.
We asked real St. Francis employees what their job meant to them. Here's what they said.
Working at St. Francis is important.
We all work together for one function, and that is to be sure that we give the best care to our patients.
The work that we do is hard. The work that we do changes people's lives.
It's more than a job. It's more than a job.
It's more than a job.
It's more than a job. It's a calling.
Find your calling at stfrancis.com/careers.
When it comes to your health insurance, you want a local company that shares your Oklahoma values. With a plan from Community Care, you'll get affordable coverage and customer service that's located right here in Oklahoma. And with Community Care, your health is what matters most. Go to ccok.com to learn more. Locally owned and trusted, Community Care is the health plan where care means more.
Community Care, your health plan with heart.
In 1978, George and Kate Tedford set out to protect Oklahoma businesses better. Today, their son and our CEO, Mark Tedford, is excited to carry on his family's legacy. Professional liability, compliance, property, workers' comp, health and life. Tedford Insurance's dedicated team gives you access to the nation's largest insurance providers, negotiates the best rates, and protects their own legacy like no one else. Call 918-299-2345 or tedfordinsurance.com.
7:20 remaining first quarter, 3-0 ECU with the lead. Hey, how would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? All you have to do is go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com. Well, we still don't know if Tulsa's going to go for it. They have it at their 42-yard line. It is 4th and 1, and this is why they pay the head coaches the big bucks to make this sort of a decision.
And Coach said, I want to be a little bit more conservative, and you could look at this a lot of ways. You got away with one because you got the fumble back. You made him go a long drive the first time. You gave it to him in this area, and still you took 11 plays to go 33 yards. I don't know. I'm about 50-50. Pop, what would you do here, you think?
Well, if I'm just going off of what I heard from one of the defensive huddles, this is what I love, by the way, about the staff and the line of communication. It's third down alert quickly. They haven't even got through one play yet on the iPad. Then they have the injury. Someone from the staff comes down and says, don't worry, you got extra time for the TV timeout. That's something that I haven't seen in the past as well. And then coming over here at the sidelines, come over and communicate with the defense, hey, just to let you guys know we're going. Now, that could ultimately be a fake and maybe just getting them up and ready to go no matter what. But based off of what I just heard, TU offense is looking to potentially extend this drive by going for it here on 4th.
Well, and you never know. Baylor Hayes has punted once this year, so you could stick him back there and have him kick it away. But we will see. 4th down and 1. So far, the ECU defense has been really good. They've allowed only 18 total yards of the Hurricane, and they lead it by a score of 3-0. And coming into the game is Stephen Kittleman at quarterback.
And Hardiman.
And we'll see Tim Hardiman, the big defensive tackle, in as a possible blocker or a possible running back. We'll see.
Well, he's run it so far, but if he leaves his feet this time, the coaching staff may kill him.
So it is 4th and 1. Tulsa. 3 running backs right next to everybody. And now on 4th down, the handoff goes to Richardson, who steams forward and is very close to the first down. Tulsa thinks they have it.
Yeah, the Tulsa defense is already coming on the field, though.
No, that was a couple of offensive guys, actually, I think.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Well, let's see where they spot it. That's the most important thing. And they place it down right at the 43. I think that may be a first down. It is a first down for Tulsa, as they went with that full eye package, or that 3 running backs in the backfield straight across right behind Kittleman. Kittleman, the straight eye.
Straight T,
or straight T, and he handed it off, and somehow, some way, Dominic Richardson was able to get the first down for the Golden Hurricane in this game. It's 1st down and 10 at their 43-yard line. TU is down 3-0 midway through the first quarter. Out of the shotgun, Hayes has the snap, drops back to pass, and he decides he's going to run it, and he got yanked down for a loss on the play by Lampley at the 39-yard line. He was trying to run a draw play, quarterback draw, and Lampley took him down with an arm tackle. And it is 2nd down and 14. Lampley's 270 pounds. Baylor Hayes is 180. Yeah. So who's going to win that battle?
Well, and you could tell that, too, because he's running, and suddenly he's off his feet and flying backwards by the one arm. That is That's physical.
2nd and 14 for Tulsa at their 39-yard line, trailing 3-0. Here's the snap, fake handoff, back to pass. Hayes throws high in the air, down the right boundary. A man is popped free, and Micah Tease drops it at the 25-yard line. He had his hands on it, and it might have been raked out of there by one of the ECU defensive backs, but boy, that was a perfectly thrown ball.
And he threw it exactly at the right time. Micah was just getting his lead on him, which that ball hit him in stride. That should have been caught.
Yeah, that was right in his hands, and that is the, 4th drop by the Golden Hurricane in this ball game? Goodness. It is 3rd down and 14. You cannot throw it any better than Baylor Hayes just threw it, and the Hurricane receivers are going to have to jack it up a little bit here. 3rd and 14. Back to pass. Hayes rolling to the right, rolling, being chased. He throws it, and he throws it out of bounds, and he got hit after the play, but there will be no flag, and it'll be 4th down and 14, and Tulsa will have to kick it away.
You see what East Carolina did? They ended up dropping everybody except their 3 guys at the line of scrimmage. They had 5 players at the first down marker and then 2 deep safeties.
Well, and they had only 3 at the line of scrimmage, and they still got pressure, as that was a little bit of a breakdown on the offensive line to allow 3 to beat 4, or 3 to beat 5, if you will. And kicking it away will be Davies. Davies with the punt, line drive end over end here to the near side. Fair catch called for and made at the 24-yard line by Kyler Pearson. 37-yard kick, no return. ECU will take over at about their 24-yard line. Big opportunity for the Hurricane, and boy, you just continue to kind of grind your teeth about Tulsa's receiving core, which was prior to the season touted as the strength of the team, and right now they cannot catch a cold. I mean, it's Micah Tease with, yes, he had a guy on him, and a guy was, pestering him, but you got to make that catch for the 40-yard gain.
Yeah. You're gonna get knocked down, and you get to either be the hero or be the GOAT.
1st and 10 for ECU. Here's the snap, fake handoff. Hauser back to pass, throwing left side, and it is caught by Anthony Smith. Far boundary outside. The numbers at about the 34, lunging close to the line to gain. It is a 1st down at the 34-yard line, and the coverage by J.D. Drew, and now it's 1st down and 10 from their 34-yard line. 2 receivers near side right, 2 receivers far side left on 1st and 10, moving quickly. Hauser awaits the snap, has the snap, and drops back to pass. Pump fake, now throws left side. Man is wide open. It's caught. Left side, 35 of Tulsa. This will be a score, as catching it is Anthony Smith. And Anthony Smith in for a score. He caught it at the 35. Tulsa bit on the pump fake, and it is 66 yards for a score for ECU, and it's 9-0.
It is as simple as what you said. Corner bit on the pump fake, so did the safety. Safety didn't take as many steps, but he paused, and that allows him to run right by him. And then, uncharacteristic of Hauser, that wasn't a perfect throw. He gave him a little bit of time to make it up, but the safety could not get back.
So it is 66 yards. It's the longest catch of the year for Anthony Smith, and it is his 2nd touchdown of the season. And you talk about explosive plays, 66 yards and a score, and the Golden Hurricane has dug themselves a 9-0 hole. Extra point upcoming here for Maisie. 5:08 to go, 1st quarter. All ECU, especially with their defense. Snap back, ball down, kick on the way, and it is true. And it's 10-0 East Carolina here in the 1st quarter of play with just over 5 minutes remaining in this 1st quarter. And Anthony Smith had so much room that he was able to run side to side. He was near the boundary on the far side, and he had so much room that he ran to the center of the field before scoring. I guess he wanted to run out the clock.
Well, who that reminds you of? The little Ashland Davis right there. He ran along there, and he was doing it on purpose. Now, there would be officiating crews who might flag you on that very well, and not that I necessarily agree on that, because I don't think it was terribly egregious, but I think you certainly go say something to him afterwards. Hey, do that again, and you may not get your 6.
Yeah, well, they'll kick it off from left to right. That happened to Justin Hobbs one day in Dallas, Texas, and took away a surefire touchdown of the Golden Hurricane. Everett Scott will kick it off from left to right, and the Hurricane with an auspicious start to this one. Here's the kick, and Washington takes it a yard deep in the end zone. He's going to bring it out. Right side 10, 15, 20, 25-yard line. He gets hit at the 28 and leans forward to the 29 as the tackle on special teams was made by Jonathan Jean, and it'll be Tulsa ball at the 29-yard line. Now, you've gotten almost nothing done so far in this game, Rick. 15 total yards on offense. What do you do?
Well, first of all, I don't know that you've really tried the run game that much, and this East Carolina team is really good. Give it a try.
Here's a quick throw to the right side, a lunging attempt, and not caught over there on the right side. As again, they try to go to Micah Tease, but that was a low throw. And right now, Tulsa just cannot execute, and they're starting at their 28-yard line, 2nd down and 10. And boy, how many times have we said 2nd and 10 or 2nd and 14 so far?
Well, most of the night, and it's still fairly young.
2 receivers to the right, 2 receivers near side left. Alone in the backfield is Baylor Hayes on 2nd and 10 from Tulsa's 28-yard line. He rolls to the left, rolling, waiting, and now runs it. He gets it to the 30 and dives forward to the 31, maybe the 32, as he is covered up on the play by one of the guys in the secondary, actually the nickelback, Kevon Merrill. And it'll be a gain of 3, maybe 4. They mark it at the 32. It's 3rd and 7 for Tulsa from their 32.
Hey, he's diving head first, though. You got to be careful doing that. You don't want to give yourself other chances.
Tulsa right now with getting the ball to Tease off the right side around the corner, 35, 40, 45, 50, and knocked out of bounds. And that will be a big gainer for the Hurricane as Tease gets the ball around the right side, 19 yards to the 49-yard line. And the Hurricane, a little trickery with the end around, and Tease ends up getting a big gain for Tulsa. Maybe that'll help unlock things for the Hurricane, down 10-0 in the game, as he was shoved out of bounds by Tegan Wilk, transfer from Houston. 1st and 10 Tulsa as they get into ECU territory for the first time. 4 minutes to go here in the first quarter, 10-0 in favor of ECU. Quick throw left side, caught by Booker. Booker able to slip and sidestep one tackler outside the numbers, and he lunges forward to the 44, and he got 5 on that one. Maybe a little rhythm being shown by Tulsa here. Well, 2nd and 5.
Yeah, I mean, and what you do with that reverse is you just slow that defensive reaction a little bit, and every little half step helps.
2nd and 5, and the fake handoff, and Baylor Hayes takes it himself, sidesteps 2 defenders, left boundary, 40, 35, 30, and then flags fly at the end. They called, I think, something on step-toe.
Yep. And Baylor had just made a fantastic play, and step-toe either hit somebody late or was holding somebody out of bounds. Although they're going to talk it over, 3 flags came out at the same time.
It's going to be a hold against step-toe, and it's pretty clear. We just saw it on the big board.
I can't see the
holding,
big board, but I believe you.
Offense number 7. 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Replay, 2nd down.
Well, the 10 yards will take it back to the 41, and Tulsa actually gains a little yardage on that. So it's not as bad as you would think, because it was a downfield block, and from spot of foul, instead of a really, really nice gain, it ends up being an okay gain, and now it is 2nd down and 2 for Tulsa. Johnson is to the right, 3 receivers near side left on 2nd and short, and the handoff goes off the left side, and plunging forward outside the left hash mark and diving for a 1st down is Richardson. He got 3 to the 38, and Tulsa moves the sticks, but Tulsa has a player down. It's Sean Hill, offensive left guard, appears to be injured, and he is writhing in pain, face down on the turf.
He's getting himself up, but boy, he's hurting.
Yeah. Tulsa should have a 1st down. They do have a 1st down at the 38. And he is now flipped over and is now on his back and being attended to.
And he's pointing down at his leg. Oh, no.
Oh, boy, you really hate that.
Right knee is what they're looking at.
Sean Hill out of Snellville, Georgia, transfer from North Carolina State, making his 7th start in a Tulsa uniform. Only had 16 snaps in his 4 years at North Carolina State. Really good kid, really smart. He's actually was the president at North Carolina State of PAC, which was a United nonprofit. It's called PAC United, a nonprofit organization. And now he's up, though, and that's the good sign. And now he's running off. Let's check in with Jeremy on the sidelines, Pop.
Yeah, he's running off at a pretty good pace as well. Before that big 19-yard play for Micah Tease, was listening in with Coach Switzer, the wide receiver coach, after a couple of those drops. And his message was simple. Look, someone has to make a play. Who's going to be that guy to make a play? And you see, once Micah Tease did make that play, even though it's not technically a catch on that down the field, it still kind of has opened up the offense a little bit since that big 19-yard gain.
Yeah, absolutely. 1st and 10 for Tulsa at the ECU 38-yard line. 10-0 ECU with the lead with 3 minutes remaining here in the first quarter. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Here's the snap on first down. Fake handoff and a throw over the middle. Caught by Foley at the 25-20, 15-10, near side 5, and into the end zone for a touchdown. That is a 38-yard touchdown pass on play action. Baylor Hayes over the middle to Brody Foley, who simply only makes touchdowns. I mean, he went 38 yards for the score, and that is his 4th touchdown of the year. And Tulsa's back in it at 10-6.
And that little play fake on the inside froze the linebacker, and then as Baylor takes a step forward, he freezes him for another half step. He backs up and makes the throw. That's just well designed.
So the Hurricane with the extra point, 2:44 to go first quarter, and that's the way you quiet a crowd. Snap back, ball down. Here's the kick on the way, and that one is good. And Tulsa has struck here. As, again, I think Pop is right. That one end around, that one reverse kind of unlocked things for the Golden Hurricane and that drive, and Tulsa ends up with a score to make it a 10-7 contest with 2:44 remaining here in the first quarter of play.
It does not stink, does it, Pop?
Come down real quick.
Let's check in with Pop. Go ahead.
Hey, Bruce, weren't you telling the story that Kirk Cignetti called Trey Lamb and was like, wait a minute, you're throwing Brody Foley the football?
Yes.
Were you the one telling that story?
Yeah. The Indiana coach, who, of course, just signed a multi-year massive deal for Indiana. Yeah, he called Trey up and said, hey, how's Foley doing? And when Trey talked to him about how many receptions and all that, Cignetti said, you're throwing to him? Because they had never thrown him the ball. He had been mostly a special teams player. So even the most intelligent coach in the world, because Cignetti is all of that in a bag of chips right now.
Well, today he is.
Yeah. Sometimes they miss hit on somebody.
Well, they're different talent up in Indiana, too. Who knows? Maybe there are other guys in front of him who look just like that.
True. So Tulsa will kick it off, and it is Morgan as Seth Morgan boots it away. High end over end kick. A fair catch called for 1 yard deep in the end zone and was taken by ECU. As Kyler Pearson ends up the fair catch. It's 1st and 10 at their 25 for ECU. So now, how does the Tulsa defense react? Can you play complementary football here? It's ECU 10, Tulsa 7. Can the Tulsa defense get the ball back for the offense? As that drive was 7 plays, 72 yards, 38-yard TD as Foley received the pass from Baylor Hayes. 1st down and 10 for Caton Hauser in the offense. Quick throw goes to the left side. It goes to the running back, and gathering it in at the 25 and getting to the 30 is Engelman, and Engelman charges forward across the 35 and has a 1st down. Now that Engelman is 5'9", 189 pounds, a redshirt freshman, and he's basically the 4th string running back, but he has come to play today and did the same in the last game against Tulane. And he gets a handoff up the middle, angling right, now bashing to the left, and ends up getting about 5 or 6 on the play before Zach Williams makes the tackle. It'll be a gain of 7 to the 42-yard line. That kid looks good.
Well, they're looking for a signature running back because right now their top 4, there's not a dime's difference between them.
Right. So it's 2nd down and 2 out of the shotgun. Hauser awaits the snap, motion from left to right, and the handoff again goes left side Engelman, and Engelman gets hit and stood up at the 44, about a yard shy of the 1st down. Coney was there, Yelly was there, Hardiman was there, and they spot it just shy of right on the 44-yard line. 3rd and 1 from their 44-yard line. ECU leads 10-7. Now here's a quick snap and a quick handoff, and diving forward has the 1st down. Engelman diving to the 49. He gets 5 out of that one. And this offensive line's doing a good job now for ECU, carving out some holes. 1st and 10, and quickly the line of scrimmage. Here we go. Out of the shotgun, Hauser. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Fake handoff, deep drop. Now he throws over the middle, and Spalding catches it at the 25 down to the 20. The deep over the middle play is Lento Smith was able to knock him down, but not before he got it to the 21-yard line. 31-yard gain, first down ECU, and here they go again to the line of scrimmage. Hauser has the snap and the handoff. Engelman up the middle. He gets wrapped up, but he does spin forward to the 16-yard line. He got another 5 on that one, and it'll be second down and medium for ECU. And there's an injury for the East Carolina offensive line.
Injury on the offense.
And looks like that might be McCrimmon.
It is, yeah. He's their big 307-pound offensive lineman.
Yeah, left tackle, yeah.
And, boy, there's a lot of space. I know Pop's seeing that down there, too. The way they play the splits on that offensive line, they take giant splits because they're not great. They're not bad, but they're not great. The bigger the splits, the more angles those guys can create, and the more they can kind of just get in the guy's way and let running backs pick their space. But specifically on that play, which turns out to be almost 6, I know Pop sees it too. There's a ton of room right there in the middle of the field.
There's a lot of room, and that's been at least part of the conversation here with that linebacking crew here on the sidelines when they come over. The problem is, up until that last drive, Rick, they haven't had a whole lot of time to try to diagnose some of that until that last drive from the TU offense.
But then the other thing is, then they run it like that. That's why the big middle of the field play works, because play action works, your safeties freeze.
Second down and 5 from the 16-yard line for ECU. Pirates lead it 10-7. Out of the shotgun actually is the backup quarterback, and he takes it himself up the middle, breaking a tackle at the 10 to the left side, down to the 6-yard line. It's Mike Wright Jr. Wright, the backup quarterback, took it kind of on a wildcat play, if you will, and he gets 8 to the 8-yard line, and it'll be first and goal at the 8-yard line. And now Hauser checks back in. Wright, by the way, was in as a receiver in one of the earlier drives and caught a pass, but now was the quarterback. But coming back in is Hauser, first and goal at the 8-yard line. Hauser out of the shotgun, and he hands it off to Gunn up the middle, and Gunn burrowing his way. He's still pushing near the end zone and just shy of the goal line. They're going to mark it at about the 1, but he got hit at the 5. And he pile drove to the 1. And that's the final play of the first quarter. Boy, they almost had a chance to score on that one, but just shy of the goal line. And when we start the second quarter, it'll be ECU second and goal from about the half-yard line as we have played 1. Your score is East Carolina 10, Tulsa 7. This is TU football from Learfield.
We'll be the first to admit, technology is pretty great. It makes our lives easier, sometimes with just a touch of a button or with an app. But at Gateway, we know they're just tools. And when it comes to your hard-earned money, tools don't replace face-to-face support and individualized financial solutions. So consider us your gateway to personal banking that's actually personal. Visit gatewayfirst.com. Gateway First Bank, member FDIC.
Football season is here, and when it comes to tailgating, let Racers make sure you have everything you need to kick off your team's game the right way. Make it easy with our ready-to-grill items, like our jalapeno poppers and kebabs. We have fan favorites, like our sandwich trays from the deli, or football-themed cakes and cupcakes in the bakery. Racers, the official grocery store of the Tulsa Golden Hurricane.
In 1978, George and Kate Tedford set out to protect Oklahoma businesses better. Today, their son and our CEO, Mark Tedford, is excited to carry on his family's legacy. Professional liability, compliance, property, workers' comp, health and life. Tedford Insurance's dedicated team gives you access to the nation's largest insurance providers, negotiates the best rates, and protects their own legacy like no one else. Call 918-299-2345 or tedfordinsurance.com.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol.
Well, at the end of one quarter of play, it's ECU 10, University of Tulsa 7, and the Pirates will have the ball at about the half-yard line when we get it back underway. ECU got it going on a 37-yard field goal by Nick Mazie, as they took advantage of a short field and went 33 yards for the three-pointer. And then a few moments later, about 5 minutes later, Anthony Smith received a 66-yard pass from Caton Hauser on a pump fake, and Tulsa bit. And that ended up being a two-play 76-yard drive to make it 10-0. But then back came TU as the Hurricanes scored on the 38-yard TD pass. Baylor Hayes to Brody Foley. to make it a 10-7 game. But unfortunately, at this point, and maybe they'll bow their back, Rick, as we start the second quarter, TU's defense unable to get off the field here and kind of continue that momentum their offense had just created.
You are going to have to do something pretty special because they're in the less than 1 yard line here, and they have been very good with that offensive line. Now it's going to obviously compress down here, and then you see what everybody does, where they're going to get in their nines, their heavy packages, or how they're going to do it. They tend to continue doing exactly what they do offensively, which I'm a big fan of, rather than compressing the field. But nothing would surprise me here from these guys. They understand it's an important game for them. They understand the nation's watching too, and hey, they get paid, they get scholarships. They're trying to do the same thing Tulsa is, and that's look as good as you can.
Total offense first quarter, ECU 203, Tulsa 97. Passing yards 145 for the Pirates, just 55 for Tulsa. Rushing yards 58 to 42. And those numbers aren't surprising because of the domination by East Carolina in the first 12 minutes of this first quarter. Now we go to the second.
Yep.
So the Hurricane will play defense on second and goal. And that quick strike offense for ECU can give any team trouble. And so often it's not getting to the line of scrimmage, snapping it quickly, and throwing the ball. A lot of times it's a run play. And it's very effective for the Pirates. And they have it just inside the 1 yard line. And Tulsa with the heavy package in. East Carolina will get ready to go here for quarter number 2. Hurricane at ECU, the 19th all-time meeting. The series tied 9-9. Tulsa 5-4 here, believe it or not, and ECU is 5-4 in Tulsa in the all-time series.
It has been bizarre, hasn't it?
Yep. 2 receivers to the left. Out of the shotgun, Hauser on second and goal from the half-yard line. Gunn is the running back, and Gunn gets the handoff up the middle and plows in for a touchdown. East Carolina 16, Tulsa 7.
Really good couple of point of attack blocks in there. Going to give a lot of credit to Tramsky, one of the big offensive linemen at 295. He just shoved a guy to his right, got him to the outside of his pads, turned his back, and allowed that running back to have a space to run into.
Extra point upcoming for Maisie. 9 plays, 75 yards, took just less than 3 minutes. They don't take a whole lot of time to score. And here comes the extra point from Maisie. Snap back, ball down, a little bit of a high snap, but they do get the spot down, and the kick is good. And it is 17-7. So right after Tulsa might have stolen a little bit of the momentum, it's Gunn up the middle for a score, and we've already seen London Montgomery, the starter at running back, Marlon Gunn, and also, of course, T.J. Engelman, the redshirt freshman who's really done a nice job. They have another guy, Parker Jenkins, a four-headed running back monster, if you will. But really, it's ECU's passing game, which is huge. Right now, they're third in the league in passing yardage per game at 292. Rushing yard is 11th in the league. So they do it through the air mostly.
Well, and they don't score it that much. They're only scoring 28.5 a game. But defensively, they're only giving up 15.5 a game. So you don't need to score more than 28 if you're only giving up 15.
Exactly. Everett Scott will kick it off from right to left. Tulsa now down 17-7.
That was public school math, by the way.
That was pretty good, too. Entering and kicking it off, angling in. Right-footed kick by Scott is deep, and it is taken by Washington at the goal line. Near side, 15-20, and bashed out of bounds at about the 22. And Tulsa will take over at their 22-yard line. And even though Tulsa gave up a score, let's see what the Golden Hurricane offense can do after they had their best drive moments ago and took it in for a score. Ball at the 22-yard line.
3 straight drives with touchdowns between these two teams. And you talk about the games in this series being even. The overall score in this series is 353 to 347. Average score is 39-38, East Carolina.
How about that?
In 18 games.
Yeah. First and 10, Tulsa at their 22-yard line. Hayes has the snap and hands it off up the middle. And a nice job there by Richardson. Richardson able to plow forward to the 30, to the 31-yard line. And he got hit straight up at the 25. And he shucked that tackler. Even though that tackler grabbed onto him, he dragged him for 3 or 4.
That is a man's run. a man's run right there now.
They're going to mark it at the 30. It's 8 yards, and now quickly to the line of scrimmage. Hayes has the snap and hands it off again, and he gets hit again. But again, he's able to buck forward, maybe for the first down. We'll see where they spot it. They give him 2 to the 32, and it's a first down. And you can hear the pads popping. We have the effects feed coming from the ESPN broadcast, and man, you could hear the pop, couldn't you?
Well, you could hear it up here without that, I think.
Yeah.
Both those hits were big-time level.
First down and 10 at the 32, and a fly sweep handoff goes right side, and it's step-toe, cuts back 40, 50. He gets it into ECU territory at the 45 to the 40, cuts back to the left, gets it to about the 36 before he's taken down on the play, and the Hurricane with a big run of 32 yards by Zion Steptoe. And now somebody blows a whistle as Tulsa got it quickly to the line of scrimmage, and an official blows the whistle so they can mark it back to the 36. Are you kidding? So they miss-spotted the ball, and they take it back a yard. That allows ECU to bring in substitutions. Tulsa wanted to go right to the line of scrimmage and snap it.
But Tulsa brought in substitutions too, so who knows? Maybe in the end it works out just fine.
Well, it's first down and 10 Tulsa at the 36. Out of the shotgun, Hayes, 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Hayes is alone in the backfield, has the snap, back to pass, has time, throws to the left side. A man is wide open, and a lunging catch by Foley at the 12, and he tumbles down to the 10-yard line. And if that one is perfectly on his chest, that is a touchdown left side by Foley. The gain goes down to the 10-yard line, and now here's a quick flip throw to the left side. The ball came out of the hands of Hayes, and they're going to, I think, call it a fumble at the 11-yard line.
I think it was a fumble. I think he dropped it as he was trying to get his arm up.
Well, arm did come forward, but the ball might have been out of there, and the Hurricane was fortunate as Booker, for the second time, has been able to scramble and get a fumble recovery. It'll be second down and 10 from the 11-yard line, no gain. 3 receivers to the left, including an offensive lineman. Here's the snap. It is a draw play up the middle. Hayes, he burrows to the 5, left hash mark to the 4, and a very inventive lineup there. They actually had an offensive lineman way out to the left. Ian Mays was part of the 3-man formation off to the left.
There was also an offensive lineman to the right in the same spot.
Third down and 3 for Tulsa from the 4-yard line. They were hoping it would open up even more for Baylor Hayes on the quarterback draw, but he ended up getting about 7 to the 4-yard line. 3rd and 3 for the Golden Hurricane. They are still huddling, and they have 10 seconds to get the play off. Here they go. A little bit of a power package with 2 tight ends on the right side. Out of the shotgun, Hayes, and a timeout called by Trey Lamb. Lamb didn't like what he saw. They were huddling for a very long time.
Tulsa.
And the Hurricane at the 4-yard line will talk it over now, trailing 17-7 with 11:55 to go here in the second quarter. And the Hurricane is in the Western Sun Red Zone, another donation to the Children's Hospital at St. Francis. We'll take a break with 11:55 to go second quarter. ECU 17, Tulsa 7. This is TU football from Learfield.
It's always tough finding a place to eat where everyone's happy. Not a problem with Mazzio's. Whether you dine in, carry out, or use our hot, fresh delivery, no one offers choice better than Mazzio's. Like the best create your own and specialty pizzas, pastas, sandwiches, calzone rings, our fresh salad bar, wings, cheese dippers, cinnamon sticks, dessert pizzas, and more. Nobody delivers choice better than Mazzio's.
Hey, Golden Hurricane fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Tulsa football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Let's go Golden Hurricane. SeatGeek.
Progressive knows there are 2 things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
(17-7), ECU with the lead, 11:55 to go. The Hurricane just called a timeout. Let's check in with Jeremy Poplin, who had a really nice bird's eye view of what was going on between the Tulsa head coach and the Tulsa quarterback.
Yeah, breaking news here to the sports desk, Bruce. One, Trey Lamb's pretty quick. Cat-like reflexes to get down here and call that timeout. So during that timeout, he went over directly to Baylor Hayes, put both hands on his shoulder pads, and had a very fatherly son type conversation with Baylor Hayes about paying attention to what was going on. I don't think that Trey was happy with the way that Baylor had diagnosed what was coming up there on this third down play. Then, as he walked away from him, he went back for more, actually had one of the equipment managers bring an extra football out and went through, a tutorial on how to hang on to the football, I guess, because that one ball slipped out of his hands. But that was I don't know if I've ever seen that before. A very quick yet aggressive tutorial on how to handle the football to the quarterback.
Well, and Nick Barrow, the fine equipment manager for the Hurricane, was right there with that football so that he could give that tutorial. So 3rd down and 3 for Tulsa at the 4-yard line. Hurricane down by 10, but in the red zone, in the Western Sun red zone, and a chance to crease the end zone again. We'll see what they do here on 3rd and 3 from the 4. Ball at the left side hash mark. And the Golden Hurricane still waiting for the guy with the red hat to get off the field. Now we're set to go. Tees to the left, 2 receivers to the right on 3rd and 3. Hayes has the snap and a little shuttle pass forward. It's grabbed by Booker around the left side. Touchdown TU. Zion Booker gets the shovel pass forward, and it ends up being a 4-yard touchdown toss, if you will, by Baylor Hayes, and the Hurricane back on the board. It's 17-13, extra point coming.
Well, and what they did was so smart right there. They brought the extra offensive lineman into the right side. They shifted the formation that way, ran the quick toss the other way. East Carolina was unprepared.
Extra point upcoming for Seth Morgan to try to make it a 3-point game. And all of a sudden, after they looked dead in the water the first 3 or 4 possessions, the Hurricane offense has come alive with 2 straight scores. Snap back, ball down, kick on the way, and it is straight through there. And the Golden Hurricane has made it 17-14 here with 11:51 to go in the second quarter. So what kind of intestinal fortitude does this Tulsa team had? Well, they were down 10-0 and again looked like they were dead in the water. And man, they have come out and gotten a couple of touchdowns, energizing this team. And right now the Hurricane down by 3. Let's check in with Jeremy Poplin on the sideline. Pop.
The run game with Dom has worked a bit, and we saw it early on in that drive. But really what has sparked this offense is taking full advantage of the width of this field with the speed of the wide receivers in basically a version of the running game. So get the ball in your best players' hands any way that you can. Tulsa has done that, and you have to think that was a point of emphasis during this bye week period. Try to take advantage of the width of the field in your speedsters' hands.
Well, and tease with the earlier reverse, but then step-toe on the 32-yard run. 2 explosive plays on this last drive. Step-toe on the 32-yard run, and then the 25-yard pass to Foley. And the Hurricane has made it 17-14, and Morgan will kick it away. Here's the kick. High and end over end, fairly short. And it is taken at the 4-yard line and up the right-hand side and getting hit immediately. He got it to about the 16-yard line, and it ends up being about an 11-yard return for Kyler Pearson. And Dax Collins made the tackle, and they'll mark it at the 16-yard line. Just an 11-yard return, and ECU takes over 84 yards away, and that's what you're hoping. The defense can defend 84 yards and make ECU take it the long way.
Yep, just make them snap the football.
They have that one huge explosive play, the 66-yard touchdown toss. 1st and 10 at the 16. Here's the snap. Quick flip throw, goes to the left side, too far. Incomplete to Spalding. Out in the flat on the left side. It'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 16-yard line. ECU leads 17-14.
Since there was 129-15 total offense, Tulsa now leads total offense in that from that point on, 163-85.
Out of the shotgun, Hauser, the quarterback, has the snap, and it's a fly sweep off the left side. It's Spalding around the corner, and he gets shoved out of bounds at about the 23. There was quite a bit of holding going on the edge there, but they did not call it, and it ends up being an 8-yard gain to the 23-yard line. And
Robinson was being held out
TU
front.
Devin had a chance to make that tackle at the line of scrimmage. It just got yanked backwards by the guy on the corner. I don't know how they don't see that. 3rd down and 2 now from their 23-yard line, and the handoff goes up the middle, and barging forward and getting the first down is Engelman. And it'll be 1st down and 10 at the 28-yard line, and I guarantee you that will be one of the plays. That was actually London Montgomery with that carry, but that'll be one of the plays that Tulsa will send in, the obvious holding call right out in the open that's not called. It is 1st down and 10 from the 27-yard line. Fake handoff, rolling right, Hauser. Hauser with pressure coming from the backside. He flips it out, and it's incomplete, too far for Riles, the tight end. They weren't going to get much on that one at all. At about the 28-yard line, so it's 2nd and 10.
Coney either, did he?
Nope. Coney was chasing him.
Yeah, and he's not going to let that happen. He's smart enough to see that on film.
27-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for ECU. And again, they run with pace. They're at the line of scrimmage. 3 receivers far side right, 1 receiver near side left. 17-14, ECU with the lead. Quick flip throw goes to the right side. It's caught by Montgomery in some space, but he is closed down and tackled at the right numbers at about the 33-yard line as Coney makes another tackle for Tulsa. It's a gain of about 6. It'll bring up a very important 3rd down and 4 for the TU defense as they are 3 of 5 on 3rd down conversions.
Yeah, and with, as where we sit, there have been long drives here by these East Carolina team. Boy, get them off right here.
3rd down and 4 from their 33-yard line out of the shotgun. Hauser, 3 receivers near side left, and that is the wide side of the field. 1 receiver far side right. Hauser out of the shotgun, has the snap, drops back to pass, looks right, throws right, and it is caught by Anthony Smith and leans forward to the 37 for the 1st down. And that was pretty good coverage by Green, but he still got the pass and the completion.
You can't stop that if you get inside leverage. You get your shoulders and get the guy behind you, get the inside leverage, and quarterback makes a decent throw. There's really not much a defender can do.
1st down and 10 for ECU at their 37-yard line. Hauser out of the shotgun, 2 receivers right, 1 receiver near side left, motioned by one of those guys on the right. Back to pass, Hauser. Hauser throws high in the air down the middle of the field. A man is wide open, and Anthony Smith catches at the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. 63-yard touchdown toss. Caton Hauser to Anthony Smith. And we mentioned it. Anthony Smith's previous long was 49 yards. He has scored on a 66-yarder and a 63-yarder now. Goodness gracious.
And that was another one of those simple little play fake. You freeze the safety just long enough, and then you make a nice throw. And I thought that when you let it go, Bruce, he might have put too much air under it and maybe had a chance to catch up to it.
Well, it stayed in the air long enough for Smith to catch up to it, and Anthony Smith was averaging 13.5 per catch, has just raised that one remarkably here in this early first half. Extra point on the way by Mazie, and it is good. And so right now, a game that looked like it might be kind of low scoring at 3-0 for the longest time early on now has turned into a little bit of a shootout. It's ECU 24, University of Tulsa 14 with 9:33 to go here in the second quarter. We'll take a break. This is TU football from Learfield.
This is TU football on Big Country 99.5.
You can't win the game without power up front, and the TYM 2515H from the Tractor Yard in Coweta has the most powerful front-end lifting in its class. Rocks, logs, pallets, whatever you throw at it, this compact tractor moves the pile. And with a 6-year powertrain warranty, 2-year bumper-to-bumper, plus the Tractor Yard service department backing you up, you've got a playbook built to last. I'm Tanner. Make the smart play and see the TYM 2515H at the Tractor Yard in Coweta. Online at thetractoryard.com.
Get out in the yard, the Tractor Yard.
There's a new playbook at TU, and we're proud to be part of it. As the Golden Hurricane kick off the Trey Lamb era, Interstate is behind them all the way. We know what it takes to build something great on the field and on the job. If you're a licensed journeyman electrician, we're hiring in Tulsa. Expect steady industrial work, great benefits, and a $2,000 hiring bonus. Proud to support TU football and proud to hire Tulsa's best. Apply today at interstates.com/careers or call 918-228-4900.
Whether you're tailgating or having friends over to watch your favorite team, all the excitement can be exhausting. Let the experts at Mattress Firm help you relax after a day of cheering on your team. They can help you find the right mattress to help you get a better night's sleep. Be the MVP of your household with a new mattress from Mattress Firm. Visit one of their 10 Green Country locations or go to mattressfirm.com.
That is a 7-play, 84-yard drive for ECU. Anthony Smith receives a 63-yard TD pass from Caton Hauser, and it is 24-14, and Tulsa will get the ball and hopefully will be able to match that as they've scored on their last two possessions, led by Baylor Hayes. And Baylor Hayes with his first multi-touchdown pass game of his career for the University of Tulsa. And Baylor Hayes earlier talked with us about his running ability and, of course, his first touchdown in college in that game against New Mexico State.
I've always had the ability to use my legs, but I never really had to use them. It just felt like an instinctual type thing where I pulled the ball, went to go throw an RPO, had a guy in my face, tucked it, and ran. That ended up being my first collegiate touchdown. It felt incredible.
Yeah, exciting time for him, but you know what? He's not used his feet in this game, Rick. He's used his arm and has done a nice job.
Yeah, he's running a little bit. I mean, he's got a couple of rushing yards today. He's got, he's got 5 attempts for 20 yards. So he's done some things. He made it first down, and he made an incredible play down here, making about 3 guys miss, and unfortunately there was a hold on that play.
TU football brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. And when you talk about Baylor Hayes, 6 of 13 for 84, and then I think he was, maybe 1 for 5 early, so he's done quite well recently.
He has, and he's had some people to throw to, but I really enjoy his kind of communication with Foley. And of course, Brody right now has had good communication with everybody, hasn't he?
Yep. Well, and remember, he's 6 for 13, but 4 drops probably.
Easily, yeah.
Here's the kickoff by ECU's Scott, and it is taken at the 2-yard line, Washington. Washington to the left side has a little bit of a hole and blockers in front. Left side 30, 35, cuts to the middle to the 40 and gets taken down at the 42, and he was so close to maybe breaking it the entire way for the Golden Hurricane, as Jonathan Jean made what might have been a saving tackle on that one. And there is a player down for Tulsa at the 20-yard line.
I think it's Dunbar, I think.
So it's 38 yards on the return. And the injured player is indeed Aquavius Dunbar, who has played mostly on special teams for the Golden Hurricane. Tulsa will have it in good field position at their 42-yard line. Hey, fans, with more than $1.4 billion worth of unclaimed property waiting to be reunited with its owner, now's the time to check your name. To quickly check for free, visit yourmoney.ok.gov and search your name to start your claim today. That's yourmoney.ok.gov. And he is now sitting up, Dunbar, and hopefully he'll be able to get up, and indeed is on his feet now and walking off, trotting off under his own power. And there's head coach Trey Lamb giving a handshake to him, and Tulsa will take over at their 42-yard line. So here we go, 24-14 in favor of ECU after that drive by the Pirates resulted in a score.
5 straight touchdowns on 5 straight drives between these two.
7 plays, 84 yards on that one for the Pirates. Here's the snap, and the handoff goes right side. Richardson leaps over a man and dives right hash mark to the 45 to the 46 before he is decked on the play by Samuel Danka. Still a gain of 4, and Tulsa quickly to the line of scrimmage. 2 receivers far side left, 1 receiver near side right on 2nd and 6. Motion by Micah Tees, fake on the handoff, and now Baylor Hayes eludes one man and dives forward at the right numbers near the 50. They'll probably mark it near the 49, but he does get 3 or 4 on the play, and it brings up 3rd down and 3 for Tulsa from their 49-yard line, with the Hurricane trailing 24-14.
Well, they run the middle of the field well enough that even if you don't hand it to Dom, they have to respect that.
So now we have 3rd down and 3 for the Hurricane. 3rd down conversions, Tulsa's 2 for 6. And this is a big one because you don't want to give the ball back to ECU with 8.5 minutes remaining here in the quarter, and you're down by 10. Washington. Out of the shotgun comes Hayes. Hayes with Richardson behind him, fake on the handoff, and now here comes a ton of black jerseys, and they tackle him in the backfield for a huge loss of about 6 or 7. Boy, that was a jailbreak, it seemed, and it was Raheem Craig and Josiah Robinson, who meet at the quarterback for a sack. And Tulsa will have to kick it away. It's the first sack, I think, of the game by either team.
And they had Kelvin Washington out there in that little slot left. They were trying to isolate him on the linebacker and get him in the wheel route.
So kicking it away for Tulsa will be Angus Davies at the Tulsa 29. Rolls to the right, and here's his kick. Sideways spinning end over end, and back calling for a fair catch. And making that fair catch at the 11-yard line is Kyler Pearson. 46-yard kick, no return, and ECU will take over at their 11-yard line. So Tulsa's done a better job of flipping the field and getting that good field position, but they trail at 24-14. And, boy, that was I don't want to say wasted opportunity, but a wasted chance, if you will, for the Hurricane with the ball at the 42 to start that drive, and they just couldn't carve out a first down.
No, and I would love to have seen that Baylor had just a little more time, because I think Washington was about to turn that thing upfield for what could have been a big one.
1st and 10 for Caton Hauser and the offense of ECU from the 11, and the handoff off the left side and charging forward and getting yardage to the 15, maybe the 16-yard line is Montgomery. Boy, those running backs, they do run hard, and they end up getting 5 when they got hit about 2 yards downfield. 2nd down and 5. Hauser out of the shotgun. Here's the snap, and the handoff again goes to Montgomery, bashing forward, left hash mark to the 20, to the 22, and looks like he has a first down for ECU. And again, they're right on top of the ball, ready to snap it. 3 receivers to the left, including a slot. Now they fake the quick sweep, and the pass goes to the left side, and catching it is Connor, the tight end, and he gets hammered down near boundary at the 31, but they still got 9, and it'll be 2nd and 1 from their 31-yard line. Boy, they are efficient.
They are, and that's a really nice play call right there, and that's exceptionally well executed.
Well, they made some substitutions, so they stand in front of the quarterback for the moment. And here's the snap on 1st down and 10, and up the middle and diving forward to the 35-yard line. Getting some yardage is Montgomery, but ends up getting it to the 35. I guess they said that was short of the first down on that last one, so that ends up being a first down for ECU. They got 9 on 1st down and got about 4 or 5 on a first down to the 35 on 2nd.
They are relentless. When you play a game like Army or Navy, they grind on you and you have to focus the whole game. These guys do it in such a different pattern. You might even get more tired chasing these guys around.
6:20 remaining here in the first half. It is 24-14 in favor of ECU. Toss sweep to the left side, and getting shouldered down at the 42-yard line near the boundary is Montgomery, as he got hit on the play by Zach Williams, but he still got 7 on it and leaned forward for 2 or 3 after contact. 2nd and 3, and quickly to the line of scrimmage. Here's the snap. Quick throw right side over the head of Spalding, the intended receiver, out in the flat on the right side at about the 45. Would have been a first down, but way over the head of the intended receiver. Now 3rd down and 3, and Tulsa hasn't faced many 3rd and huge, 3rd and 8 or 10 or whatever. It's been mostly these 3rd and 3s. And
yeah, for the most part. They're 4 for 6, though, on 3rd down. These guys have done a pretty good job lately.
3rd down and 3 from the 42-yard line. Yeah, it's been 3rd and manageable for the most part for ECU, who, by the way, is number 1 in the league in 3rd down conversions at 54%. That's 12th in the nation. 3rd and 3. Hauser out of the shotgun, has the snap, toss sweep to the left side, and cutting back and getting the first down, or nearly at the first down stake, is Montgomery. They're going to spot him at the 45, and it's going to be a first down. That was a fairly favorable spot to the 45, and they move the sticks, and they get right on top of it again, ready to go. First down for ECU. Here's the snap, fake handoff, deep drop. Hauser throws left side, ball batted in the air and incomplete. Was intended on the near side for Tyler Johnson, and that's a good play by Elijah Green, as Green batted that one up in the air. It's 2nd down and 10 from their 45 for ECU.
Now, that wasn't even a good play. That was a great play. I mean, to be that tight on that guy and get your arm in front of him without touching him with the backside, man, that's hard to teach, let alone do.
Well, and Johnson is a backup for a reason. If that's Anthony Smith, I don't know if you might give him a little more room out there. At any rate, it's 2nd down and 10 from their 45. Hauser out of the shotgun, has the snap, fake handoff, runs it up the middle. He gets it to the 45, into the 50, and into Tulsa territory at the 48-yard line. And it'll be a quarterback draw, 8-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and 2.
I'm not sure that wasn't a bust. I think he might have turned the wrong way to hand the ball off, but either way, it's effective.
3rd down and 2, and again, a 3rd down and very manageable. They're 5 of 7 on 3rd down conversions. Tulsa with a 3-man front. Out of the shotgun, Hauser has the snap and hands it off to Spalding off the right side. Has a big hole, cuts it back 45-40. Flag is down 35-30, 25-20, 15 down to the 17-yard line. And inside the 15, actually, to the 12. And a flag has flown, and somebody on the edge might have gotten called for a holding call.
Offense number 6. 10 yards from the spot of the foul. It's 3rd down.
And it's the only reason the play went. He's clearly holding right there on the corner, right in front of everybody. If he doesn't hold him right there, even if he breaks the tackle, other guys are going to get there. It was really clear.
Well, it was Solento Smith that was there for Tulsa. And I'm wondering, Jeremy, and I don't know if you could hear this, but I think Tulsa thought there was a hold on a couple of the earlier plays in this series, and they might have been lobbying those guys, and maybe that helped out. I don't know.
There's a couple of them in the previous series as well that they felt like they were holding on the outside.
And they didn't call it, and now maybe with a little bit of chewing on the ear of one of the officials, they actually called it. So that penalty takes it back to the 47. It'll be 3rd down and 8, and a fumble on the snap. And falling on it is Hauser at the 40, and a huge break for the Tulsa defense. They might have made the defensive play anyway, but on 3rd and 8, they lose 6 on a fumbled snap, and now they'll have to kick it away. Boy, moments ago it looked like it was going to be at the 12-yard line after that long run, but the holding brings it back, and then 4th and 8, or 3rd and 8, and they fumble the ball, and now Tulsa will get it back on the, maybe the second punt for Levy. Back deep is Booker at the 21. Chest high snap, he fields it. Here's a high spiraling kick, good kick. Driven all the way back to the 10-yard line, making a fair catch as Booker. 49 yards and no return. And Tulsa will take over just outside their 10-yard line. And it is 24-14 in favor of ECU. But Tulsa got the stop they needed, Rick, and it was important for them to do exactly that and somehow get off the field. They did, and now Tulsa will have the ball at about their 11-yard line when we get it back underway with a 24-14 score in favor of ECU. Well, and for the Hurricane, we are now in that middle 8, Rick. 4 minutes exactly remaining second quarter. So here comes the middle 8 where Tulsa struggled so far this year. What will they do in these final 4 minutes? And remember, it'll be ECU getting the ball to start the second half.
Well, and I think they've had those conversations, but you don't want to overdo it with your team because you don't want to get inside their helmet. I want to go back to that play on 3rd down, though. That wasn't just a dropped snap. That was a missed snap. The center started to snap the ball and held up for a second and then snapped it, went ahead and snapped it, and the ball went way up in the air and came down short, which is why he had to jump on it where he did. So I don't know if that was a miscommunication on East Carolina's part, if Tulsa barked something in there, or if that was just a misplay. But it's really fortunate because now you have the opportunity in this middle 8. Now, this is also where, let's keep in mind, Coach Lamb said, I'm going to be more conservative in that time.
Right.
Because this is the place where turnovers and touchdowns have happened against Tulsa. Now, he's a guy who's used to being, a go-getter. How much do we think that'll change?
Go-getter, you could say riverboat gambler, too,
Absolutely,
right? I mean, he definitely is going to be, his nature is to be aggressive, so will he go against his own aggressiveness? We'll see. Hey, Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that'll spoil them at prices that'll spoil you, from jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. And a reminder, Western Sun Federal Credit Union, proud to partner with the Hurricane and the Children's Hospital at St. Francis in Tulsa. Every time TU reaches the red zone, Western Sun Federal Credit Union makes a donation to the Children's Hospital at St. Francis. Western Sun Federal Credit Union, proud sponsor of TU Athletics. Let's check in with Jeremy Poplin on the sidelines. Pop.
Trey Lamb is a coach that is not necessarily always in the middle of the huddle. Like right now in timeouts, he kind of goes off to the side, especially when it's time for the offense to go out there and he's going through his play calling. Well, he's kind of back behind the huddle, and I don't know if his mic was flipped into the helmet comms of Baylor Hayes or not, but I did hear Coach Lamb say very emphatically, listen, we got to make plays. You got to make plays. And also, one final thought, we're good enough to beat these guys. We're good enough to beat these guys. So little confidence there from the head coach piped into the quarterback's helmet.
Well, and it's been because they have been successful recently with the 2 drives for scores, which obviously has them squarely in the midst of this one, although they trail right now 24-14. They've gotten it going here in the last 15 minutes or so, and we'll see how they do it here, 89 yards away from the end zone, as Tulsa sets them up first down and 10. Baylor Hayes in the ball game is 6 of 13 for 84 yards, and he operates out of the shotgun. Motion from right to left by the tight end, and a quick throw goes to the left side. It's caught at the 10-yard line, and Tees banging forward far boundary, and he leans forward. They did not give him any forward progress at all, and they spotted at the 20-yard line. I think Tulsa wanted that one to be spotted for a first down. They didn't do it, and now wait. We have a pause.
I think they're going to see if his knee touched.
Let's check in with Jeremy. What are you seeing down there? You're right down there.
The previous play is under further review to see if the runner's knee was down before advancing the ball.
So, Bruce, I'm telling you, I was right here, just a few steps behind him, and my first thought was, I think his knee's down. That was my first thought. Now, if it's not, we're talking about centimeters off of the turf without his knee being down. That's how close it was. Now, the linesman's right here on top of it, so he had a good eye and on his positioning of it, but this one's really going to be close.
Well, the good news is they've already called it one way.
And we're not talking about what happened at the end of the play. We're talking about at the catch at the 11-yard line, which, if his knee is down, means no gain rather than 9 yards. So, I mean, it's a big difference, and now they're going to look at it. We're seeing it on the big board on a couple of different angles. Looks like that knee might have been down, huh?
Yeah, you even saw him bounce off.
After further review, the runner's knee was down at the 10-yard line. He's second down at that spot.
So instead of a 9-yard gain, it's a 1-yard loss to the 10. Goodness. And that replay review brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream.
You know, and the ball was a little low, and you do have a tendency in that case to want to get down on it like that rather than just use your hands, and, that cost.
So Micah Tees gets a reception, but -1 on the play, unless they call it a lateral. At any rate, it's second down 11 from the 10-yard line. Tulsa's down 24-14. Fake handoff, deep drop, steps up, throws over the middle, caught by Steptoe, 25, leans forward to the 30, to the 31, and the Hurricane getting a 21-yard gain to the 31-yard line. Well, they're going to mark it at the 29, so it'll be 19 yards on the play, and TU gets a first down, though. That was a nice strike.
Well, and it was also a really good job by Baylor sidestepping the rush in his face and then going ahead and kind of sidearming that thing.
First down and 10 from their 29-yard line. Tulsa's down 24-14. 3 minutes remaining here in the first half. Out of the shotgun, Hayes has the snap, drops back to pass, looks right, pump fakes, now rolls to the right, rolls. He runs at 25 to the 30 and dives forward to about the 33, 34-yard line. So he got about 4 or 5 on the play, and Tulsa does get to the line of scrimmage quickly now with 2 receivers and now 3 receivers far side left, 2 receivers to the right side. Hayes alone in the backfield has the snap on 2nd and 6. Back to pass, looking to run, and now dancing around, dropping deeper, and he has all sorts of time, can't find anybody. He throws it to the right side finally, and it's caught by Booker at the 41, and that's a first down for TU. Wow. He didn't realize how much time he had.
Well, and people weren't really adjusting routes. We saw a lot of guys standing, and then Booker went to one place and just sat down the route where he had a little bit of room. Otherwise, you got to adjust the route. Quarterback's back there running for his life.
First and 10 for TU at their 41-yard line. 2:08 and ticking remaining here in the first half. And the Hurricane down 24-14. And they're going to let this one roll down to the 2-minute timeout, which I think
is the 2-minute timeout.
Which is smart, and we'll talk about exactly why in a moment. We have our last break here in the first half. Your score is ECU 24, University of Tulsa 14, with 2 minutes remaining here in the second quarter. This is TU football from Learfield.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
At At Brahms, we offer more than just burgers, shakes, and fries. We have an entire fresh market for your everyday grocery needs, from farm fresh milk to meats, freshly baked breads, and produce. We also carry a wide variety of our premium ice cream, frozen yogurt, and sherbet. And with Brahms delivery trucks running 7 days a week, our items are always fresh. Stop by your neighborhood Brahms Fresh Market for an incredibly fast, incredibly convenient grocery shopping experience so you can spend more time on things that matter most.
Spoiler alert. A 2-word warning that we're about to ruin the end. But sometimes spoilers can be worthwhile. And so we designed the Lexus NX to reveal many things. Like taking the mystery out of how close you are between parking space lines, or the time you'll arrive at your dinner reservation. Technology designed to remove surprise endings. It's just a better story that way. See Lexus of Tulsa, 4210 South Memorial.
It is ECU 24, University of Tulsa 14, with 2 minutes remaining here in the second quarter. And Rick, I want to go through why this was very smart for the Hurricane to go ahead and let that roll down to the 2-minute warning. It's exactly what Coach Slam was talking about, which is, play that final 4 minutes the way you want to play it and not let East Carolina get the ball. Now, it's 1st and 10 at their 41-yard line, so they've played it perfectly so far to go from the 11 or 10, wherever it was, all the way to the 41.
And you realize you got a couple of timeouts left, and as you mentioned, and we always point out, who gets the ball to start the second half matters, and especially when Tulsa could have deferred, instead gave away the half possession and 3 and outed right there. It's even more important now. You can gain that half possession back right here by not giving it back to them, but that does mean some ball control. So now, this is where coaching comes in.
Yep.
And you make those decisions on how you're going to play this last couple of minutes to keep the ball, to score. You're trying to do both, and that is a fine line to tiptoe.
Yeah, no doubt. Whether you're buying or selling football tickets, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek, so Golden Hurricane fans can fan. Because I don't think there's any question you do not want to give the ball back to ECU with even 40 seconds to go in the half. I mean, it's a situation where, no question, you want to try to score at the gun almost if you can.
There's no doubt about that. And then just wave them into the locker room.
Yep. So it'll be 1st down and 10 for the Hurricane from their 41-yard line. And again, what I liked was Tulsa overcame the 1-yard loss on the play where they thought they got 9 and they ended up losing 1 because of the knee down. Hey, they were able to overcome a little adversity, and that's good to see.
It is absolutely fantastic.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Hurricane. We're still waiting for ESPN to get back from their commercial break as we play the final couple of minutes of this first half. And Tulsa now breaks huddle and ready to go. 1 receiver near side right, wide side of the field, 1 receiver far side left, a couple of tight ends or slots on the left side. And the handoff, left side Washington. Washington gets necktied at the 42-yard line. He got a yard on the play. And boy, he got hit by Ryan Roseborough. Ryan Roseborough just got him by the neck and took him down, basically 2nd and 9.
Yeah, that was pretty much like, I'm bigger than you. This is where you're going to stop.
Because there was a little bit of a hole there, but he just couldn't quite sneak through there. 2nd down and 9 for Tulsa. Clock moving, 1:35 to go in the first half. TU is down 24-14. Out of the shotgun, Hayes, motion from right to left by Foley. Here's the snap. Back to pass, Hayes. He runs it up the middle, gets sacked for a loss of a yard as he got forward. And again, it's Roseborough on the play. Also in there was Raheem Craig. And a timeout called by ECU.
ECU. They're first. It's 30 seconds.
So it'll be
24.
All right, they reset the clock for 1:24 as referee Steven Anderson wanting to get some airtime. 1:24 remaining second quarter, and so this becomes kind of a huge play. 24-14, TU is down. If you give the ball up now with 80 seconds to go or whatever in the half, that's going to be trouble.
No doubt, and I'm afraid Baylor kind of ran himself into that sack. He didn't have to step up as quickly as he did. And again, this is when we talk about snaps and opportunities. He needed to stay in the pocket, let that pocket develop. Instead, he put himself into the middle of that rush, and that cost us.
And early on, he had Foley open in the left flat. He could have just released that as well, although that probably wasn't the play call. Now it's 3rd and 10 for Tulsa from their 41-yard line. And here's the snap. Back to pass Hayes. Hayes has lots of time, throws high in the air down the left boundary, and it is incomplete at the 10-yard line, and Tease drops another one. And he was jostled at about the 15. Could have been interference, but it was not called, as Jamarly Riddle was there, and that was a perfectly thrown ball right in his hands.
Yeah, and he's still at the end of that play.
Oh, you got to catch it.
The ball hit him right square in the hands with nobody in his face. That is just not good.
Well, and again, there was a little bit of contact. I think the player, Riddle, knew he was beaten on the play, but really, no call, and it's probably a good no call. There wasn't a whole lot of contact there, but goodness, you got to catch that ball. And now Tulsa's got to kick it away. End-over-end kick to the far side by Angus Davies. Hits at the 15, rolls inside the 10, down to the 8. And 65 seconds in the half for ECU, and that is an eternity when you're talking about the ECU Pirate offense and Caton Hauser. And, boy, the difference between making a couple of plays with your wideouts and not. I mean, they've had two major plays inside the 10 dropped. And think about where we would be had those been completed and Tulsa scored touchdowns.
Yeah, and unfortunately Tease won both of them. And then you think about the throw to Brody Foley. Had that been just a little better throw,
yep.
And you're talking about 6 right there.
Well, but I think Tulsa did end up scoring on that drive.
Did, yeah.
But on the other two, they didn't. And obviously, here's Hauser back to pass, throwing on the right side, and it is caught at the 11-yard line and getting rolled out of bounds as the tight end Connor, and ends up being a 3-yard gain to about the 11-yard line. As that punt went inside the 10 to about the 8-yard line, and now it's 2nd down and 7. And the handoff goes up the middle in a pretty big hole, and slamming forward to the 20 to the 22-yard line is Gunn. And that'll be a 1st down after an 11-yard gain for Marlon Gunn Jr. 1st down and 10 from the 22. Here's the snap. Hauser back to pass, looking left, now rolling to the right, runs it. 20, slides down at about the 25, and he gets 3 on the play. And the clock rolling with 42 seconds to go in the half. And Tulsa down 24-14. They still have some timeouts, does ECU. And now it's 2nd and 7, and a draw play handoff up the middle. Banging forward is Gunn, stopped just shy of the 1st down by the TU defense. As Collins was in there, also in there for the Hurricane was Hudson Ball, gain of 6. Now it's 3rd and 1 from the 31-yard line. Here's the snap and the handoff up the middle. Gunn has the 1st down and is stopped at about the 34-yard line, and 14 seconds to go in the half. I'll be honest, Rick, I'm shocked that ECU has not tried to go down the field.
East Carolina, they're second.
How they waited
30
out
seconds
to call that timeout, which they could have saved, 33, 34 seconds 2 plays ago? I don't understand either, unless he's happy with what he's got right now.
Well, I'm okay with it.
But knowing he gets the ball to start the second half, if they didn't get the ball to start the second half, he probably wouldn't have done this.
Right. Well, they do get the 1st down at their 34, and now they'll probably try to open it up a little bit and maybe do something in the way of a explosive sort of play, because they basically just handed it off. But they've had a 66-yarder and a 63-yarder, and now the two Smiths, Yannick Smith and Anthony Smith, two outstanding receivers, are on the field, and it'll be 1st down and 10 from their 34-yard line. Tulsa with a little bit of an umbrella defense with 5 defensive backs. Out of the shotgun, Hauser has the snap, drops back to pass, has loads of time, throws over the middle, and it is caught at the 50. The ball jarred loose as it was caught initially by Petaway over the middle, but then he got hit and the ball popped loose, so it's an incompletion. So Jaquace Petaway caught the ball, and it would have been about a 20-yard gain, and instead the ball was knocked out on a good hit by TU and 5 seconds to go in the half.
And Lento Smith is down, though, and that's not good.
And Lento, I think he might have been the guy that got his shoulder in there.
I think he is.
They will reset the clock for 7 seconds remaining in the half, and the ball put back to the line of scrimmage at the 34. I'd love to see a replay on that one to see if it was Lento that actually was the guy with the hit, but that was a heavy hit by 2 Tulsa defenders.
No, Lento got unfortunately got the worst part of that one.
He got a little friendly fire?
Yeah, well, they kind of went through the defender to Lento.
Oh, okay.
But he's been the best safety this year for Tulsa. He played at a very high level.
Second leading tackler for the Golden Hurricane, a transfer from Ferris State, an NAIA action. And he is getting up now and is going to walk off under his own power, so that is always a good sign. We see Joey Gracio, who is the really terrific strength and conditioning coach for the Hurricane. He's out there patting him on the helmet.
Coach Lamb, like a true golf guy, was out there smoothing the divot. Did you see him? Honestly, he was out there running his foot over the area where the players had kind of dug up some of the grass and showing a little bit of his PGA side.
Yeah. I was looking at Gracio. He's probably patting him on the helmet going, spit on it, get back out
rub
there.
Some dirt on it. You'll be fine. Little Peyton Manning.
Yeah, second down and 10 from the 34 with 7 seconds to go in the half. Quick flip throw goes to the left side, and a nice one-hand catch at the 30 to the 35 to the 40 by Engelman. And Engelman near the first down stick, and no time left remaining here in the first half. So that is the final play of the first half. And the Hurricane trailing 24-14. I'm going to check in with Jeremy Poplin, who will have the head coach of the Golden Hurricane.
Why are we hanging around down here, players?
A lot of players are kind of milling around at about the 45-yard line. The officials are meeting, and that's never good.
Is there a flag?
Well, there might be a flag, or there might be one more second on the clock. We'll see. Well,
may not be over. Do not go to the locker room.
Well, it's a little late.
Do not go to the locker room, and I would say 95% of the Tulsa team is is already in that tunnel. Now they got to turn around and come back. The half may not be over.
Just for them to probably look at it and say, "Oh, it is."
After
Sorry.
discussion, that is the end of the first half.
See?
Okay, now
Time
go
has
back.
expired.
Now go back in the time. I think they just wanted to look and make sure that the guy had not gone down. But he had not gotten a first down, so that would not have stopped the clock.
Right.
Although they could have called a timeout. I don't know. That's a weird revision, if you will.
That's a lot of shoulda, coulda, woulda right there.
Yeah.
Let's
We'll
just
check in with Jeremy Poplin, who's waiting for the head coach of the Golden Hurricane. And again, Trey had to go out and put the headset on and maybe coach one final play, because that would have been a long Hail Mary type play, certainly at the end of the first half. Here's Jeremy Poplin with the head coach at TU.
All right, Coach, some of your thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, I can't throw and catch for them. That's bottom line. We should have 400 yards of offense, 380 a minimum. I don't know that we cannot throw and catch for the players. We were putting them in a position to make plays, and we're not making them. And then we're getting the ball thrown over our head twice, which we said we could not do in this game. So absolutely inexcusable by me. I'll get it fixed, or we'll find some guys that can do better.
What has been working, though, is you got the wide receivers involved in a version of the run game to kind of spark your offense.
Yeah, I mean, Baylor's can't complete a now screen, so it's really hard to play offense when the ball's slipping out of the quarterback's hand and you're dropping touchdown passes when you throw it over their head. So, yeah, we got a lot of work to do, and we'll get it fixed right here.
All right, thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Bruce, back upstairs to you.
Coach Lamb is not happy.
Nor is he a guy who minces words.
No. But you know what? He's right. He's right, Rick. I mean, it's 24-14. It could be 31-24 Tulsa at this point if guys, as he mentioned, make the simple play and make the simple catch, right?
Absolutely, and you hear the frustration in his voice. You do everything to set guys up. The plays are there. In many cases, 3/4 of the execution is there. But that doesn't matter if the last quarter isn't. But you heard him say at the end, "I'll fix it." And he's going to. I mean, he's not like he's throwing his team under the bus. He's telling you the truth. Some people don't like that. I happen to be a guy who appreciates it.
Well, and he said we should have 380 yards right now. And you look, they're at 206 right now. And if the 260-yard touchdown passes that were dropped, or the 260-yard passes were not dropped, that's about where you'd be. You'd be close to that.
Well, and he said we can't have them throw it over our heads. East Carolina's at 364. Take away those two, right?
Yep.
And look at where you're flipping this. I know we can't do that. It's the players in the field doing it, but his points are valid.
Absolutely. So we have reached halftime, and your score is East Carolina 24, the University of Tulsa 14. We'll have our halftime show in a moment as we'll rejoin you from Greenville. This is TU football from Learfield.
KXB Tulsa.
The only station that gets it right.
All the songs I love. Country's biggest legends are home here on Big Country 99.5. This is TU football on Big Country 5.
Hey football fans, it's Rusty Banks with Classic Chevrolet in Owasso. I'm here to tell you what we have going on in October. If you're looking for the absolute best deal of the year on new Chevy Silverados, you're going to find it here. We must get rid of the remaining 2025s because the 26s are here. So for the month of October, you can get up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Chevy Silverados. When you think Chevrolet, think Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Owasso, where a handshake still matters.
Silverado C720, all rebates to dealer.
There's a new playbook at TU, and we're proud to be part of it. As the Golden Hurricane kick off the Trey Lamb era, Interstates is behind them all the way. We know what it takes to build something great on the field and on the job. If you're a licensed journeyman electrician, we're hiring in Tulsa. Expect steady industrial work, great benefits, and a $2,000 hiring bonus. Proud to support TU football and proud to hire Tulsa's best. Apply today at interstates.com/careers or call 918-228-4900.
If you want to move the chains on the farm this fall, you need a tractor that's built to score big. The TYM 55 horsepower tractor from the Tractor Yard in Coweta is your MVP. Hydrostatic transmission plus AC and heat so you stay comfortable through any Oklahoma weather. TYM tractors are priced great, they're simpler, stronger, and come with a fantastic warranty. That's a winning drive you don't want to miss. I'm Tanner. Suit up and get in the game with a TYM tractor from the Tractor Yard in Coweta. Online at thetractoryard.com.
Get out in the yard, the Tractor Yard.
Whether you're tailgating or having friends over to watch your favorite team, all the excitement can be exhausting. Let the experts at Mattress Firm help you relax after a day of cheering on your team. They can help you find the right mattress to help you get a better night's sleep. Be the MVP of your household with a new mattress from Mattress Firm. Visit one of their 10 Green Country locations or go to mattressfirm.com.
Hey, are you ready to hit the road with that new or pre-owned vehicle? Well, at Western Sun Federal Credit Union, we're making car buying easy with low rates. A Western Sun Federal Credit Union vehicle loan offers affordable payments, flexible terms, no hidden fees. Apply today at WSFCU.com or at one of our 6 area Tulsa locations. APR and annual percentage rates are subject to change without notice. Contact Western Sun for additional terms and conditions that may apply.
There's a new playbook at TU, and we're proud to be part of it. As the Golden Hurricane kick off the Trey Lamb era, Interstates is behind them all the way. We know what it takes to build something great on the field and on the job. If you're a licensed journeyman electrician, we're hiring in Tulsa. Expect steady industrial work, great benefits, and a $2,000 hiring bonus. Proud to support TU football and proud to hire Tulsa's best. Apply today at interstates.com/careers or call 918-228-4900.
This is the Golden Hurricane Halftime Show on the Golden Hurricane Sports Network from Learfield. Golden Hurricane Football is brought to you by Mazio's. Get ready for great, and by SeatGeek, official ticket marketplace of the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. The Golden Hurricane Halftime Show starts now.
24-14 is your score. East Carolina has the lead as we rejoin you from the Boneyard, Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium here in Greenville, North Carolina. The Hurricane down by 10 at halftime, and Bruce Howard along with Rick Corey and Jeremy Poplin. But I will say this, and we haven't had a chance to comment on it, not much of a crowd. I mean, this is not a very good crowd. This is not the sort of crowd that's going to scare you necessarily, and we've had a lot bigger crowds here in Greenville in the past, so you know, Tulsa's done some things to quiet the crowd, but they haven't done enough to really carve into this big lead by East Carolina. And it is about the most honest and entertaining first end of the half interview that we've had with anybody but with head coach Trey Lamb. He was just being honest.
Well, he's done that all year. You know, He told us after the New Mexico State game, Kirk had a concussion. He's just been that way. You know, most coaches couch everything behind coach speak, if you will, and Trey just doesn't. And I like that about him. You know, I think it's nice to be honest. And look, he's not throwing his team under the bus. He's really not, but he's right. We're in an era now where players are getting every advantage, in many cases getting paid for things. You know, in the past, when the guy was a scholarship guy that you're trying to develop and blah, 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 what are you going to do? But it's different now. And, I mean, it's not the NFL yet, but it's not that far off, and he's just being honest. And, you know, if you want to hold the guy to the fire for being honest, then go ahead. But last I looked, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and you know, he has said that it's an entertainment business. It's also a performance business. And right now, there are certain guys that are performing well, and then there's certain areas where Tulsa just has not been able to produce, has not come through with the plays. And I got to give credit to Baylor Hayes. He has developed and has continued to improve his long ball throwing. He dropped 2 right down in the bucket that were dropped that would have been 50 or 60 yarders.
Yeah, and then, he had the one slight overthrow to Brody, but Brody still made the play, and as you pointed out, Tulsa still scored on that. But Coach was upset at him for not holding on to, the screen. They had the screen there, and they're trying to get that ball out. The ball he threw to Tease that Tease had to go down on needed to be higher. There are still things that have to improve. Yet, having said all that, it's a 10-point game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that far off, not at all that far off, and your defense, other than the 2 big plays, and you can't take them away, I get it, those explosives, has not played terribly poorly, and they played pretty well in the most part when it came to tackling guys in space when they had an opportunity. It's not out of reach. There's no question about that. It depends on what gets fixed in that locker room, but let's be honest, again, doesn't matter what gets fixed in there. It's got to get fixed out here.
And it's got to get fixed between the ear holes and out on the field physically as well. And obviously this first drive of the second half will be hugely important because ECU is up 24-14. And if they score and make it 31-14, ooh boy, that will be tough for the Hurricanes. So big first drive coming up in the second half. Here's a recap of the scoring. Nick Mazie got things underway with a 37-yard field goal, 11 plays, 33 yards, and ECU led 3-0. And then after a TU punt, a 2-play 76-yard drive, and only took 35 seconds on that drive, and Anthony Smith hauled in a 66-yard TD pass from Caton Hauser as TU bit on a pump fake, and in fact it was Tulsa's best defender, Elijah Green, who bit on the play, and Hauser made him pay, and Smith made him pay with 66 yards. 10-0 your score at that point, and Tulsa appeared to be dead in the water, but then they energized. 7 plays, 72 yards, and it was Baylor Hayes tossing one 38 yards to Brody Foley on the fake and the good play action pass, and the Hurricane had met it 10-7, but then back comes ECU, 9 plays, 75 yards. Marlon Gunn on a 1-yard TD run, making it 17-7, 9 plays, 75 yards, and the Hurricane then came right back, though, 7 plays, 78 yards, and a drive that took just over 3 minutes, and Zion Booker, 4-yard toss forward from Baylor Hayes, got it into the end zone for a score. Hayes' second touchdown toss made it 17-14 in favor of ECU. But then back came the Pirates as they go 7 plays, 84 yards, and another long ball. Anthony Smith, 63 yards from Caton Hauser, and Smith has hauled in 2, and he's been the star of the game, obviously, receiving-wise for ECU with 4 catches for 150, and, of course, a couple of really long ones for the receiver for East Carolina's. He came into the ball game with a career high of 136. He has a new career high just in a half. So we are at halftime, and your score is East Carolina 24, the University of Tulsa 14. Brandon Hart will be back with Scoreboard. That's coming up next as we continue our halftime show. This is TU Football from Learfield.
Hi. Sorry, did I startle you? When you're used to hearing a certain type of commercial, something like this can, well, take you by surprise. That's kind of how it is with the Lexus RX, a vehicle that has continued to defy expectations for over 25 years. From the first luxury vehicle of its kind, to the first hybrid luxury vehicle, to the only plug-in hybrid worthy of the RX name. We understand you want more than the everyday SUV. And isn't being understood an amazing feeling? See Lexus of Tulsa, 4210 South Memorial.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Fall is in season at Kohl's, and you know what that means. Pumpkins, plaid, and anything that smells like cinnamon. This week, take an extra 20% off decor, home furnishings, bedding, and more. So whether fall is your entire personality or you're just a casual pumpkin enthusiast, the deals at Kohl's are here for your seasonal style. Select styles, some exclusions apply. 20% offer ends October 19th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Welcome back to the Golden Hurricane Halftime Show. This is Brandon Hart with your Reese's Scoreboard Update. Football season is here, and when it comes to tailgating, let Reese's make sure you have everything you need to kick off your team's game the right way. Reese's, the official grocery store of the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. In the American on Saturday, 19th-ranked South Florida hosts Florida Atlantic, and number 22 Memphis is at UAB. Tulane is at home against Army. Temple goes to Charlotte, and North Texas plays at home against UTSA. In the top 25, a couple of games on Friday as number 2 Miami hosts Louisville, and 25th ranked Nebraska goes to Minnesota. And on Saturday, number 14 Oklahoma looks to bounce back after its loss to Texas as the Sooners go to South Carolina. And Oklahoma State and the shirtless section of 231 hosts 24th ranked Cincinnati. Elsewhere, number 1 Ohio State is at Wisconsin. Indiana is up to number 3 as the Hoosiers host Michigan State. 4th-ranked Texas A&M is at Arkansas. A couple of great games in the SEC with number 5 Ole Miss at 9th-ranked Georgia in the afternoon, and number 6 Alabama hosting 11th-ranked Tennessee in primetime. Number 7 Texas Tech is on the road at Arizona State. 8th-ranked Oregon goes across the country to Rutgers. Another good one in the SEC. Number 10 LSU is at 17th-ranked Vanderbilt. Number 12 Georgia Tech is at Duke. A couple more top 25 matchups have 13th-ranked Notre Dame hosting number 20 USC, and number 15 BYU is hosting 23rd-ranked Utah. Number 16 Missouri is at Auburn. 18th-ranked Virginia hosts Washington State, and Texas is back in the top 25 as the 21st-ranked Longhorns go to Kentucky. That's your Research Scoreboard Update. More of the Golden Hurricane Halftime Show in a moment as we'll head back out to Greenville. This is TU Football from Learfield.
We all love watching football, but you know what? It's not easy if you just can't see it clearly. And that's where Triad Eye Institute comes in. Triad Eye Institute is the official LASIK and eye care provider for TU Athletics. If your vision is giving you problems, then go to Triad Eye Institute. Go to Tulsa, Bartlesville, Claremore, Grove, Muskogee, Pryor, McAllister, and find out what you need to improve your vision. Triad Eye Institute will help you make sure you can see everything more clearly. Call 918-252-2020 or go to triadeye.com. See more of life and football with Triad Eye Institute.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
For 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Are you being punished for buying a used vehicle? Stuck with a higher interest rate just because your car's a few years old? At Red Crown Credit Union, we treat new and used cars the same, with the same great low rate. With rates starting as low as 5.49%, you'll be saving some serious every month. Apply now at redcrowncu.org and start saving today.
Rates and terms subject to change without notice. Visit redcrowncu.org for full details. Red Crown Credit Union.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Tulsa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
At halftime, ECU leads 24-14. They'll get the kick to start the second half. We'll be back with second half action after this timeout. This is TU football from Learfield.
We all all love watching football, but you know what? It's not easy if you just can't see it clearly. And that's where Triad Eye Institute comes in. Triad Eye Institute is the official LASIK and eye care provider for TU Athletics. If your vision is giving you problems, then go to Triad Eye Institute. Go to Tulsa, Bartlesville, Claremore, Grove, Muskogee, Pryor, McAllister, and find out what you need to improve your vision. Triad Eye Institute will help you make sure you can see everything more clearly. Call 918-252-2020 or go to triadeye.com. See more of life and football with Triad Eye Institute.
Fall is in season at Kohl's, and you know what that means. Pumpkins, plaid, and anything that smells like cinnamon. This week, take an extra 20% off decor, home furnishings, bedding, and more. So whether fall is your entire personality or you're just a casual pumpkin enthusiast, the deals at Kohl's are here for your seasonal style. Select styles, some exclusions apply. 20% offer ends October 19th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
At Brahms, we have it all. Fresh and delicious cheeseburgers made with 100% pure beef patties, along with our signature crinkle cut fries. Plus, real hand-dipped ice cream, thick milkshakes, old-fashioned banana splits, and sundaes, all made with our farm-fresh milk. Whether Brahms is your stop for a burger and ice cream or your weekly trip for groceries from the fresh market, your neighborhood Brahms has you covered.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. You know, because they'll...
Be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins...
Can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the...
Extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX, because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. See Lexus of Tulsa, 4210 South Memorial.
This has been the Golden Hurricane Halftime Show on the Golden Hurricane Sports Network from Learfield. Golden Hurricane Football is brought to you by Mazio's. Get ready for great, and by SeatGeek, official ticket marketplace of the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. The second half is brought to you by River Spirit Casino Resort, official casino of the Golden Hurricane. Kickoff is just moments away. Now, with the call of the second half, here's the voice of the Golden Hurricane, Bruce Howard.
24-14, ECU leads at halftime. As we get ready for the second half, Tulsa will kick it away. You're looking at those stats, Rick Corey. What jumps out at you?
23 rushing yards, Tulsa's running backs. I mean, you're looking at 93 rushing yards for ECU's running backs, 23 for Tulsa's. Not that that's going to win you the football game, but when Tulsa was effective, they handed it to Dom. He got some really hard yards, and then play action worked. Well, you got to run it for better than that, there's no doubt.
Yeah, and you have two receivers with 32 and 19 running yards.
Right.
Here's the kickoff, high and end over end and short. Fair catch called for and made at the 6-yard line by Pearson, and East Carolina will take over at their 25-yard line. And Caden Hauser, 15 of 25 for 242, 2 TDs and no interceptions. Baylor Hayes, 9 of 17 for 110 for the Hurricane, 2 TDs, no interceptions, but at least six drops.
Yep, and there's no doubt, and some of them could have been big. And, you know, when you talk about the running yards from the receivers, that's a good thing. And does it add up? Absolutely it does. But you can't make a living that way long term. You got to be able to do it both ways, and of course with the running backs would be awfully preferred.
Well, because it's the next drive, it's the most important drive as they go with a bunched formation and they run it off the left side, and it's right the quarterback taking it left side to the 30 to the 35 and out of bounds for a gain of about 11 yards, but a flag has flown, and we'll check with the official, Stephen Anderson.
Offense, number 61. 10-yard penalty. It's first down.
Barber and Bard's flag on the play, and that was again the you want to call him a Wildcat quarterback, but it's Mike Wright who is actually the backup quarterback. He came in to run the ball, and instead there's a holding call, 1st and 20 now from the 15. Out of the shotgun, Hauser, who has checked back in now, and Hauser fakes and rolls to the right, now looks to the left, floats it high in the air down the left boundary, and it's a little bit too far. It was intended for Gunn on a wheel route, and pretty good coverage there by Elijah Green as he was able to hold with Gunn But after the play was over, Green put his hands behind his back as if to say, I think I got away with that, right?
Well, he knows what he can get away with, and there was hand fighting, and there's no question. Elijah's doing the right thing. Whatever they're going to let you get away with until they flag you for it. And in that case, he wouldn't have been that upset anyway.
2nd down and 20 from their 15. Here's the snap. Hauser looking to maybe throw a quick screen, and Tulsa had it covered, and now he almost got sacked at the 5, and he flings it out of bounds right side, incomplete. And so Tulsa had really their first great pressure. Nakai Johnson gave pressure along with Jaden Burnett. And, Tulsa, remember, Tulsa did not have a whole lot of pressure last game against Memphis. And they have not had a lot of pressure against Hauser. They need to get a sack or two. Well, now it's 3rd and 20. They got to get off the field.
Why? You get that half possession back here. This is a big, big down.
2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left on 3rd and 20 from their 15-yard line. Hauser has the snap and drops back to pass. Tulsa brings pressure, and he throws it away off the right side. It's incomplete, and there wasn't anybody really close to receive that pass. That might be intentional grounding, and right now they're talking it over.
Yeah, and it should be. He was inside the tackle box. There was nobody out there. That clearly is intentional grounding. Yeah. They should be punting this thing from the end zone.
Yeah, Tulsa really brought the house.
There is no foul for intentional grounding. The quarterback was outside the tackle box.
No, he wasn't.
And the ball crossed the line of scrimmage. 4th down.
Wow.
What tackle box?
There was no way he was outside the tackle box. No. It didn't appear. But at any rate, it's 4th and 20, so they got to kick it away.
Yeah, unless there's fishing gear down there we don't see. That's the only tackle box he might be outside of.
So they'll kick it from the 1-yard line with their punter, Levy, and Levy gets his foot into it. High, spinning, fairly short kick. Fair catch called for and made by Booker at the 49 of TU. And Tulsa will have great field position. A 37-yard kick and no return. And he caught it at the 49. They'll mark it at the 48. And it'll be 1st down and 10. TU from their 48. But what a huge defensive stop to start the second half. A 3 and out. And honestly, it got helped by the holding call. But you know what? Probably make the tackle if there wasn't a holding call there. So 1st and 10 TU. At their 48-yard line, Tulsa down 24-14. Baylor Hayes has the snap, and the handoff goes to Richardson. Richardson gets hit at the 50, but he leans forward inside ECU territory to about the 49. So Tulsa got about 3 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 7 for TU at the 49 of ECU. Tulsa down 24-14, first drive of the second half. Hayes has the snap, drops back to pass. Big rushes on, and his pass is batted high in the air, and a smart play by Baylor Hayes. He just knocked it down to the turf. Instead of catching it for a loss of about 5, he just swatted it down, and now it's 3rd down and 7. And Tulsa really needs to convert this. Otherwise, they've kind of wasted perfect field position.
Yeah, and they let that rush get there way too fast in the middle. The front of that middle offensive line's got to hold up better than that.
Yeah, it was a pretty good call, too, though. They kind of allowed the jailbreak, but they couldn't get the pass out there on the screen. Now it is 3rd down and 7 from the 49 of ECU. Out of the shotgun, Hayes. 3 receivers to the right. Here's the snap. Hayes back to pass. Has time. He steps up. He throws. Caught at the 35 and leaning to the 33 is Steptoe. Zion Steptoe. But there is a flag in the backfield of Tulsa.
Offense number 54. 10-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Cody Hornsby got called for the holding. And it'll bring up 3rd down, about 18 for Tulsa. Hornsby coming in and replacing. Remember, Sean Hill was shaken up, and so Cody Hornsby is in there, but he's a pretty good backup at guard for Tulsa. But now TU is faced with 3rd down and about 18 yards from their 41-yard line. Here's the snap. Hayes back to pass. Big rush on. He throws it short over the middle. Caught by Steptoe. Steptoe able to dive through the right side through a small hole to the 45 to the 44. And he is 2 yards shy of the 1st down, about 15 yards. And TU quickly to the line of scrimmage. They'll go for it on 4th down. Here we go. Hayes in the shotgun. Has the snap. Handoff left side. Oh my goodness, as Richardson got buried for a loss of 3 on the play. And ECU takes over.
East Carolina.
They came with the blitz. They sold out, knew exactly what, or at least thought they knew what Tulsa was going to do, and brought everybody. If that's play action, it's going to be wide open, but man.
Yeah, or even if Baylor Hayes keeps it, goes to the right. He might have had something. Let's check in with Jeremy Poplin. Pop.
Tulsa's now wasted opportunities, the ball in their own 48 and own 41 to come away with nothing in field position.
Boy, that's tough, yeah. First down and 10 now from their 49 for ECU. And the handoff goes straight up the middle and through the hole. And big gain for Montgomery. 35-30, 25-20, 15-10-5, touchdown. 51-yard touchdown on the first play after Tulsa went for it on fourth down. And that is an absolute backbreaker. And it's 30-14.
That is, that is tough. There is no doubt that is tough. You talk about a swing of momentum.
Tulsa had the ball after a great stop by the defense on 3 and out on the first possession. They had it at their 49, and frustratingly, they had a holding call on a 15-yard pass completion.
It's a touchdown. That play is under further review.
They're going to review to see if he actually got in the end zone, but Montgomery with his longest carry of the year, 51 yards. And when you start talking about Anthony Smith with his career high in receptions yardage, and London Montgomery now with his longest carry of the year and his career high rushing wise, that is not a very good combination.
No, and look at the replay. He might be down at about the 1 or the 1.5 yard line. I don't know how close Jeremy is down there, but just watching the ESPN replay, right there, his knees. Boy, that's really close. Unfortunately, we don't have a straight down the line view.
Yeah. And Smith, give him credit. Lento Smith didn't give up on the play and dragged him down from behind.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. Touchdown, East Carolina.
Couldn't complain either way.
Extra point upcoming. Boy, the Hurricane got to be spitting teeth at this point with you make a good play, good series to get off the field defensively, and you get it near midfield and cannot get the 4th down and 2 play. Extra point upcoming. Amazing. Snap back, ball down, kick on the way, and it is good. So ECU didn't score on their first drive, but right after Tulsa failed on 4th down, they scored on one play, 51 yards on the touchdown by Montgomery, and this one going to be tough for Tulsa from this point forward. But there's still almost an entire half yet to play, so don't go away. It's ECU 31, Tulsa 14. This is TU football from Learfield.
Miss, your burger is served.
Thank you.
And if I may suggest a pairing, this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. The sweetness of Pepsi perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger, while the citrus and carbonation elevates the taste for a truly stunning flavor profile. Bon appetit.
Now that is one perfect combination. If this is how the other half lives, I could get used to this. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Experience the sights and sounds of Tulsa's hottest acts at the Cove at River Spirit Casino Resort. From big-name performers to your favorite comedians, the Cove has it all. Upcoming shows include Ziggy Marley, Jeff Dunham, Travis Tritt, Trey Kennedy, Peter Frampton, and the Oak Ridge Boys. So get your tickets and grab a seat. Paradise never sounded so good. Only at River Spirit Casino Resort.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup for the top college athletic programs for the 2025-26 college athletics season? Check out the criteria and follow the year-long standings of your favorite team at L Directors Cup.
FS1, and then the National League Championship Series continues. Toronto's in front. 2 gone for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Matt Brash is on to face him, and his first pitch misses away. 5 2/3 in this.
Awarded in June 2026 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. The Learfield Directors Cup, powered by NACDA, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
That's a one-play, 51-yard drive as Montgomery, now with a career-high 89 yards, has the touchdown for ECU, and his third of the year, making it 31-14 Pirates. TU fans, the Tulsa Hurricanes Coaches Show with Trey Lamb is coming up Monday at Elgin Park, 7 p.m. downtown Tulsa. Come listen to the Coaches Show and come listen to the coach, and you can enjoy any small pizza and a pitcher of beer for just $20 during the show. See you Monday night at Elgin Park, downtown Tulsa, right next to One Oak Field. And so 13:09 remaining third quarter, and Tulsa kind of in a pickle. They're down 31-14. But they'll get the ball, and again, there's a lot of football yet to be played, another 28 minutes. So
it is a little distressing, though, to look at some of these numbers. 415 yards of offense for East Carolina now, and that is, what you said, almost an entire half of football left to play. That's tough. That's distressing. There's no doubt. But, all you can do, keep going, keep playing, and keep coaching hard, which I think Coach is doing.
And I think for the Hurricane, it's, not only being able to convert on big plays and key plays, but turnover-wise, Tulsa's defense is the rest of the way is going to have to get a break. They're going to have to create a break. They're going to have to create a turnover if they're going to win this game, because ECU's offense appears to be just slicing and dicing today.
Well, those explosives that, the one thing Coach said, Reardon said, we cannot allow explosives, and there have been at least, 5?
Yep.
5 or 6.
They came into the game with 31 explosives and 15 touchdown drives, less than 2 minutes. So they do it in a hurry. Here's the kick, and it's a little pooch onside kick. The ball was fumbled out of bounds near side, and Tulsa will get it. It went out of bounds as Nunu Campbell was there, and he was able to at least kind of knock it out of bounds or whatever, but he was on the near side. He juggled it, and it went out of bounds. So it's TU ball at right around the 40-yard line. We'll see where they mark it down. I think it's maybe
game
38.
Clock operator, please set the game clock to 13:06. 13:06.
Okay, so 13:06 remaining here in the third quarter, and Tulsa with their second possession. Their first one was unfortunate. They failed on fourth down, and now pretty good field position again at their 38-yard line. Handoff right side. That's Washington. Washington cutting through a hole, gets it to the 45, to the 47. And that's a good first down gain for the Hurricane of 9 yards. It'll be 2nd and 1.
Nice job pulling that offensive guard on the left side. Got a nice little kick-out block and then turned that into a bit of a seal block. And then Washington did a really nice job as knowing, hey, look, the gap's going to be there quickly. Let's hit there.
Yeah, got through that hole. And again, right now it is Ian Mays at that left guard position. Remember, Sean Hill was shaken up. 2nd down and 1 for Tulsa. Out of the shotgun, Baylor Hayes. Richardson now in as the setback for TU. Motion from left to right by Washington, who stayed in the ball game. Now he sets up on a slot. Back to pass, Hayes. Hayes looking right, throwing right, and it is low and incomplete for Richardson. And it'll be 3rd down and 1 for Tulsa at their 47-yard line. And that's just simply a throw, sign of a kind of a sidearm sling throw by Baylor Hayes, and it was just a poor throw right at his ankles.
Well, you notice one of the things, he was stepping backwards when he threw it. He didn't have his base set right there. They tried to motion and mess with East Carolina, but they were in a zone. Nobody moved, and here we go. You got to make a play.
3rd and 1 from Tulsa's 47-yard line. TU is down 31-14. Handoff off the right side, and Richardson is stuffed for no gain. So now it'll be another 4th down play for Tulsa, 4th and 1, and right now it looks like they're going to bring on the punting unit. They're not going to go for it. 4th down and a yard, and Trey Lamb is like, we can't seem to get that 4th and 1 or 4th and 2, so we're going to punt it this time. And so it's going to be Angus Davies back at the 31. Remember, Tulsa has faked it on a time or two, but right now those up backs are not anybody that you would probably snap it to get a first down. Snap is chest high. He fields it. He rolls, and he kicks it right down the center of the field. A line drive kick and a fair catch called for and made at the 10-yard line by Pearson. 1st down and 10, ECU at their 10-yard line. 44-yard kick, no return, and Angus Davies done a really nice job of pinning them back. I'd like to see how many inside the 20 that Angus has had in this ball game. We'll check that out and give that stat to you. But coming into the game, Davies had 12 inside the 20, and that is a weapon for you. Of course, it's only a weapon if you can go ahead and bottle them up and stop them. Yep. So that's the 4th time that he has pinned ECU inside the 20. Out of the shotgun, Hauser Motion from left to right by one of the receivers, and Hauser out of the shotgun, standing at the 5. Has the snap and hands it off the left side, and barging forward inside the numbers to about the 13, maybe the 14-yard line is Engelman. Engelman got about 4 on the play, and it'll be 2nd down and 6 for ECU from their 14. And again, they're right on top of the ball. Tulsa, who at times has played with a 3-man front, right now 4-man front with a stand-up end. Fake handoff, back to pass, pump fake. Hauser throwing right side and way over the head of the intended receiver, and Tulsa brought some pressure with Joa Cash, who is that stand-up end on the outside. And now it'll be 3rd down and about 6 for ECU from the 14-yard line.
You know, we talked about in some of our keys exposing that offensive line, and I really think this offensive line of East Carolina has done a nice job of keeping Tulsa at bay. Those nice wide splits, giving guys opportunities. You know, the first down run of 5 yards or so was only because they just screen guys off and let backs pick their spots.
Ball comes in now as the defensive end on 3rd and 6. Back to pass, Hauser. Hauser, a pretty good rush and a throw over the middle and a catch but a drop. He had it for a moment and then dropped it. Johnson at the 30-yard line, and he was hit immediately by Devin Robinson. And if that ball wasn't out already, Robinson jarred it away, and it's 4th down and 6. So 2 of the 3 drives so far for ECU have been 3 and outs by the Tulsa defense. But the one play, the quick change play, if you will, on the 4th down gamble that Tulsa were not successful with, ended up in a 51-yarder. So they'll punt it away. And Levy's punt is a line drive, very short kick, hits at the 45 of ECU, spins sideways to the 50 and to the Tulsa 48-yard line, and sterling field position again for Tulsa. 38 yards, no return. And with 10:59 remaining 3rd quarter, Tulsa will get it back right about the same place they were just moments ago. So your score is ECU 31, Tulsa 14. Just less than 11 minutes remaining 3rd quarter of play. This is TU football from Learfield.
Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma is the region's sports medicine authority, serving as the team physicians for more universities, more high schools, and more club teams than all other providers combined. At Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma, we're focused on providing you with the personalized orthopedic care you deserve. For the area's best teams and for the athlete in all of us, Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma is the region's sports medicine authority. Visit us at aook.com.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
A pepperoni pizza for the table.
Thank you.
And may I suggest trying it with our Pepsi Zero Sugar? It has just the right amount of sweetness to complement all that cheesy, saucy goodness, while the carbonation and notes of citrus enhance the flavor profile. Simply divine.
Pepsi Zero Sugar? You've really outdone yourself this time. Pizza deserves Pepsi.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value.
Hey, Tulsa fans, football deserves Pepsi, so grab an ice cold Pepsi Zero Sugar and cheer the Hurricane on to a win. Pepsi, proud partner of the University of Tulsa. So a really important stop by the TU defense, and Tulsa will take over at their 47-yard line. And Rick Corey, the good thing about ECU's quick-paced offense is you got the ball back in a hurry. I mean, you got it back in, what were those drives you were talking about?
That first drive of the half, they only took 35 seconds. ECU's possession that time was only 43 seconds, and that's the good thing. And even their other possession, their touchdown possession was even less. Of course, because they
nine
scored,
seconds,
because they scored the touchdown. Point being that if you can get anything here, even 3 out of this possession, like to have 7, as quickly as they have the potential to give it back to you, you're not out of this game, not by a long shot, even though you can look at the score and go, oh, well, this is over in the 3rd quarter. It's not. they have a potential to give you the ball back quickly. They've already done that in the second half. Now take advantage of it.
Hurricane down 31-14. And TU taking over again at their 47-yard line. They have had some really good field position. They have to take advantage of it. It's almost a necessity they do it here, although obviously you're still in the ball game if you don't get a score. But boy, it's really important, I think, that they do something here.
Yep.
First down and 10 for Tulsa at their 47. Baylor Hayes out of the shotgun. One receiver to the left, two to the right. One of those guys in motion is Booker. Back to pass. Baylor Hayes throws right side. Booker catches it into ECU territory to the 45 to the 44. And he'll get about 8 or 9 on the play. They'll spot it in between the 45 and the 44. It'll be second down about 1.5 yards.
You know, if they're going to sit in the two deep or two high safeties in a zone and let you have those 6, 7, 8 yard passes, take them. Take them for now, move the football. And, you know, you've got an opportunity to get something on the board here. Take what they will give you for right now.
Yeah, Baylor Hayes is like motioning with his hand toward the sideline. I'm not sure what that was while they were huddling. Tulsa in the huddle. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right on second down and 1.5 yards. And the snap goes off of the Tulsa slot back. And it's a fumble and a pileup. It looked like Julian Roberts was able to fall on it, but that snap was a little bit errant, and it looked like it went off of Julian Roberts. That was bizarre. And there is an ECU player injured.
And there should have been a late hit in there as well by an ECU player that came flying into that pack and just smacked somebody.
Oh, yeah, there was a...
Here's the replay of it.
Yeah, let's check in with Jeremy. What did you see on that play? Because that was bizarre.
Well, it looked like the snap came off of Baylor's hands, and off of the ricochet off of his hands, you saw the tight end coming across the formation, and it just bounced off of his leg. And that's how it got kicked so far to the outside. Now, the good thing here is that Tulsa was able to recover that in what was a pretty nasty fight there underneath to try to keep that ball.
Well, you know, it looked like on the replay, you had a better shot than we did, Jeremy, because the replay looked like it went off Roberts. Looked like he went in motion, and it bounced off him first, but either way, it ain't good.
Third down and 6 for Tulsa. They lost about 5 on the play. They had second down and 1. Out of the shotgun as Hayes has the snap and hands it off on the right side, and cutting back and close to the first down is Richardson. We'll see where they spot it. I think he got the first down right hash mark to the 43-yard line. It's a first down, Tulsa, gain of 6, and TU will roll back to the line of scrimmage. First and 10 at the 43 of ECU. Here's the snap, quick throw, right side, knocked down. Incomplete, as it was intended for Grayson Tempest, and really one of the first plays we've seen Grayson Tempest in, and it is second down and 10.
Trying to get that thing out there in a quick screen, but ECU came with the blitz and brought everybody they could and just got there a little bit too quickly.
So now second and 10 from the 43-yard line. TU is down 31-14 in this one. Out of the shotgun, Hayes. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Back to pass, Hayes, short drop, throws right side, caught by Tempest, and he skips out of bounds at about the 36-yard line. It'll be a gain of about 7. It'll be third down and 3 for Tulsa at the 36 and squarely in 4-down territory.
Yeah, and they are absolutely willing to give you those routes right now. They're going to let you have that sideline if you want it in those short ranges.
Third down and 3 from the 36. 2 receivers to the left, Tempest along with Booker. They're close to the formation. 2 receivers to the right. Alone in the backfield is Hayes. Ball on the right side, hash mark. And now A.J. Allen goes into the backfield and sets up next to the quarterback. Now a throw on the right side, caught at the 30-yard line, and Booker cuts back and gets it to the 25 as Booker made the catch and got an extra 7 and got it down to the 23-yard line. It's a 13-yard gain and a first down for TU, and they're quickly to the line of scrimmage. Ball at the 23. To the left is Steptoe. To the right is Tempest. Out of the shotgun, Hayes has the snap, fakes the fly sweep, back to pass, loads of time, throws toward the right corner of the end zone, incomplete. A flag has flown right at the line of scrimmage, so we'll check and see what that's all about. Looks like against TU for illegal formation, or might have moved before the snap.
Illegal formation. Offense. More than 4 players in the backfield. That penalty is declined. Second down.
So it'll be second down and 10 for TU. Let's pause 10 seconds to allow stations to identify themselves. This is TU football from Learfield.
KXPL.
The only station that gets it right.
tonight.
All the songs I love. Country's biggest legends are home here on Big Country 99.5.
All right, so after all of that, they refuse the penalty, and so it's 2nd and 10 from the 23 of ECU. Tulsa trails 31-14 midway through the third quarter. Back to pass Hayes. He runs it up the middle on a quarterback draw, and he gets it near the 20. And he ended up getting a hard 4 yards. I mean, he took a smack there. That time he didn't slide down. And he got about 4, now 3rd down, and they'll call it a gain of 3. 3rd and 7 from the 20. They have to get it to the 13.
Well, we asked Coach Robbins, has the slide get down rule been put in place? He said, nope, we told him to go play.
Yep.
So he's leapt forward through a couple of those tackles on purpose.
So now it is 3rd down for TU and 7. Here's the snap, back to pass. Hayes, big rush on, and he is sacked back at the 28. He was absolutely buried, and that was a jailbreak by Preston Carr, who gets his 2nd sack of the year. It's a loss of 8 in Tulsa. As we mentioned before, they can go for 3 here, and they will. They will attempt what looks to be about a 46-yarder. And this is one of those that in the course of this game, Seth Morgan really needs to knock this one through. From the 36-yard line, a 46-yard attempt out of the hold of Angus Davies. The snapper is Aiden Fettigan. Tulsa trying to get on the board here in the second half. Snap back, ball down. Here's the kick on the way. Plenty of distance, and it is good. He knocked it through, and the Hurricane on the board here in the second half, making it 31-17. And the Hurricane able to get something done on that drive. Even though the scoreboard shows 34-14, they gave the 3 to ECU. I think they'll get that corrected. It's 31-17.
Well, that's home cooking. That you don't even get that in Arkansas.
Yeah, exactly. Well, all right, so 31-17, and that drive for the Hurricane ends up being 10 plays, 25 yards. And again, they had great field position. And the 46-yard field goal for Seth Morgan for TU. And he is now 8 of 11 on the season. And the 46-yarder is one shy of his season high. He has a career high of 52. So he will kick it off now. And this is the area of the game with the score at 31-17 where the Hurricane could really use, I don't want to jinx it, could you really use a turnover?
Absolutely. Have Hauser throw you one. All the guys that we have been played and you played quarterback against, everybody has a chance to throw you one, but Tulsa didn't pressure any of them enough to do it or put him in a position. This is a guy that if you frustrate him a little bit, he'll do it a little bit quicker, but I don't know, with this kind of a lead, he'll get frustrated.
Pearson is back deep at the goal line. Here's the approach, the angled run up to the ball, gets his right foot into it. Seth Morgan with a high kick, and Pearson calls for and makes a fair catch at the 2. And it'll be 1st and 10 for ECU at the 25-yard line. 31-17. Let's check in with Jeremy on the sidelines, Bob.
They didn't fix the scoreboard until the ball was already in the air. And trust me, Coach Lamb was down telling the head linesman, and he didn't act too concerned about it.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, we'll get to it sooner or later. And they did. Well, the ball was in the air.
And Rick throws a shot across the bow to Arkansas. There's some people over there in Razorback land going, what?
Tell me I'm wrong.
1st down and 10 at the 25 for ECU. It's 31-17. East Carolina, but TU on the board with that field goal. Here's the snap and a toss sweep to the left side around the corner. Montgomery, and gets knocked out of bounds far boundary at about the 30 by Zach Williams. Williams with a shoulder tackle, but they got 4 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 6 from the 29.
Yeah, it's a nice job out there by Smith, Yannick Smith on the block in the corner.
2nd down and 6. Here's the snap and the handoff again up the middle, and this time plugging forward for 2 or 3 is Montgomery, and Joe Yelly on the tackle. So here we have a really important 3rd and manageable for ECU. 3rd and about 2.5, and on the ball game they are 6 of 12 on 3rd down conversions, just a little bit below their 54% average.
Here's one of those opportunities to get them in an under-minute possession if you can hold them here.
3-man front for Tulsa on 3rd down and 3. Motion from left to right by one of the wide receivers. 2 receivers each side. A quick flip throw goes to the left side, and it's caught by Montgomery. 30, gets it to the 35 and has the 1st down. On a quick throw for a 1st down, they got about 3 or 4 on the play, but it is a 1st down to the 35. No, they're going to say, well, they didn't give him a good mark. Wow. They say he is short. It's 4th down, a half yard now for ECU. I thought they were going to give him the mark. They did not. So it's 4th and a half yard, and looks like ECU going to go for it here?
And the initial mark on this side looked like they'd gone well past, or at least a half-yard pass.
Yes.
I was surprised they moved it back.
So 4th and a half yard for ECU. They're going for it from their 34. Here's the snap and the handoff off the right side. Montgomery has the first down. As he is dragged down after a gain of 3 by William Alexander, a gain of about 4 or 5. They'll spot it at the 39, 1st and 10 ECU. You know, you make one good play right there, get deep on a penetration or have a fumbled snap, and boy, you could really turn the game around.
There just hasn't been a ton of penetration by that front.
1st down and 10 at their 39-yard line. ECU leading 31-17, and they carry the ball up the middle, and the handoff to Montgomery, who crashes forward for about 3 to the 42. Tulsa with a good job there. Devin Robinson was there. Tim Hardiman was there. And it'll be 2nd down and 7 from their 42-yard line. 2 receivers right, 1 receiver near side left. Out of the shotgun, Hauser. And now Anthony Smith in motion toward the formation. Back to pass Hauser. Hauser gets sacked in the backfield. And a great job by Jaden Burnett as Burnett gets his 7th sack of the year. Their first sack of the ball game. And it takes it back to the 38-yard line. And we'll bring up 3rd down about 11 from their 38.
Well, that is a big time right there. Absolutely perfect time for that sack. Now just hold up in a place that has been a problem 3rd and long.
3rd and 11 for ECU. And right now they are 6 for 13 on 3rd downs. Remember, they didn't get that last 3rd down, but they got it on 4th down. Now it's 3rd and 11. Hauser out of the shotgun, has the snap, drops back to pass, sets up, throws right side, and it is caught at the 45-yard line of the University of Tulsa. Peyton Mangrum gets his first catch of the game, 20 yards, and you know the coverage was not that bad over there. Somehow, Lento Smith couldn't get his hand on it, and now on 1st down, the handoff goes to Engelman, and Engelman is buried for a loss by Byron Turner, who went in there from his defensive end position and crashed down. Now it's 2nd down and 11, and you groaned as if to say, what? There was a chance to knock that one down, wasn't there?
I think it went right underneath his hand. He was in perfect. They got to give him credit. That's also a nicely executed play, but Lento was right where he needed to be, and the ball just skirted his hand.
2nd down and 11 from the Tulsa 46-yard line as ECU started deep inside their territory, but here they go, and the handoff goes straight up the middle, angling to the left with a good hold as Engelman to the 40, down to the 35. Depending on the spot, that might be another 1st down. Looks like they'll spot it at about the 35.5, and it'll be 3rd down and about 2, and quickly to the line of scrimmage. Here's the snap, and Engelman gets the handoff up the middle and is stacked up, but very close to the 1st down. They look like they're going to spot it a little short right there.
He didn't get it. No, he did not get it.
They're going to spot it just inside the 35. It'll be 4th down, about a half yard yet again. They really didn't allow ECU to get the extra effort penetration. And they will spot it at the left hash mark, and they gave them another 3 inches on the spot, on the respot. The ball is almost, the nose of the ball almost is a 1st down. Now they move it back. They realized what they had done. But, I mean, it's 4th and what, inches?
Yeah, that's the 2nd time that they've stopped play to reset a ball that they did not correctly set the 1st time.
So 4th down and a half an inch or so from the 34 of TU. Hauser out of the shotgun. Here's the snap, and the handoff goes straight forward. Engelman is stacked up. Boy, that's going to be close. Where are they going to spot it? Boy, that is really close. Nakai Miller was there, and the way they look like they're going to spot it, Nakai Johnson, I should say, was there. That may be short, folks. We'll see.
They marked it backwards from where it was.
Well, they spotted it about the same place they spotted it before, and they're saying TU ball. Wow, what a stand by the Tulsa team. But the thing you better watch out for is they're going to review this, I guarantee you.
The ruling on the field is that the runner is short of the line to gain. That play is under further review.
Well, he is short of the line to gain, but when is the last time you saw him bring out the sticks and do a measurement? Never.
I think maybe once a year for the last 5.
Yeah. Well, they're going to review it, and you're getting you should be able to get a pretty good look at your angle.
Yeah, hopefully. The gigantic TV is pointing directly over here, and Bruce can't see it.
Yeah, it's like right over top of me, so I can't see a darn thing.
But right now, all they're doing is showing Trey looking nervous.
Yeah. Well, he got stopped in the initial penetration.
Right. But even that second push, he didn't get anything.
It didn't look like he got that extra effort as well.
It's going to depend, though. Did the human nature of the officials believe the second effort was? I see right there.
Well, and his back is almost to the first down stake, but the ball is in front of him. So
actually,
he doesn't.
his extra effort is what got him to where he is now, because he was hit before that.
Yep.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. The runner is short of the line to gain, therefore it's a turnover on down. First down, Tulsa.
What a huge stop by the TU defense. Our replay review brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. And the Hurricane with a terrific defensive stand. And it wasn't a turnover, but it was a turnover on downs, and now TU will get it at their 34-yard line when we get it back underway. 2:20 remaining third quarter. It is ECU 31, Tulsa 17. This is TU football from Learfield.
This is TU football. 99.5.
Hey football fans, it's Rusty Banks with Classic Chevrolet in Owasso. I'm here to tell you what we have going on in October. If you're looking for the absolute best deal of the year on new Chevy Silverados, you're going to find it here. We must get rid of the remaining 2025s because the 26s are here. So for the month of October, you can get up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Chevy Silverados. When you think Chevrolet, think Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Owasso, where a handshake still matters.
Silverado C720, all rebates to dealer.
Hey, are you ready to hit the road with that new or pre-owned vehicle? Well, at Western Sun Federal Credit Union, we're making car buying easy with low rates. A Western Sun Federal Credit Union vehicle loan offers affordable payments, flexible terms, no hidden fees. Apply today at WSFCU.com or at one of our 6 area Tulsa locations. APR and annual percentage rates are subject to change without notice. Contact Western Sun for additional terms and conditions that may apply.
When it comes to getting work done, you need a machine that plays hard in all 4 quarters. TYM tractors bring the horsepower, toughness, and reliability to move the chains on your projects. From compact to heavy duty, these tractors are built like an offensive line. Strong, steady, and ready to push forward. And with warranties that go the distance, you'll stay in the game season after season. I'm Tanner. Go see my buddy Jake, a proud TU alum at the Tractor Yard in Coweta. Online at thetractoryard.com.
Get out in the yard, the Tractor Yard.
Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma is the official team physicians of University of Tulsa Athletics. Welcome back as Tulsa trails 31-17, 2:20 remaining in the third quarter. A big fourth down stop for this TU defense to give them an opportunity here, closing out the third quarter, trying to fight, scratch, and claw to get their way back into this. You know, the one thing about East Carolina, when you just look at the statistics over the course of the season, guys, they've been really good on third down. The area where they've been deficient is on fourth down. That's one of the biggest stops that the Tulsa defense has had the entire night. Can that spur a little bit of the momentum now to kind of get this offense back in gear and to give them the confidence when they have to go back out on the field to get a couple of stops? You just need a couple more, but there's plenty of time left in this game. But now's the time to take the advantage of the opportunity that your defense has given you.
Yeah, it's a good point. Tulsa has been pretty good on fourth downs. ECU has not been so good. 4 of 15 coming into this game on fourth down conversions. And I think they've tried, a couple of times, and they're 1 for 2. The one they missed was just now, and it's huge for Tulsa. Hey, when you're out of town, you want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the free Varsity Network app available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. And we know lots of folks that are listening on the Varsity Network app, one of which might be in New Zealand right now. In fact, we have a couple of friends who are in New Zealand. One of them is my son. Maybe they're listening right now. I don't know what time it is in New Zealand. It's like tomorrow. Here's the snap. Back to pass goes Baylor Hayes on first down. Quick throw over the middle and a lunging catch by Foley. And Foley did a great job of reaching out and grabbing onto that thing at the 41. It's a gain of 7, and it'll be second down and 3. 2 receivers to the left, 3 receivers near side right on second down and about 3.5. Quick throw right side, this time incomplete, knocked out of there by Danko. And it is incomplete again, intended for Foley. It'll be third down as Danko made the play. Third down at about 3.5 to 4. They have to get it to about the 44.5-yard line. And a huge third down situation for the Hurricane, and they are 4 of 13 on third down conversions. Hayes awaits the snap. 2 receivers to the left, Tempest and Booker. Step toe is to the right. Tight end is on the left side of the formation, Brody Foley. Tulsa's taking quite a bit of time now, only 10 seconds on the clock as Hayes drops back into shotgun formation. Has the snap, drops back to pass on third down. Has time, throws it short over the middle and dropped by Booker right at the first down stake at the 45, and it's fourth down about 3 or 4.
Yeah, and it looked like initially I thought Baylor was going to take off. There was a nice gap in the middle, and he had a little bit of room, but I think he did the right thing in throwing it. He just threw it a little bit behind him.
So Tulsa is going to go for it here on fourth down and about 3.5. And you wouldn't say the game is on the line here, but as the clock is at 1:53 of the third quarter and TU is down 31-17, this is a must conversion for the Hurricane, you would think. Out of the shotgun, Hayes on fourth down. Motion from right to left by Foley. Here's the snap, and they bring a blitz, and the throw to the left side. Foley catches it at the 50, wide open. 40, 35, 30, far boundary, 25, and down to the 21-yard line. Foley found himself wide open, and Baylor Hayes took the hit and released the ball, and a huge gainer for the Tulsa Golden Hurricane, 32 yards to the 23-yard line, 1st and 10.
Well, I think Baylor recognized it right away. When they sent Brody in motion, East Carolina was playing zone defense. They sent Brody in motion. Nobody even widened out, and he was completely alone. Corner came inside and just ignored him, which is kind of mind-boggling considering he's been a lot of the offense.
23-yard line, 1st down and 10. TU out of the shotgun, Hayes. Tulsa down 31-17. Turns, fakes a handoff, roll to the right, now throws it to the left side, and it's Foley open. He catches it at the 8 and tumbles down to the 5-yard line as he was tackled on the play by Jordy Lowry, a gain of 18. 1st down and goal at the 5-yard line. TU in the Western Sun Federal Credit Union red zone, and now quickly to the line of scrimmage. Here goes a handoff to A.J. Allen up the middle. No gain as they stuffed him at the 5-yard line. It's 2nd and goal from the 5. And Brody Foley is bigger, but he's starting to look a lot like Garrett Mills, isn't he? I mean, it's like, why is he so wide open? You know?
Very same thing, although Garrett was really more of an H-back. It still was considered a tight end position. And Brody, suddenly he's just out there by himself. It's like, hey, pretty good-sized guy. How did you not see him?
2nd down and goal from the 5. Motion by Foley to the right. Out of the shotgun, Baylor Hayes. Hayes awaits the snap, has the snap, fakes a handoff, takes it up the middle. He skips to the left and dives near the end zone. And is he in? No, they're going to say he's down at the 1.
Oh, they might have to look at that one. It looked to me like the ball was over.
It was down, short of the goal line. 3rd down.
Well, they may have to, again, like you say, look at that.
He rolled over on his back and was kind of holding the ball out.
Well, he might have broken the plane on that. Now he did fumble the ball, but he had already broken the plane. And that's the final play of the third quarter. They need to look at that.
They will.
So the final play of the third quarter ends up being a quarterback draw to about the half-yard line.
Maybe.
And TU will have it either at the half-yard line or maybe they'll review this. Doesn't sound like they're looking at it, but we'll go ahead and take our break and be back with the fourth quarter. The final 15 minutes of this one on the way. Your score is ECU 31, Tulsa 17. This is TU football from Learfield.
Miss, your burger is served.
Thank you.
And if I may suggest a pairing, this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. The sweetness of Pepsi perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger, while the citrus and carbonation elevates the taste for a truly stunning flavor profile. Bon appetit.
Now that is one perfect combination. If this is how the other half lives, I could get used to this. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate Pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Today's game is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol.
Well, the Golden Hurricane trailing 31-17 as we go to the fourth quarter. I'm sure they've reviewed it, but they really haven't had a, your typical Barbasol shaving cream review where they're looking at it down on the field and up in the booth. But they basically have said, nope, it's going to be third down and about a half yard from the half-yard line, 3rd and goal from the half-yard line. Check in with Jeremy Poplin on the sidelines, Poplin.
Well, the referees were getting a drink while the national TV audience was in a timeout. They were just kind of hanging out by the goal line down there. Right. You guys saw that. They made the long walk back. Trey was outside of the huddle around the 20-yard line or the opposite end of the field. Now, Trey saw the white hat approaching, went over and gave the touchdown signal, did Trey, and the referee plainly pointed towards the ground saying that he's down. So clearly there was some type of view from it up above that they didn't have to whistle down and say, hey, you should probably take a look at that.
Right, and I think you're right. Well, fans, it's heating up at Brahms, heating up here in Greenville as well. But at Brahms, you can grab a spicy chicken pimento bacon sandwich made with Brahms' exclusive pimento cheese on a spicy breaded chicken patty topped with bacon, jalapenos, and more cheese, available only at Brahms. Well, as we recap this one, we start the final 15 minutes. At halftime, it was 24-14 in favor of ECU. And after TU got a stop early in the third quarter, they gave it right back on the 3-and-out. And East Carolina, in fact, it was a 4-and-out because they went for it on 4th down. ECU went for a touchdown on the London Montgomery 51-yarder to make it 31-14. But TU battling back, and Seth Morgan on a 46-yard field goal to make it 31-17. Tulsa able to get a 4th down stop, and now they have marched it all the way to the half-yard line. And as we start the fourth quarter, the Hurricane will face 3rd down and a half-yard, clearly 4th-down territory for TU.
Yeah, they've got that straight T back in there. Hardiman's going to be in there at the fullback type position. And this is going to be all 22 people in a very small spot.
Yep, and we'll see if it's Kittleman or if it is Baylor Hayes.
I think it's Baylor.
The last few times it's been Kittleman under center and handing it off on that straight T.
No, it's him. It's Kittleman.
So here we go. 3rd down, a half-yard for TU. From the half-yard line, Kittleman is the quarterback. Kittleman takes it himself and plunges near. It looks like he is very close. No signal yet. He appears to be in. Tulsa's signaling touchdown. No signal yet. They're unpiling people, and they rolled it a touchdown. Kittleman with a score for TU. Actually, coming up with the ball out of there was Hardiman. So did Kittleman lose the ball and Hardiman got it?
I don't know. Stephen clearly snuck the thing inside.
Well, he got pushed in there, a little bit of a tush push. And now whether the ball came free or not, I don't know. If it did,
Kittleman celebrating.
Came down with the ball out of the pile, but I think that's a Kittleman half-yard touchdown for TU, and now they're going to review it.
Of course they are. He's clearly across the goal line when he first kind of burrows his way in there.
I'm with you on that. Tulsa will attempt the extra point. They're not going to review it. And the Hurricane, right now officially, we're going to go ahead and call it Kittleman on a 1-yard run, and TU has made it a 1-score game. Extra point by Morgan. Snap back, ball down. Here's the kick on the way, and it is straight through there. Straight through there, and we have a 1-score game now. 8 plays, 65 yards, took 2.5 minutes, and we got ourselves a ball game here with 14:47 to go in the fourth quarter. It's ECU 31, the University of Tulsa 24, and we're going to keep it here because they are not going to go to commercial break. And TU, with all of the things that have gone wrong, with all of the issues that they've had in this ball game, with the big plays by the other team and Tulsa misfiring on a couple of situations with great field position, here we are with just less than a quarter remaining, and it's 31-24. How about that?
And a couple of very big moments in there were a 35-second 3-and-out by ECU, and then another one that was, I think, 43 seconds that were 3-and-outs. Those were big defensive stands for Tulsa. And I got to think Jeremy Poplin, the sideline, might have gotten a little more energy.
A lot more energetic down here. And to your point, that's what I was going to bring up. Those drives, when you are a team that runs as many plays as ECU does, clock management kind of goes out the window. You lose control of that by your own doing because of how fast you go.
Well, and then they had the 5-minute drive, and Tulsa stuffed them on 4th down. So here's the high end over end kick to the near side. Pearson calls for a fair catch and makes it at the 2-yard line. So it'll be 1st down and 10 for ECU at their 25-yard line. ECU 31, University of Tulsa 24, as TU able to strike, able to score. And it'll be 1st and 10 at the 25. And Hauser in the game is 17 of 32 for 261 yards, 2 touchdowns, and most importantly for him and for ECU, no interceptions.
Yes, no turnover.
And we haven't had, have we not had a turnover in this game? I don't believe, right?
Have not had one.
So it'll be 1st down and 10 from their 25-yard line for the Pirates. Out of the shotgun, Hauser actually takes it on a flea flicker on the right side, and he throws it away. Hauser actually was with the running back off to the side of the Wildcat quarterback, and they snapped it to, I think it was, might have been the running back Montgomery, who then pitched it to Hauser, and they were trying to fool Tulsa. Tulsa was not fooled, and it's an incompletion. 2nd and 10 from their 25-yard line. Motion from left to right, and back to pass goes Hauser. Tulsa with a little bit of pressure. Throw over the middle, caught by Connor, the tight end, and Connor gets stacked up. Looks like he might have leaned forward for the 1st down at the 35. Gain of 10 and a 1st down for ECU at the 35, and that's always what helps a fast-paced offense. That 1st down allows you to play quick. And now the handoff goes up the middle, and it's Montgomery off the left side, slashing to about the 39. He got maybe 4 on the play as TU had Hudson Ball getting in there, and now a little bit of extracurricular activity on that one with the tight end Javante Connor and Ball getting into it, but they'll mark the ball at the 39. It's 2nd and 6 from their 39-yard line. Hauser out of the shotgun, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Handoff up the middle. Big hole for Montgomery off to the left side. 45 to the 50 and into Tulsa territory at the 47-yard line. And that was a huge saving tackle by Zach Williams. 14-yard gain, and it might have been 44.
Oh, yeah, that easily would have been 6 had he not got that ankle tackle in there.
1st down and 10 at Tulsa's 47-yard line, and now back to pass goes Hauser. Hauser looks, throws left side. It's caught by Connor, the tight end, left side 40, outside the numbers to the 35, and into TU territory at the 33. And just like that, East Carolina has marched it down the field, leading 31-24.
It's brilliantly called, too. You got Tulsa in a man out there on that side. You're running all your guys off. You run the guy underneath him. Everybody's going the wrong way.
1st down and 10 at Tulsa's 33-yard line. And just like that, after ECU had the quick 3-and-outs and also had the long drive that Tulsa stopped, now they're at the doorstep at the 33. Handoff up the middle, and Montgomery this time is plugged up and dropped. Good job in the interior defense for TU. Tim Hardeman, the last guy to get up over there. And also coming off the deck was Ty Newhouse. And it's 2nd down and 8 from the 31-yard line. Out of the shotgun, Hauser. Bunched formation, back to pass Hauser. Short drop, now looks over the middle, throws over the middle, and it is caught. And this time it's Riles, the tight end, who catches it and rumbles down to the 20, to the 19-yard line, and has the 1st down for ECU on a gain of 12. And this is not rocket science, and it's not the explosive plays, but they are just marching it down the field here.
And their tight end suddenly has become as big a part of the game as Brody Foley on Tulsa's side.
C.J. Turner was in at middle linebacker during the last couple of plays, and now Ray Coney checks back in. Gray doesn't take many plays off. And now he's back out there, and it is 1st and 10 at the Tulsa 20-yard line. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right, and motion back toward the formation by Wright, the backup quarterback, and he gets the snap. He fakes a toss and runs it up the middle and gets hit and decked at about the 18-yard line. So he got about 3, and you talk about kind of pulling out some stops. ECU's throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Tulsa.
Well, that's exactly what they had done earlier on that little, reverse pass.
Yeah.
They just shift both players, which is smart, and then you've got a lot of opportunities.
Now you got 2 quarterbacks out there, and they're going to snap it to Wright the backup, and he hands it off, and now Hauser throws to the right side, caught at the 15-yard line, but tackled at the 14-yard line is Peyton Mangrum, a gain of about 4. A lot of trickeration for not much of a gain there, as again they snapped it to Wright, who pitched it to Hauser, and Hauser threw the ball down the field.
Give credit
for
to
4.
Lento Smith, because he could have gotten his eyes in the wrong place, and he stayed right there on that play.
Now it's 3rd down from the 14-yard line. They have to reach the 10, so it's 3rd and 4. A huge play for the Tulsa defense. As out of the shotgun is Hauser. Hauser has it, drops back to pass, looks left, now throws over the middle. That goes off of the intended receiver. Mangrum at about the 12, incomplete, and Mangrum was not even looking for the ball. It was actually a pretty good throw on rhythm, and Mangrum wasn't looking for it, and Peyton Mangrum couldn't make the catch, and now ECU will go for 3 from the right hash mark at the 22. It'll be a 33-yard field goal attempt for Macy.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the receiver, he was also caught right between Ray Coney and Devin Robinson, 2 of the harder hitters out there, and so he got the benefit of not catching the ball, I'll tell you that.
So a 32-yard field goal attempt from the right hash mark. A high snap, they handle it, and the kick is on the way, and it is good. And so ECU gets on the board with a field goal to make it a 10-point game with 10:51 to go. It is ECU 34, Tulsa 24. We'll take a break. This is TU football from Learfield.
Are you being punished for buying a used vehicle? Stuck with a higher interest rate just because your car's a few years old? At Red Crown Credit Union, we treat new and used cars the same, with the same great low rate. With rates starting as low as 5.49%, you'll be saving some serious every month. Apply now at redcrowncu.org and start saving today.
Rates and terms subject to change without notice. Visit redcrowncu.org for full details. Red Crown Credit Union.
At Brahms, we offer more than just burgers, shakes, and fries. We have an entire fresh market for your everyday grocery needs, from farm fresh milk to meats, freshly baked breads, and produce. We also carry a wide variety of our premium ice cream, frozen yogurt, and sherbet. And with Brahms delivery trucks running 7 days a week, our items are always fresh. Stop by your neighborhood Brahms Fresh Market for an incredibly fast, incredibly convenient grocery shopping experience, so you can spend more time on things that matter most.
We all love watching football, but you know what? It's not easy if you just can't see it clearly. And that's where Triad Eye Institute comes in. Triad Eye Institute is the official LASIK and eye care provider for TU Athletics. If your vision is giving you problems, then go to Triad Eye Institute. Go to Tulsa, Bartlesville, Claremore, Grove, Muskogee, Pryor, McAllister, and find out what you need to improve your vision. Triad Eye Institute will help you make sure you can see everything more clearly. Call 918-252-2020 or go to triadeye.com. See more of life and football with Triad Eye Institute.
That's an 11-play, 61-yard drive for East Carolina. Nick Mazie with a 32-yard field goal. The drive took up just a little bit under 4 minutes. And it's 34-24 in favor of ECU. But give credit to the Tulsa defense. You think about what they've done in the second half, a couple of 3-and-outs, and then, of course, the one-play 51-yard drive, or the one 51-yard play. But then stop them on 4th down and hold them to a field goal this drive. So not bad by the TU defense here in the second half.
No, the only thing is the amount of time taken up. You had a drive that took 4:52 that didn't get anything out of, and then you get one that's 3:56. You're looking at almost 9 minutes of time right there that you desperately need back. So, yeah, it's good to hold them to 3, but I prefer those 43-second drives.
Yeah, no question. And for the Hurricane, they're down by 10, and, I mean, imagine if Tulsa is able to get a nice drive here and score a touchdown. All of a sudden, the throats get a little tight if you're on the ECU side at 34-31. So, obviously, you're still in the situation where you could take a field goal again. But, boy, if you could get 7 right here, man, you really put a lot of pressure on a team that's favored by, what, 16?
Yeah, you haven't been within 3 since there was 2:47 to go in the first period when it was 17-14. Since that time, not been able to get that close, including being down 31-14 here in the third quarter or in the second half of this game. So, yeah, it would be nice to see a big play and have them just kind of ball up a little.
Emmers and Washington back deep to receive. A kickoff from Everett Scott. And in this ball game, Everett Scott, who's had 15 touchbacks this year, has not shown the ability to get it into the end zone. And Washington has had 2 or 3 really nice returns, including one beyond the 40-yard line. So be careful for number 22 here.
He could take one to the house. I'd be all right with that.
That would be just fine. So ready to go, and here is the kickoff, high end over end, and to the far side, and that one, oh my, it went almost out of bounds, but it got inside the pylon and about a yard deep. Hit right there on the sideline, if you will, the side of the end zone, but that was in play, and it is a touchback. Tulsa will take over at the 25.
And, you don't have to get a touchdown in a play here.
Offside. Kicking team.
Ooh.
Number 43, 5-yard penalty added to the touchback spot. First down, Tulsa.
Could Tulsa ask them to kick it again, I wonder? I think you could. But they're going to take the 5 yards to the 30. And it'll be 1st and 10 at the 30 for the Golden Hurricane. Down 34-24 in the game, and TU still with time.
Yep.
With 10:51 remaining in the game. Ball at the 30-yard line for TU, and Baylor Hayes sets him up. He is now 16 for 30 for 214 yards, 2 TDs, and no interceptions. Out of the shotgun, Hayes. 1 receiver right, 2 to the left. Here's the snap. They come with the blitz. They pick it up, and stepping up is Hayes, and Hayes throws the ball at the feet of Booker just to try to get the incompletion as he had stepped up and the pocket was collapsing. It'll be 2nd and 10 for Tulsa at their 30.
Yeah, they came with the star or the outside, whatever you want to call it, in their defense blitz, and he was not delayed. He came. He had Brody breaking open, but there was just not enough time to even try to get it there.
So now 2nd down and 10 from the 30. One of their starting defensive cornerbacks, Rashid Reason, was injured in this game, and they've done a decent job out there in this game. Fake handoff, deep drop, and Hayes throws high in the air down the right boundary, and it is too far and incomplete, and flags fly as they intended that one for step-toe down the right boundary, and he was jarred and yanked by Jordy Lowry. And I was just thinking of that as I saw Lowry's number 15, and they set up on that far side.
Defense, number 15. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Yeah, even the most purple of glasses had to understand that was absolutely interference.
And they're still booing.
Yeah, but and you know what? That's what fans do, and that's great. I mean, there's not a lot of them here, and they're still loud. You got to like this place, man.
So Zion Steptoe did break free and did break loose, and it ended up being a 15-yard play or 15-yard penalty for the Hurricane. Barber and Bart's flag on the play. Tulsa 1st and 10 from their 45. 3 receivers near side left. That's a wide side of the field. Nobody on the right. And here's the snap and the handoff off the right side, and it's Richardson. Richardson breaks the first tackle and surges forward across the 50 to the 49. Got about 6 on the play. And remember that Richardson is usually stronger at the end of a game.
Yes.
But he has not been in situations the last few games where they can do that, where they can hand him the ball late in the ball game.
Well, 6 right there, I'll take. And anytime you can hand it off and be effective, again, you're going to force safeties and linebackers to pause, and that gives you deep opportunities.
12 carries for 32 yards for Richardson, 2nd and 4 from the 49 of ECU. Out of the shotgun, Hayes has the snap, toss sweep, left side, Richardson. He eludes a man, goes around the boundary around the outside to the left side to the 50, to the 45, and close to the first down stick. Yes, he'll have the first down at the 44, and a gain of about 5 on the play. 1st and 10, Tulsa at the 44-yard line. TU is down 34-24, but they're on the march at the 44 of ECU.
I think Robinson, the defensive end, thought, I got this guy. He gave him one little inside step, and suddenly Robinson is grasping for air.
So now it is 1st and 10 for TU at the 44 of ECU. Here's the snap. Hayes back to pass. Has time. Throws to the left side, dropped by Booker. That was a little behind him, but again, that's a handleable pass that was dropped, and that might be the 6th or 7th drop of the game for TU.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was behind him, but it wasn't thrown with so much pepper that you couldn't hold it. That's the key. A lot of times those short balls, you really get those thrown in there at a high rate, and it's very difficult. That one, that one should have been caught.
9:22 left in the 4th quarter, 34-24. ECU with the lead. Tulsa 2nd and 10 from the 44 of ECU. Out of the shotgun, Hayes awaits the snap. Now motion to the right by Booker. Here's the snap and fake handoff, and Hayes back to pass. He is buried and sacked way back at the 50-yard line. As coming in was Danka. Also in is Zion Wilson. It's going to be a loss of about 5 or 6 as they place it at the 49-yard line. Boy, that one was a jailbreak, and honestly, I don't know if that was a read option. If he handed it off, he'd have gotten 5-6 yards on that play.
I think that was supposed to be a pull and throw, and they just had the perfect defensive call for the play.
3rd down and 15 for Tulsa at the 49. Dropping back to pass, Hayes throws it to the right side. It's Booker, and Booker catches it at the 48. Flags fly as Booker gets knocked down after a gain of about 2. And Coach Trey Lamb is out there with the official as they're going to call that on TU. And I'm not sure what he's angry about.
I think he's calling offensive interference. I think.
Well, the pass was behind the line of scrimmage, so if the pass was behind the line of scrimmage, it would not be a penalty, and I think that's what they're going to discuss. Remember, last game we talked about the neutral zone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
And I don't know that it would matter because
it's going to be 4th and,
Right.
15. Barber's flag on the play for the moment.
Pass interference. Offense, number 80. The penalties decline. It's 4th down.
And right now pleading with the official is Trey Lamb. And again, I haven't seen a replay on it, so hard to tell. But it's going to be 4th and 15, and Tulsa's going to go for it. From the 49 of ECU, down 34-24. Tulsa will go for it with Baylor Hayes out of the shotgun. Here's the snap. Hayes back to pass. Pretty good rush. Rolling to the right. He waits. He's got to get rid of it, but he gets tackled. You cannot take a sack on a 4th down play like that, and Baylor Hayes gets dumped at the 41 of TU.
And he's still down. Well, now he's getting up.
Goodness.
Well, and they had 7 players. Oh, that ball might have come out. The official just called touchdown.
A fumble recovered by East Carolina for a touchdown.
Oh, my gosh.
I saw Baylor hit the ground.
Baylor hit the ground, and they blew a whistle. And did anybody see any of that?
Hey, Jeremy, did you
not see any of that?
I saw Baylor go down.
Saw him get.
He got hit at the 41, and evidently the ball came loose, and ECU scooped it up and scored.
It did. It was laying right next to him, and he was hurt at that moment.
The ruling on the field of a fumble recovered for a touchdown is under further review.
Well, we will see that. Nobody up here saw it. I didn't see it at all.
No, because of the way he was, from where he was we're a long way away, this high press box. But if you look, they need to show it one more time. He might have been down before the ball came out. And that's the one thing I couldn't tell on that first replay.
And the other part was there a whistle? Because he got dumped, and he fell on his head, and he actually looks like his hand hit the ground with the ball in there. And at any rate, it's either going to be a touchdown for ECU, which will really hurt Tulsa's chances, or they're going to take over at Tulsa's 41. Neither is very good.
No, and they've got their dog chain out.
Tackle. You cannot take a sack on a 4th down play like that, and Baylor.
He's down.
Not take a sack on a 4th down. Well, you heard a whistle, maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
So not only that, if you look at the replay, he's down.
His head hits first, and that's down, and they've got to rule that down by contact at about the 41-yard line. That's bizarre because the ball, I guess, as you mentioned, laid there, and Baylor Hayes took a pretty good hit. I mean, that's your head hitting the ground, basically the crown of your helmet hitting the ground. And from this angle, we couldn't see the ball come loose at all.
No, then his hand and arm hit the ground with the ball still in it. That clearly was not a fumble.
And here's a Barbasol review brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. And the official has now taken his headset off, and he will talk.
After further review, the runner was down prior to fumbling the football. It's 1st down, East Carolina at the 41-yard line.
Yeah, and, when you look at a 4th down and 15 play.
Media timeout.
I don't care if you just throw the ball up into the secondary. You've just got to get rid of it. You can't take a sack there.
Well, and they had 7 players at the 1st down marker and beyond. So, I mean, they only rushed 4, and that's disappointing enough. But having 7 guys back there, you still have to give your guy a chance.
Well, we'll take a break and sort everything out. At any rate, it'll be ECU ball at the Tulsa 41. 34-24, East Carolina with the lead, 8:35 to play in the game. This is TU football from Learfield.
This is TU football on Big Country 99.5.
New playbook at TU, and we're proud to be part of it. As the Golden Hurricanes kick off the Trey Lamb era, Interstate is behind them all the way. We know what it takes to build something great on the field and on the job. If you're a licensed journeyman electrician, we're hiring in Tulsa. Expect steady industrial work, great benefits, and a $2,000 hiring bonus. Proud to support TU football and proud to hire Tulsa's best. Apply today at interstates.com/careers or call 918-228-4900.
Whether you're tailgating or having friends over to watch your favorite team, all the excitement can be exhausting. Let the experts at Mattress Firm help you relax after a day of cheering on your team. They can help you find the right mattress to help you get a better night's sleep. Be the MVP of your household with a new mattress from Mattress Firm. Visit one of their 10 Green Country locations or go to mattressfirm.com.
Hey, football fans, it's Rusty Banks with Classic Chevrolet in Owasso. I'm here to tell you what we have going on in October. If you're looking for the absolute best deal of the year on new Chevy Silverados, you're going to find it here. We must get rid of the remaining 2025s because the 26s are here. So for the month of October, you can get up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Chevy Silverados. When you think Chevrolet, think Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Owasso, where a handshake still matters.
Silverado C720, all rebates to dealer.
Hey fans, Marshall Brewing and TU Athletics have teamed up to create a new TU branded beer, introducing Tulsa Golden Lager for all your tailgate needs. Tulsa Golden Lager will be available at Chapman Stadium all year long, and also Elgin Park, where we have the Coaches Show, and local retailers like Reese's and Quick Trip. And a reminder for all your printing, signage, and direct mail needs, contact Quick Print of Tulsa. Quick Print of Tulsa, offering high-quality printing with faster turnarounds to suit your business needs. Visit qptulsa.com to learn more about how Quick Print can help you today. All right, so let's check in with Jeremy Poplin on the sidelines. Again, that play was overturned to a fourth down stop by ECU, and they'll take over at the Tulsa 41. But at least, Pop, it wasn't the return that they thought they had.
No, it wasn't. And not only on that, on top of that, I mean, the defensive lineman then Gronk spiked the football like he was trying to put a hole in the earth in the end zone, which there was no flag on that either. So just add that to the total of things tonight that they might have missed.
See, I told you. It's like owned Arkansas.
Ball at the 41-yard line. First down and 10 for ECU as they will look to go for the juggler here. And the Hurricane, obviously, on defense, is tasked with stopping them stone cold. Although I guess if they gave up a field goal, they'd still be only 2 scores down. So on first down, Hauser hands it off up the middle. Gunn gets hit and stacked up and stopped just inside the 40. So he got 2 or 3. And it'll be second down for ECU from the Tulsa 38. 38, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I do wonder if they will pull it in a little bit. And, I mean, they're in double tights. Looks like they just want to run it.
Second down and 7 from the 38, and the handoff to Gunn up the middle, and Gunn bouncing out to the left, but a nice play by TU's Alexander. He hung on and arm tackled him at the 34. Otherwise, he's out the gate left side and gets about 15. So it's a gain of about 5. Now third down and 3. Definitely 4-down territory for ECU.
Yep. But, they're taking a little more time. They're running a little bit more clock.
Anthony Smith and Yannick Smith to the right on third down and 3. Here's the snap and the handoff left side. Gunn has the first down, 30. Outside the numbers 25 and spills down to the 20. And they end up getting about 14 on the play, 13 on the play as they mark it at the 21. First and 10 for ECU at the Tulsa 21-yard line. And the clock continues to tick with 7.5 to play. Tulsa's down 34-24. Out of the shotgun, Hauser has the snap, turns, hands it off. Gunn up the middle, and Gunn gets gummed up that time as he stopped at the 20. Maybe a gain of 1, perhaps 2, as they may mark it at the 19. Good job by the Hurricane, especially underneath. And Joe Yelly, who's had a good game, got underneath everybody and stopped that thing in Tulsa with a hockey line change with 4 new defensive linemen coming in.
But it is clear they are going to be pretty satisfied. I mean, not to mention that they might not throw a little play action, but they are not in a hurry.
Second down and 8 from the 19-yard line for ECU. Here's the snap, and it's a draw play up the middle. Hauser to the right side, cuts it back. He gets it to the 10, dives down to the 5. A little slippery on that one, and he got it inside the 10. It's a 14-yard gain, first and goal from the 5-yard line for ECU.
They are nearing 500. Actually, that may put them over 550 in total offense.
No. They came in averaging 430. They have 556 yards of total offense right now.
Yep.
First and goal at the 5. Hauser out of the shotgun. Gunn is to his right shoulder. Here's the snap, and Gunn gets the carry, and Gunn gets hit and dropped. A loss of a yard. Good penetration that time by Tim Hardiman. Messed up that play. And Devin Robinson finished him off for a loss of a yard at the 6. The second and goal from the 6-yard line. And again, if you harbor any hopes to try to come back with 6 minutes to play, you've got to stop them and force them to kick a field goal and keep it a 2-score game here.
And the clock ticks too. It's inside 6 minutes.
Yep. 6-yard line, second down and goal. Hauser out of the shotgun. Gunn is to his right. Here's the snap, and Gunn with the carry again. Up the middle, slashing to the right, gets it to the 2. and stuffed there by the TU defense. Alexander was there, Devin Robinson was there, and Devin Robinson appears to be injured at the 2-yard line. And it'll be third down, a goal from the 2-yard line.
He's holding his left arm.
Pop, I think you were on the air there, so I think that got on. Is that right? Pop, what did you say again? Go ahead and repeat that.
Well, Devin is down.
Okay, thank you.
He had his arm laying out beside him, his left arm. Now, he initially rolled over with his right to kind of hold in between. I thought he was grabbing his elbow at first, but I think it's kind of in that bicep area that he's down, and he's not really moved it at all. That's the most concerning part of this right now, is he's still down. And now they're going to lift him up, but yeah, that looked a lot worse than what it is now, because now he's up, but he's rubbing that elbow area. So maybe he just took one of those shots of like the funny bone type area, and he lost all the feeling in his arm.
Yeah, either that or a slight hyperextension. At any rate, we have a timeout with 5:31 to play. It's ECU 34, Tulsa 24. Back with more in a moment. This is TU football from Learfield.
Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma is the region's sports medicine authority, serving as the team physicians for more universities, more high schools, and more club teams than all other providers combined. At Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma, we're focused on providing you with the personalized orthopedic care you deserve. For the area's best teams and for the athlete in all of us, Advanced Orthopedics of Oklahoma is the region's sports medicine authority. Visit us at aook.com.
A pepperoni pizza for the table.
Thank you.
And may I suggest trying it with our Pepsi Zero Sugar? It has just the right amount of sweetness to complement all that cheesy, saucy goodness, while the carbonation and notes of citrus enhance the flavor profile. Simply divine.
Pepsi Zero Sugar? You've really outdone yourself this time. Pizza deserves Pepsi.
Are you being punished for buying a used vehicle? Stuck with a higher interest rate just because your car's a few years old? At Red Crown Credit Union, we treat new and used cars the same, with the same great low rate. With rates starting as low as 5.49%, you'll be saving some serious every month. Apply now at redcrowncu.org and start saving today.
Rates and terms subject to change without notice. Visit redcrowncu.org for full details. Red Crown Credit Union.
Hey, TU fans, the Hurricane have their own bourbon through the new partnership with Hochatown Distillery. Golden Barrel Bourbon is now available at TU games and your local Tulsa locations where spirits are available. Pick up Golden Barrel Bourbon for your tailgate or to enjoy at home. Well, 5:31 to play. Ball at the 2-yard line. I'm going to mention this, Rick, if we can get this in. Them getting the ball to the 2-yard line. Now, yeah, it's 3rd and goal from the 2, but that might entice them to go for it on 4th down.
Possibly, yeah.
You know, and then if Tulsa were able to stone them twice, they could get that stop that they need with no points on the board. But we shall see. Ball at the 2-yard line, and Hauser in the offense of ECU ready to go. Hauser in the ball game is 21 of 38 for 300 yards, 2 TDs, no interceptions. And again, 559 yards of total offense for ECU, and here they are at the line of scrimmage. 2 tight ends on the right side of the formation. Gunn is the running back, and Gunn does not get the ball as they fake to him, and Hauser takes it himself and scores on a 2-yard touchdown run. And then Hauser throws the ball high in the air. Which we have been led to believe should elicit a penalty, but evidently not. And so that's a touchdown for Caden Hauser, and ECU adds to the lead. It's 40-24, extra point coming.
Yep, so, I mean, boy, this is like, in so many other games this year, you look at certain places and opportunities where you gave yourself chances and just could not grab them by the throat.
5:22 to go, and 16-point lead, extra point upcoming. Snap back, ball down. Here's the kick on the way, and it is good. And it is 41-24. Tulsa got it down to 31-24, but East Carolina able to get the next 10 points in the ball game. And the Hurricane now obviously behind the 8 ball, and also behind the 8 ball when it comes to bowl eligibility, as if they don't come from behind and win this game, they're going to have to win 4 of the remaining 5 in order to be bowl eligible, which is not undoable.
No, as a matter of fact,
it won't be easy.
You know, when Coach says there are winnable games, they get more winnable as you go. Temple is playing better than they have in the past.
Yep.
But Temple is not East Carolina. Florida Atlantic has shown some flashes. They were good against South Florida, but they are not these guys, or Memphis or Tulane. Thing is, can you keep everybody healthy enough and kind of together and in it enough? And I think this staff can.
Well, and again, you have the extra couple of days, so it'll be, instead of a week, it'll be 10 days to get ready. And a high short kick, it's taken at the 25-yard line by a Hurricane up man, who was able to field it and get it forward, and that is Landon Lucas, who caught it and got it forward to around the 30, maybe a little shy of the 30-yard line. Tulsa will take over first down and 10 with 5:19 to play in the game, and ECU is up 41-24. First and 10 for Baylor. Hayes in the offensive TU. Baylor is 17 of 33 for 214 yards, 2 TDs, and no interceptions. Out of the shotgun, Hayes has the snap, drops back to pass, clean pocket, throws over the middle, and Booker is hit as he caught it at the 34 and driven back, but they'll mark it at the 34 and a gain of 5. 2nd and 5 for TU, and TU obviously quickly to the line of scrimmage. 3 receivers far side right, 1 receiver near side left. Hayes out of the shotgun, has the snap, and drops back to pass. 3-man rush, throw over the middle behind the intended receiver Steptoe at the 50. And again, you don't know if that's a bad pass behind him or if Baylor Hayes expected Steptoe to kind of sit down in that middle of that zone,
Well, that's where the hole was, and so you maybe slow the route a little bit right there. Either way, it's just not a connection.
3rd down and 5 for Tulsa from their 34-yard line. 2 receivers far side right, 1 receiver to the left, and a slot on the left side. Out of the shotgun, Hayes has the snap, dropping back to pass, blitz coming, throw to the right side. Nice throw, and it's caught by Steptoe, far boundary at the 43 and out of bounds. And that'll be a gain of 8 and a first down for Tulsa with 4:47 to go here in the 4th quarter. And unfortunately, on a first down, they didn't really stop the clock. Plus, out of bounds, they don't stop the clock anymore until 2 minutes remain. So back to pass, Hayes throws quickly right side. Foley catches it, and out of bounds at the 46. Just a short gain of 3, and the clock will continue to churn with 4.5 minutes to play, and Tulsa's down by 17.
Yeah, if there's anything good here, there's a lot of good I think you can come out of this, but your receivers, Booker, Steptoe have both caught more balls. Obviously Brody's been good, but your wideouts have actually made several catches.
And unfortunately, earlier in the game, there were a few drops in crucial situations, unfortunately, but it wasn't those guys you just mentioned. Handoff goes to the left side, and cutting it back, nice job as Richardson gets it to the 50, to the 45, and continues to battle, and eventually gets knocked out of bounds, or nearly out of bounds, at the 41 of ECU, and a gain of 13 for Richardson. And again, they got the first down. I don't know why they don't stop the clock to move the sticks, but they are just churning that clock away. And Tulsa will take it first down and 10 from the 41. Stepping up is Hayes. Hayes runs it left side to the 40, gets it to the 35, now goes far side, cuts it up at the 30, right side 25 to the 20, and steps out of bounds at the 17-yard line. A weaving run by TU's Baylor Hayes, 24-yard gain. That might be the longest running play by somebody from the backfield, although we've had a couple of receivers get, 32, I think, or at least one of them did.
A couple of times they thought he was going to slide because he's kind of dived a couple of times, and he just kept weaving his way.
So it's 1st and 10 for TU at the 17-yard line. Clock moving with 3:10 remaining in the game. Out of the shotgun is Hayes. Awaits the snap, has the snap, and hands it off. Right side, it's Richardson, cuts back. He gets it to the 10, down to the 5, inside the 5. He got about 13, and it's 1st and goal for Tulsa at the 4-yard line. And again, they've got to hurry up with 2:55 to play, and the Hurricane quickly to the line of scrimmage. 1st and goal at the 4-yard line. Hayes out of the shotgun. Tempest to the right, 2 receivers near side left. That's the wide side of the field, and those 2 receivers, Steptoe and Emmers. Out of the shotgun, Hayes awaits the snap, has the snap, hands it off up the middle. Not much there for Richardson. In fact, he loses a half yard or so, and it'll be 2nd and goal from inside the 5-yard line. And again, that clock continues to churn with 2:25 remaining in the game, and TU is down 41-24. So 2nd down, a goal from the 5. Hayes out of the shotgun, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. In motion is Tempest toward the formation. Timeout, East Carolina.
Prior to the snap, timeout, East
with
Carolina.
2:13 to play.
They're first. 30 seconds.
Tulsa is in the Western Sun red zone. Another donation to the Children's Hospital at St. Francis. And, of course, we'll have the 2-minute timeout coming up in just a little bit, but this one is a short timeout. A reminder, Barber & Bart's, attorney at law, serving the Tulsa community, great sponsors of TU. They've been serving the Tulsa community for over 35 years and proud sponsor of Barber & Bart's Flag on the Play.
And you have to consider now you're thinking ahead. You know, you get in the end zone here, you got an onside kick coming up.
Yep.
And there are all kinds of things you're thinking ahead, and you're thinking about your timeouts and management and all that stuff. But the first order of business is getting in that area down there near the big building they have down there.
That's called the end zone.
It is,
yes.
As a matter of fact, yes.
So it'll be 2nd and goal from the 5. TU breaks huddle with step toe to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Hayes out of the shotgun. Richardson behind him. Hayes claps his hands, and now looks like he's changing the play at the line of scrimmage with 10 to get the play off. Hayes awaits. ECU shifts around a little bit. Now he runs an option play to the right, and there are nothing but black jerseys, and they bury Richardson way back at the 8, maybe the 9-yard line. He lost 4, and it'll be 3rd and goal from the 9, and that is the 2-minute timeout. So we'll take a break. Your score is East Carolina 41, Tulsa 24. Back with the final 2 minutes in a moment. This is TU football from Learfield.
This is TU football on Big 9.5.
Want to win $1,000? Hey, let's play Big Country Bingo. Stop by any Meineke Car Care location across Green Country to grab your official bingo card. Mark down when you hear the songs on your card. Get a bingo, and you could be our next $1,000 winner.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I am $1,000 richer.
It's Big Country Bingo from Meineke Car Care and Big Country 99.5.
Hey, football fans, it's Rusty Banks with Classic Chevrolet in Owasso. I'm here to tell you what we have going on in October. If you're looking for the absolute best deal of the year on new Chevy Silverados, you're going to find it here. We must get rid of the remaining 2025s because the 26s are here. So for the month of October, you can get up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Chevy Silverados. When you think Chevrolet, think Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Owasso, where a handshake still matters.
Silverado C720, all rebates to dealer.
There's a new playbook at TU, and we're proud to be part of it. As the Golden Hurricanes kick off the Trey Lamb era, Interstate is behind them all the way. We know what it takes to build something great on the field and on the job. If you're a licensed journeyman electrician, we're hiring in Tulsa. Expect steady industrial work, great benefits, and a $2,000 hiring bonus. Proud to support TU football and proud to hire Tulsa's best. Apply today at interstates.com/careers or call 918-228-4900.
Hey, TU fans, when the final whistle blows, take a quick look around your seats. Or if you're at home, take a look around your seats at home, because any trash left behind might get washed into the storm drains the next time it rains. So those drains lead straight to our rivers and lakes where fish live and swim. Do your part, toss that trash, and protect Tulsa's waterways. Remember, TU fans, only rain in the drain. Everything else pollutes our waterways. So there you go, 2 minutes to go in the game. 41-24 is your score. Tulsa is down to East Carolina, and they have a 3rd down and goal from the 8-yard line. And we've kind of talked about this a little bit. Yes, you got to get 3 scores, and I would suppose if Tulsa lost a few more yards this next play, let's hope that doesn't happen, you might kick a field goal to make it a 2-touchdown game and then do your onside kick, right?
I know that's a thing you're into.
I don't mind kicking a field goal.
I know. I just don't know that that's Coach Lamb's mindset.
Oh, probably not.
I think he'd want to stuff that thing across the goal line, and I understand.
Yep. Well, the Hurricane staring down the barrel of a 2-5 start and 0-4 in the American, and again going through the difficult part of the schedule. Next week it's homecoming, so we urge you to come on out. Homecoming is always great. We do have the start time. That's a 2:30 start.
That's perfect.
At H.A. Chapman Stadium. I love the 2:30 or 3 o'clock starts.
Oh, yeah, that is perfect. It's where God intended football to be played, outdoors on a Saturday in the mid-afternoon.
Yep. So here we go, the Hurricane in the Western Sun red zone. at the 8-yard line. It's 3rd and goal at the 8. And again, I'll be honest, a little disappointed with this Thursday night crowd here at ECU, and there's hardly a soul here right now. Most of them have vamoosed. Of course, they have to work tomorrow, so there you go. 3rd down and goal from the 8. Baylor Hayes out of the shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, and the slot on the left side is Brody Foley. Here's the snap. Back to pass. Hayes, jitterbutting, running to the right, running, throwing back of the end zone. Too far for Tempest back of the end zone. 4th down and 8. And they will actually attempt the field goal. By the way, we haven't mentioned this, but Brody Foley is 6 catches, 126. And, of course, he had the big 68, the big 58-yarder, or let's see, no, the longest was a 38-yarder. And he's been outstanding.
Yeah, he had the great catch on the one that wasn't a score that he had to launch for.
So they will attempt a field goal from the 16, a 26-yard field goal for Seth Morgan to get Tulsa to a 2-score deficit. Out of the hold of Angus Davies. Snap back, ball down. Here's the kick on the way, and that one is good, and the Hurricane has made it 41-27. So now the onside kick will be on the way. And TU will try to stay alive by getting an onside kick. And you know what? You just keep fighting.
Yep.
You know, it's going to take two onside kicks and 2 touchdowns for Tulsa. But you know what? You don't give up.
No, been on the bad end of some of those now, haven't we?
Yes.
Houston. But let's not even get into that. By the way, they did announce the attendance is just over 31,000.
Well,
and,
okay.
I don't think even we believe at the beginning that was the case.
Yeah.
But they started the night 32,700, I think it was, short of 10 million in attendance in their history.
Wow.
That's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. So the Hurricane will kick it off from right to left with 1:50 to play, 41-27. Hurricane number 0, I guess that would be Booker maybe, is going as 98.
I would imagine that would be Booker.
Or the other 0, if there's another 0, because that's Ray Coney. But I would think that they brought, maybe both of those guys are out there, so somebody had to take number 98. So onside kick coming, and for the Hurricane, it is Carson Zilmer to execute the onside kick, and a whistle and a timeout called by ECU.
Timeout.
And Zilmer just kind of bunted it forward, trying to get the 10 yards and then recover the fumble. I'm not sure if that would have worked, but would have been fun to see it try.
Yeah, that's not a dumb play by East Carolina, but that, Tulsa can go back and change what they're doing as well.
Let's pause 10 seconds to allow stations to identify themselves. This is TU football from Learfield.
KXPL Henrietta, Tulsa.
Gets it right.
All the songs I love. Country's biggest legends are home here on Big Country 99.5.
All right, so we had the timeout. East Carolina has 1 remaining. Hurricane, by the way, they do have 3 timeouts remaining. And so they will kick it off from the 35, and again, it'll be an onside kick. Got to get it to the 45 and recover it. And again, the backup kicker is Carson Zilmer, and he will execute this onside kick. Here's the kick, and he bunts it forward, and it is recovered by East Carolina. Flag flies, as coming up with the recovery was Kyler Pearson, and a flag flies really at the end of the play. I don't know what that would be. We'll see.
Well, a Tulsa player was down there for a second. I think somebody just got smacked.
Check in with Jeremy. Jeremy, go ahead.
It was the kicker that got absolutely unloaded on. Zilmer went down. He's kind of holding the side of his helmet right there. We're going to see where this is and what the official wording on this is, but he got unloaded on. I'm surprised you guys didn't hear the pop of his helmet way up there where you guys were at.
I saw him go down, but I couldn't see the guy in front of him that whacked him.
So if the hit happened...
Wow.
Yeah, so if the hit happened, was that before the ball was recovered? So if it's a post-play foul, it would just be against ECU and they'd still have the ball. But if it was in the midst of the play...
It was in play.
If it was in the midst of the play, I think that's 15 yards and you do it over again.
You should be.
Right?
One would think, yeah, because that's a personal foul as the player. It's not a dead ball.
Right. So we'll see what they say, yeah.
He was moving.
So that would put it at the 50. if that's the case, and Tulsa would kick off again.
But you would not have him because he just got whacked, and I don't think he's in a position to do that.
So we shall see. The officials are huddling, and with the number of officials, it is 7. It is definitely a quorum.
Yes.
So they can vote and have a subcommittee and do all of that sort of thing, and still perhaps come out of it unscathed.
Confused.
We will see. Well, the line of scrimmage is the 35 on the kickoff, or the line where they line up is the 35. Boy, this is a long discussion, and it's not even like a replay thing. I don't know if they would even go to replay on that in terms of figuring out if the hit happened.
Considering some of the things that we have seen in college football be incorrectly interpreted by officials who got lit up by their own conferences.
Yep.
I am not surprised that they might take a little time to make sure that they don't have that same kind of goof.
Well, Zillmer was the one, he bunted the ball forward to try to recover the onside kick. And so, as you mentioned, he got laid out as he was kind of lurching toward the ball or lunging toward the ball.
Well, it might be a targeting thing because it was a shoulder to the helmet, but they launched toward his head. Now, you might say it was his shoulder they launched toward, but if you look at the replay, of course, everything in slow motion is more clear.
Right.
It looked like they got him pretty, right there in the noggin.
Well, that's one way to make sure he doesn't recover the ball.
If he's unconscious, it's hard to hold on.
Yeah. Well, fans, don't forget to subscribe to Eye of the Hurricane podcast with TU Athletic Department content you can't get anywhere else. On the Road with a Cane, we did that last night right here from Greenville. And of course, we have the post-game radio remix, interviews with all sorts of folks. Download Eye of the Hurricane podcast and subscribe on Apple, Google Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you download your podcasts. And for those that are still here, they are giving a hearty round of booze. Not B-O-Z-E, but booze, meaning B-O-O-S.
Probably a healthy number of both of those things.
Yeah, maybe both.
The ruling on the field is a recovery by East Carolina. There is no foul for the hit on East Carolina number 70. It's first down.
Wow. After all of that?
I got to think that Trey is at this point fairly unhappy.
Well, I did not see the hit. You saw the hit on the replay.
Yeah.
Was it dirty or was it dirty?
Well, it was straight ahead, right at him. It's not like he didn't see it coming, but they did launch at his head. I mean, I think you could probably make something out of that. But
and I think that they called and they threw a flag, so somebody saw something.
Yeah.
And had they called that, they would have had to have him kick it from the 50, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So at any rate, it'll be Hauser to hand it off up the middle. Gun is stopped right at the line of scrimmage. He might have gotten nudged forward for a yard. And now you just hope it doesn't kind of get nasty right now. TU calls a timeout with 1:45 to play. What you hope is, because it's been pretty physical out there. And I think there have been some moments where they were kind of going back and forth and chawing a little bit. And they give them a yard to the 44-yard line. It'll be second down and 9. And again, you got your 3 timeouts. You called timeouts, maybe get the ball with 90 seconds to go. You're still in there,
And
you still got to keep fighting.
That's what Coach is doing. He's doing exactly what you should do. You don't give up right now.
We'll check in with Jeremy in just a second, but the Hurricane calling that timeout. They will have 2 remaining. And Jeremy, what's the tenor like down there? Are they not happy with the non-call on that play, or what? Or what do you sense?
I mean, they're upset, obviously, about it, but I don't think it's anything that's going to linger on this. You got to move on.
Yeah. Second down and 9 from the 44, and turns, hands it off to Gunn. Gunn up the middle, breaking a tackle, and finally gets corralled, hauled down, stonewalled, and they're going to take it to the 38, and it'll be third down and about 3 from the 38. Tulsa calls a timeout.
Well, he got about 3.5 after contact. Their running backs, who we saw on film be kind of nothing special, have done a really good job, especially him, after contact and pushing piles.
Yep. And the one guy that's kind of done a good job the last couple of games, and we haven't seen him recently, was T.J. Engelman, the young freshman. But Montgomery's been a tough runner in this game. And we mentioned, of course, he had the 51-yard TD. And he is at 16 carries for 125 yards. That's a new career high.
Yeah, because they only average 114 a game.
Right.
And if he's had 11 more than they average, then he's done a nice job. And he has been the definition of run behind your pads tonight.
And Anthony Smith has been the take it off the top kind of guy. Handoff gun right side gets stuffed by Ray Coney. You could hear the pop up here as Coney decked him for no gain. Timeout Tulsa, 4th and 3 now for ECU, and they may punt it away here. But you talk about what East Carolina has done offensively. They are at 568 yards total offense. And Anthony Smith took the top off of it in the first half, 4 catches, 150 yards. And then Montgomery, obviously, as a running back with his career high.
Well, we talked about they average 114 rushing. They have 268.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot more. Yeah, thank you, Engineer Shelby. That is a lot more. That's also public school math right there, but I think we're in the same ballpark, yeah.
268 is definitely more than 114.
And the point being, if you are that much above your average in a situation like that, they've broken runs, that they've been effective in the past as well. It's just tough.
Now they're gonna attempt a field goal from 56. So Maisie looking for a career high, his career high previous 52. And now they actually get somebody under center to try to go for it here on 4th down and 3.
Just trying to get him a jump.
And then a timeout East Carolina. So we're seeing all sorts of trickeration going on here. Looks like Raheem Jeter maybe got behind. There's 2 number 2s, and he was one of the 2s that got behind the center on this field goal formation. And it looked like if he liked what he saw, he was going to snap it and try to get a first down. And I guess they didn't like what they saw, and they just burned their last time out. So
I think he was just trying to get him to jump.
Yeah, 1:30 to go in the game. It is 41-27 in favor of ECU. 90 seconds left in the contest, and now East Carolina will.
They're going to run the Wildcat.
Yeah, they're going to run number 11, Mike Wright Jr., their quarterback out there to run that. They need to get to the 35. They're at the 38, and Tulsa's defense will try to stop number 11, it would appear, and he's flanked by Gunn to his left on 4th down and 3. Wright awaits the snap, has the snap, and fakes the handoff, takes it himself. He gets hit, and he is driven back, and he is stopped for hardly any gain at all. And TU with a nice job defensively to stop ECU, and the Hurricane will take over at their 37 or 38 yard line with 1:23 to play and down 41-27. You get yourself a score, and it's 41-34. You're onside kicking again.
Yep, coaching staff trying to get that defense off because there was a little more of that friendly banter.
Yes.
Yeah.
3 receivers to the right for Tulsa, 1 to the left. TU is down 41-27, 1:23 to play. Out of the shotgun, Hayes has the snap. 3-man rush. Throw over the middle. Caught. On the left side, it is step-toe and step-toe. Yanked down at about the 48-yard line. And a gain of about 14 and a first down. They do stop the clock to move the chains. 1:16 to play. And TU quickly the line of scrimmage at the 48-yard line of ECU. Out of the shotgun, Hayes. Drops back to pass. Sets up. Throws left sideline. And it is caught. And out of bounds at the 45 is Booker. A gain of about 3 on the play. And it'll be 2nd down and 7 from the 40. Well, they're going to mark it at the 46, so 2nd and 8. And the clock, importantly, had stopped with 1:08 to play. Yeah, they've got to score in a hurry.
They're going to give you that stuff right there. They're in deep cloud-type coverage. Everybody's in zone coverage. You're going to find some spots, but the middle of the field is where you're going to run too much clock.
Out of the shotgun, Hayes drops back to pass. Big blitz coming. Throw to the near side. It's caught by Presley, and Presley steps out of bounds at the 42, and they got about 3 or 4 on that one. And it'll be 3rd down and about 3 from the 42-yard line as Presley caught that one and stumbled out of bounds. And it's 3rd down and manageable. The clock stopped with 1:04 to go in the football game, and Tulsa's down 41-27. Booker and Tempest to the right, along with Foley, the tight end. 3 receivers far side of the field. And here's a handoff to Presley, and Presley gets tackled at the 40 And it'll be 4th down about 1.5 yards for TU at the 40, and they've got to move quickly now. 50 seconds and running remaining, and Tulsa had 2 offensive linemen downfield 5 yards, and they've got to get back, and they do. And here we go on 4th down and 2. Here's the snap, toss sweep to the left side, and getting tackled for no gain is Presley at the 40-yard line. And that'll do it. 37 seconds to go on 4th down. ECU stops TU, and that'll be the ball game. So it'll be one more snap, and this one will be in the books. And the Hurricane will have dropped their 3rd in a row. They beat OSU to get to 2-2 on the season. And now this will be the 3rd straight that Tulsa has lost, and they'll be 0-4 in the American Conference. And tough sledding for TU, although, as we mentioned, the sledding gets a little easier the rest of the way. Protection formation for ECU. Hauser was thrown for 300 yards exactly. Will set him up and take the snap and take a knee, and that will do it. Nobody has any timeouts left, so this thing will just wind down. 30 seconds to go. And your final score in this game is East Carolina 41, Tulsa 27. Post-game show coming up next. This is TU football from Learfield.
I want to tell you about a local health insurance company that knows how to serve Oklahomans. With Community Care, your health care means more.